Morning.
Good morning.
We had a delivery. Just before we started, we had a delivery by John Lowe, who watches all the time. And he says, Tower, he says, I really should start bringing you grapes and apples and bananas, but here's the donuts. Here's the donuts. So thanks to John Lowe.
Cheers, John.
And the missus isn't too well, so get better soon. And watch the live stream all day long. So make sure you're watching, and then we're having a good time. It was so funny. I said I really should start bringing you grapes and apples and bananas, and then he just went, here you go. There's the donuts. How well the donuts?
Nice, really nice.
Are they all right?
Yeah.
There's me drinking water and tea, but you're stuffing your donut down.
Breakfast Tower.
Oh dear. Welcome on board. Hiya, Bernie. We are good, and we're down to the final 15. We'll bring up the odds of. We had a little punt on Grosvenor Sport. I think the top 4 in the betting would be the ones I would have stuck there as well. Joe Indry got a lot of chips.
Stan's been backed in. I'm guessing Tower. I can't believe he was 9-1.
No, I think his price would have been relative to what form he's done.
Yeah.
He's got himself a package. He's been on the tour quite a lot. Plays a lot online. So his name is well known on the circuit. So he's up there. But did you have a punt? I know that I've just seen a couple of lads from Stoke who's coming in. Tai Huang at 33s was the little bet, and Jay Yerby down there at 20s. You only need a double, and you are straight back into it. We've got the chip counts there as well. As we started, 1.2 for Gary, who's on the outer tables. Any action on the outer tables, as there's 15 players left, we will bring it to you. We're on 15, but we are just about to start the final day. Hope it's a good one. You can carry on with your donuts. Yes. I'll cut the screen off.
Lovely.
All right, buddy. No problem. I'm only kidding. Let's do it again. The final day of Coventry. The final day of Coventry. Afternoon, everybody. 15 to a winner. So let's do this. Afternoon, everybody, wherever you will be around the world. Hope things are good. Afternoon, Sam, watching on Facebook, all Refty, Bernie, Giampulo, and Razor Kev. Come on the Strand, take it down. Well, any action from the outer tables, we will bring it to you when we can.
Yeah, let you know who we have got on our featured to start the day.
Indeed it.
In 1, Jay Yerby. In 2, we have Wadey. 3,
Tai Huang.
Simon Taberhan in 4. Joe Hindry in 5. Stephen Cahoe in 6. 7's Jacob Stone. And in 8 is Callegro Morial.
Excellent. And check out the footage on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. You will let us know if there's any issues, but now everything's been sorted with the tech. It seems to be absolutely buzzing for us. We love it. That we don't even talk about issues anymore, which is really nice. So we're set for a cracking day. 15. Any eliminations on the outer tables, we'll bring them to you.
We're doing Gully, rooting for Span in the chat. Span on the outer table at the moment. Sure, we'll see him throughout the day at some point. We will go over to the outer if there is any action. PK's out there on the floor for us. We're going to be concentrating on the featured table here. So first hand to big stacks, blind on blind. Complete from Joe, raise it up with the ace 10. Continue on the flop. Joe calling once with the ace high. Will be the best hand some of the time here in a blind on blind situation. Stephen can be very wide here. This is probably just going to be check. I think Stephen will be happy to take a showdown with the ace 10 here. thinking about hands that we could potentially fold out that are in front of us. I guess we fold out some 4x, some ace high. Other than that, Jack's going to have a hard time folding. Queen's going to call. Could just see him checking this one tower. Yep. Do have a hand, good removal to flush and the 10-9.
Be a lot of people's favourite, Stephen Keogh as well. Very good player. Won the deep stack in Dublin. The 3 weeks before we shut down the world. I was there. I was there at the final hand. Winning the first hand. Afternoon at C4. What he's in Prague.
How are you doing, Asif?
Being the poker tourist. Hope you're well at C4. Some of the pictures you put up on social look pretty impressive.
Gary Dobson, not anymore. I haven't played a GUKPT since 2017.
Not the main. No, not the main.
Not a main event.
No.
Always here next to the tower with the coverage.
Yeah. And one day he'll have a side event trophy to wave about. Gets close on regular occasions, but just gets unlucky at the wrong time at the moment. Odds Bodkin says he's got to go back to work tomorrow because Towers Treble somehow missed. You know, out of the 10 teams,
yeah,
there were 7 winners.
Was there?
Yeah.
Wow.
7 winners out of the 10 teams that I picked out. See, if you were watching yesterday, when we said we'd narrowed it down to 10 games that could easily come in, 7 of the 10 won. But unfortunately, we got 2 out of 3. If you're on Jay's treble yesterday, 16-1 winner for everybody. What's your treble today, Jay? On fire, this man.
Quit while ahead. Manchester will be the next one. There's the prize pool for you, Bernie. That's what we're playing for. 15 remaining. Clock top right of your screen as well. It's blind on blind here. Stephen with a 10-6. Happy to raise to 40. Nice big sizing. What I always say, what I like to see. Blind on blind. Want to be sizing up. Don't want to give the big blind good price to pill in position and pill very wide when you start going too small. But looking forward to this today. There are some names left in, so a couple of good friends of mine as well be rooting for, and it's going to be a good watch. Joe Hendry on a bit of form, back off of his 888 win a couple of weeks ago, looking for another title.
Sticky's on the coach from Dublin to Monaghan, if I said that correctly. How far is the travel?
I'm guessing a long one. He says.
Yeah, great coverage. Great coverage will keep you sane. Nice one, Sticky. And safe travels. First prize is 93,000 and a bit of change.
Simon looks down at the Kings. Great hand to be dealt this early on in a big day free. Just going to happily open. It's coming across your screen again now, Kieran, at the bottom.
Yeah, just said he couldn't see. 93,460 for first, 65,350 for second, 39,600. I think it's 25% of the prize pool to the winner, which I think is a nice chunk. It's not top heavy. 25% to the winner is very good. And Spenny in the chat rooting for Stephen. Hey up lads, looking forward to this. Let's go Stephen. Played very well yesterday from what we saw. I think he'll be one to look out for. 416 entries of this event. Another cracking turnout. Over 400 players playing a £1,000 event. It's excellent. And we know people are travelling all around the world now. A lot in Vegas. As day 2 of the Win Millions is on for Jack Hardcastle. Plus plenty of other Brits that are out there as well. Prague's on. It's coming up to Dublin, being on very soon. Things are so slowly but surely getting back to normal.
first 10 years it was hit and miss, hit and miss, hit and miss. Then you get him.
And John Kelly rooting for Joe and Wadey. How are you doing, John? Stephen raising to 25 in the cut-off. Jake here on the button, working with around 38, 39 big blinds. Just happy to call the King Jack. I wouldn't even mind seeing a free bet here versus the cut-off open from Stephen. Going to be fairly wide as the chip leader on the table. So you're going to be opening a whole host, and King Jack, nice one to potentially free bet bluff. But Jake just choosing the passive approach and chooses the call. And both players flopping straight draws up and down here for Stephen, and Jake with gut shot and overcard. And Stephen checking this one over to Jake. We'll have plenty of hands that hit this board. It's gone check, check. Queen of diamonds on the turn. I could see Stephen delayed c-bet now tower once Jake checks back on the flop. Probably checking flop because we'll plausibly have a lot of Queen X that peel on the button. King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited. These hands are going to be in there. But after it's gone check, check, flop, I think we're going to see Stephen delayed c-bet now. And just bombs it. 110 into 68. The old 2x.
Right, you know, someone does want to win a pot as well,
Overbet. Massive overbet. And gets the King Jack out of there. Gets the best hand to fold.
Good morning, Mum.
Morning, Mum.
Morning, Gail. Hope you're well. No news from the outer tables just yet. Blind 6-12, first level. Everybody fighting for the first prize of 93,000 that's coming along. And one of the players.
Ali, yeah, that's Joe Hindry, the one that won 888 a couple of weeks ago. Into the final 15 here. On a bit of form. Not the same casino, be the same table. We are here in Coventry. Ty raising it with the ace-8 suited. And raise and take, and we're heading out over to an outer table.
What we got here? Threes against James Parker with 6-7.
So it went open from open from Rich Aspie, free bet from the Mad Turk, and James got his last 5 bigs in with the 7-6, and the 5-3 of the Mad Turk out flops the 7-6.
Here comes the song.
Oh, need a 4. And it's a 10 on the river, so we are going to lose James Parker from the tournament, and the Mad Turk takes his first casualty.
Where's the singing?
Great run
Where's
from
the dancing?
James.
Where's the ABBA song?
James Parker taking home £4,100.
Well done, young man.
And we've lost Tai Huang because tables have been balanced.
Yeah.
He's moved on to the outer table.
Awesome.
So we're down to 14.
14.
Hope to see you in your hometown next month.
Yeah.
Nice one. I've already booked it.
What are you saying?
See you guys.
So we lose one. We lose one. It's a James Parker. What was he on the betting? Let's have a butcher's. Oh, he's down the bottom at 50s. If you had a couple of quid on him at 50s, you've lost a couple of quid. Yeah. Not like him. Have you backed everybody?
No, I didn't back anyone.
You didn't back anybody. Who would you have backed?
I'd probably, looking at the prices now, I didn't actually see the prices when they first come out. I'm guessing players have been backed in, but
Yeah.
I think Allegro could have been a good shout tower.
Cal, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think like for the value, and Mitch as well. Mitch at 12s. I think that could have been a good shout.
Yeah. If you've had a little dabble, good luck.
Stephen with the chip lead. Now finds the Kings, raises to 25.
Chef Brad wants you to send you over his winnings. I'm sure it can wait. Kings. Oh! Any ducks about, ladies and gentlemen, peeps?
Yeah, and between these two stack sizes, this could be massive tower early on here. 10-8 deuce flop. Joe with bottom set. Stephen with the overpair. Expect fireworks. And just expect Stephen to be continuing here. Fair amount with the Kings. And I'm intrigued to see how Joe continues here with his pocket deuces. Like it is a board where we can credibly represent a lot of bluffs, and those are the boards where we can start raising our value early. We've got a whole host of bluffs here, and if Joe does choose to take the aggressive route with the deuces, it could be a huge pot for Joe Hendry. And once again, Stephen opting for the overbet here, 60k into 56, so overbet here from Stephen with his continue size. And Joe here with the deuces against this size, just happy to call and see a turn. It's a brick tower.
It is a brick. 3 of hearts. It is a brick.
Yeah, this pot's going to be huge, because I can't see how Stephen's ever going to put in a check here on the turn. I just think he's happy to go bet on most rivers. Like, start getting value from Joe's 10x, 8x, going to have a hard time folding against us. There's plenty of draws out there, double flush drawn out. So just expect another barrel coming in here from Stephen Cahote, and it will be for value in his mind, but we can see Joe has one of the few hands that actually have us beat in this scenario.
And it is a double, is it? What's that about? 175? 170. 170,000. So again, it's pot size.
Yeah, so he's gone pot tower. And Joe is just loving life here, tower, because like, on the flop you don't expect Stephen to use that size with pocket 8s or 10s in this scenario. So Joe's just loving it here with the deuces, and just happy to call again. And if it's like a brick here, tower, like a black 5, black 6, something that shouldn't really change much.
Yeah, well, black 7.
Well, Jack 9 does complete. However, once we go pot, it's only going to be Jack 9 of hearts or Jack 9 of diamonds continuing. So only 2 combos there that we're worried about as Stephen.
Oh, is he going to check?
Just snap checks back the kings and sees the deuces. Fair play to Stephen there. Didn't think he could get called by worse. Maybe he thought a 10's just going to fold, and snap checks back the kings, and Joe Hendry takes a big pot.
Would it have been worth the lead on the river?
Well, you want to keep some bluffs in there, but especially when he's double barreled there, Tower. He can have like some overcards with backdoor diamonds. He can have front door hearts, like all the broadways, all the ace highs with hearts or diamonds.
Just seemed a very good check back.
Yeah, well, it was a good check back. It's just credit to Stephen. Some players may value bet there, but Stephen, I think the factor as well that we've gone pot and Joe's called twice there. Obviously, he can have plenty of strong hands, and Stephen not choosing to go for the third street, and very nice check back from him with the kings.
Just wondering if Joe might have stuck in 250 or something like that. He'd have got a call. We will never know. Good check back from Joe Keogh. That's Stephen Keogh.
Bribel, just sort it next time I see you, mate. Easier. I won't forget.
Absolutely not. So action starting to build. Joe Hindley wins a nice pot off Stephen.
I wonder what happens if Joe raises turn. That would be quite interesting. Wadey opening king do suited and Simon 3-betting the pocket jacks, and Wadey just has to get out of the way now. Fine to open the suited king and the cut off once folded to us, but once we're met with this heat from Simon's 3-bet to 75k, can't see Wadey putting another chip in this pot. Fine to just let it go, move on to the next hand. Yep, Jay, there's 14 left.
No one's going to believe me on the board. When you're going to go down on the board.
Yesterday you had aces.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. Paid off the flop. I believed you on the turn, mate. I folded these.
£93,460 up top. They've all locked up 4,100. James Parker eliminated. So now it's 4,400. There's 14 players left. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are in the world. I wonder if Montego Bay's watching. Or was he just watching for Sin Melling?
I don't know, Mark, I think, will tune in today. He usually watches
Another
most
couple
streams.
of pictures, please, if that's all right.
How we doing, Gaz? And how we doing, Connor? Tuning in just now on Twitch.
Good afternoon, Connor. The stacks from our players are underneath everybody's name, and then we'll give you the stacks from the outer table on a regular basis from the outer table, as we're only on 14 players. We'll keep you up to date with the stacks from the outer tables, but all the stacks from the players around this table are underneath the player's name. So Stephen's got 806,000, just lost about 250k to Joe Hindley. Could have been more.
Yeah, it could have been a lot more, Tower. If Joe starts putting in some check raises on the turn, it could be a much larger pot. But Stephen just didn't think he was ever getting caught by worse, perhaps, with the kings, and made a very nice check back. Now opting to bluff this river for 15k with the 10 high. A tiny size in here. 15 or 15 into 24. Just a better hand to fold yet again.
Fat boy thin. Fat boy thin. Love it. Not fat boy slim. Fat boy thin. Good luck, Wadey, carrying his tenner. Nice one. Online, over the course of the day, the €1.5 million bounty under series on Grosvenor Poker.
It's free roll day.
It's free roll day. It's that's on at 6 o'clock. The free roll is on. Tournament's running now. There's a closer on tomorrow night with a ticket for the free roll winner. Plenty going on online. Can we find the result of the £200 side game last night? We can find it and give you we'll let you know who wins or who won it, Neil. we'll nip out shortly and get the result of the 200.
I'm joking, bro. Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't put me one back. I don't want to work. I'll have one, mate. Yeah. Sure.
So Jake with the aces here, just completing in the small like it. Like Allegro off of his stack size can have plenty of shoves once we complete here in the small blind. I'm at 9-7, just chooses to check his option, check on the flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn, so check mark going to the aces of Jake. After flop's gone check, might think about leading now tower.
Oh, delivery of water, unless he's only 3 for himself. Jake with the boots. Snap fold from Cal in seat number 9. Good play, Jake, playing well. Afternoon, Paul. Paul Trotter watching on Face It. Waiting for the win. Well, he's got 60 bigs. Wouldn't put it past him for another deep run from Wadey.
Neil, they'll probably be up, the £200 side event results will probably be up at some point today. They will be posted. If you know the initials of some players, if you go on the app and go to results on the app for that tournament, if you go on previous tournaments, the initials and what the players will be on there if you had any friends or anything on the final table. But at some point we'll get those results posted.
Yep, go over to poker. If you follow it, check all the details on there. Joe Indrich, chip leader 1.2 mil. $14 players left. Started with 15. James Parker, the first one eliminated today.
€1,100 main.
Afternoon, Raggy. James Clark watching. Man like Wadey, go on, lad.
Could see, yeah, Joey's going to open this one. King 6 suited. Happy to open this with the chip lead at the table, even from +1. Raises to 24. Jake, aces again. Twice in 3 hands.
It's all about the timing.
It's always nice. Big day 3 tower and aces twice in 3 hands.
Just
And
calls.
yeah, he's going to take this approach once again. And Callegro here with the 5s. Oh, Callegro could have potentially ripped that tower for 22 bigs if he fancied it, especially versus Joe Hendry Open. And it's a well-timed flat from him on the button here with the 5s. It obviously would have been in lots of bother.
So 4-way to the flop. How big do the aces feel? Good on that flop. 2-4 Jack.
Yeah, very nice for us after we end up going 4-way here. As Joe may be less inclined to continue into 3 players, so checks. And now Jake here just going to be firing in the aces almost always tower. Want to try and thin the field down, start ranging opponents. Do not want to be going 4-way to a turn. So probably going to size up a little more as well, simply because we have gone 4-way.
It only looks like about 40.
Yeah, 35 into 102, so just south of third. And that will be that.
Should be.
Wadey or Joe can call. Look at that, just like that, Neil.
As if by magic.
There you
Ta-da!
go.
Eddie, again.
Again, yeah.
Oh, what a week. Eddie Shez, first in the side event. 200 in total, 149 runners, great turnout. Phil Huxley, I saw Phil playing for a long time yesterday, obviously did well, going to the final table. Rob Boone, first out on the final table. Riggy cashed again. Very nice indeed. That is pretty good. Ollie Bibbit, Aaron Poynton, Ricky Fawcett, and they chopped it 4 ways by the looks of that. Oliver, Aaron, Ricky and Eddie. Ricky just taking slightly more than Eddie, but Eddie got the trophy. $93,000 and a bit of change up top. Look back down, and Jake's, well, his hands are getting worse. They're just the jacks this time.
Well, 4 hands tower, aces, aces, and jacks. It's very, very good card distribution for Jake. And just raise and take for him. How we doing, Paul? Paul Fletcher. Good afternoon, gents. Still trying to get my head around the set of 8s folding to Gary at the last knock-ins last night.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a very intriguing hand.
Out come the grapes.
Got him back.
Oh, look. I was just making sure they were soft enough to distribute to the rest of the team.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Makes sense. To be fair, they're very nice, so big thanks to John for bringing them in. Very nice donut. And then Tim, good to see you back. Says good luck to everyone left. Fun tournament.
Just got in the money.
So we've got Wadey raising 225, as should be with a suited king on the button. Raise into Joe's big blind. The Joe with pocket 8s here. Not going to be going anywhere. Heads up.
8-2-2.
Mr. Hindry.
What a flop.
What a flop for Joe. Check, check. And ace of diamonds on the turn, and this is a clear check here for Joe. This is just a card that is going to hit Wadey's range, and the times that he doesn't, this is what's going to happen. He's going to represent it. He's going to have plenty of ace-x in his range, so this is just a card you expect Wadey to be firing on high frequency, and Joe calls. And Jack of spades on the river.
Probably knows he can't get any more chips out of him. Have we got a booking for on the book? Oh, it's been backed. Not yet. If the online team are back in the office, it's usually late tonight or unfortunately after the event. But Spand went from 16s to 9s. As you said, it was a little bit. You thought 9s was short.
Yeah.
So 16s to 9s. Information actually coming through. As you've said that. Yeah. The best back player was indeed Andy Back.
He had 30 bets on him.
Richard Ashby. Rich Ashby. Old Shufty. We got a few bets on him as well. And Wadey, the second best backed. So We'll be keeping their eyes on that. Just goes to show. Man in form, weighed it. Spoke to him already. On the GUKPT circuit.
Open from Callegro, +1, and Stephen happily defending the Jack 10 in the big blind. And both players catch a piece on Ace Jack Queen, 2 clubs. And Callegro just looks like he's happy to continue firing. Hand that we can start incorporating some checks in as well, but on this board, it's going to be very good for us opening +1. Callegro just happy to start firing here, and Stephen with bottom pair and Broadway draw. Can't see him folding tower. And now picking up and down to go with his bottom pair. Callegro here, this is probably where we want to start checking with our particular hand as Callegro. And 4 of diamonds on the river, so the King Queen gets the check mark. I think both players are just going to be happy to get to showdown with their hands in question here, tower.
Yep.
Stephen, not insta check-in, might be thinking about turning this jack into a bluff. Wouldn't mind using the Jack 10 to come in for a big overbet, but I'd prefer one of the combinations that contain either the Jack or the 10 of clubs.
The bet's 25.
All in.
Oh, I threw one check. Didn't see that coming.
So 2x pot effective. And just applying maximum pressure here to Callegro. Like once Callegro checks back turn as well, like probably pretty capped at 1 pair. Maybe makes the assumption the best hand Callegro's ever going to have in this spot is like Ace King. Like you expect Callegro to continue firing here with sets and 2 pairs on the turn. So if Stephen's making that assumption here, we're just applying maximum pressure to all those 1 pair holdings and gets the best hand to fold yet again. Fair play that man. I actually love the bluff with Jack 10. I just think maybe prefer to have the Jack or 10 of clubs in there. One of the combinations that contain those cards, but still I'm feared we're going to have all the flushes there. As he probably knows, out of the big blind, going to be a whole host of club combinations for us, and Stephen just putting the hammer down, getting the best hand to fold.
Oh, I just heard something on the outer.
We're going over, tower. We are going over because it's Tai Huang.
I just heard a shout.
Tai Huang with Jack 10 up against Rich Ashby's Ace King. So going to need a Jack or a 10.
9.
Or a 9.
Or a
Good
9,
shout,
and
tower.
it's not. It isn't. Tai Huang moves tables and unfork of the crowd, by the way. Oh, they're all old. It was like the super seniors then in Vegas. Did you see the crowd? Oh, Tai Huang, well done, young man.
So it leaves us with 13 players.
4,400. Leaving us with, well done. Well done indeed. Unfortunate table change.
So King Queen for Stephen. Really amping up aggression early on here. I think he's coming with his game plan and he's executing it well so far. Obviously not as many chips as he started the day, but did have that bit of cold deck versus Joe Hendry about 10-15 minutes ago. But nice little choice of hand to 3-bet there. King Queen, very nice hand selection. Man of straw. We don't know when the final table is going to be. When we're down to 9 players, could be in the next hour, could be in the next 3 hours. It just depends how the game goes today. If the short stacks keeps doubling up, it's going to obviously take longer. And then if it's just an influx of bust outs, we could be there fairly quickly. But we will see. So king 9 off here for Joe with the chip lead, and the hijack can start opening hands like this, have the whole table covered. Raises to 24. And Jake here, just been an absolute card rack early on, hasn't had any action really yet from his premium holdings, but not going to get any here either. Just expect the free bet coming in from Jake. And Joe will have to fold once it does come back round to him. And Klopp on top says the free roll is 8 PM, not 6 PM. We will have a little look at that. Walk for Wadey. Not been the best start for Jay in terms of cards he's been dealt. Been pretty card dead. Just hasn't been able to do anything but fold. Sometimes that's how it goes. He's sitting there still okay on over 20 bigs. On this structure and clock, still plenty of time to find our spot. Wadey completing the 9-4 off, and aces for Simon this time in the big blind. They're out in force today.
At least 2 of them were tickets. Yeah.
Simon going to raise it up. It'll just be a quick fold from Wadey.
Yeah,
Chose to complete the 9-4 off. Obviously can just give Simon a walk here with this hand, but wanting to get involved, now I'm just going to have to fold.
out of club and need registration. It's not like some of them now.
I was hoping you were trying it on LinkedIn.
It was good up until and then it gets
Who's on the other table, last man of straw? I will give you a rundown of the outer table. So on the outer, we got Rich Ashby, we got the Mad Turk, we got Mitch Hynam, we have Andy Back, and we have Gary Whitehead. And well, he's GDPR, so I don't know his name. And one GDPR on the outer table. So Richard Ashby, the Mad Turk, Mitch Hynam, Andy Back, Gary Whitehead, and GDPR on the outer table. They are 6-handed over there. We're 7-handed here. There's Callegro with 15 bigs and King Queen. In they go. Oh, and Wadey here, ace-9 off. Thinks about it for a second, but then lets it hit the muck. And Joe not calling either, so nice shove from Callegro, picking up blinds and ante. How are you doing, Alan? Alan Lamont. Greeting, chaps. No Rioja and Rose today. More brunch and the small matter of City versus United. I'll be back for the final table. Good luck to Gary Whitehead. Cheers, Alan. I didn't even realise it was City United today.
probably by the time I bet the 2 bigs on the flop.
Don't forget, guys, as well, give us a follow on Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker for all the live stream coverage on YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT. We are off to Manchester in a few weeks' time. After this event, we will be back.
That's what it hurts even more, I think, because you know, you might not even be on that final table and end up winning it. Really nice. That's how these things go sometimes.
So Wadey with the King Queen raises to 27. And then Lewis says, love this stage so much. So much to learn from watching these guys. Definitely some very good players left in the field. Very good to watch. As Wadey raises to 27 in the cut-off, and Stephen happily defending the pocket fives in the big blind. First tee run of the day coming in.
Here we go, going to look after these young'uns. Tee coming in, going to look after these young'uns. You know what he said to me? He said, Tower, get on the tee run, because we need to keep you supple because you're getting old. He says it takes you long enough to get your knees out of the chair, so you've got to be supple. So you need to move more. Tee run again. Unbelievable.
I'd never say that.
Especially when it's folded round to us in the blinds. At 7 bigs.
Hiya, Matt.
King 9 is like
Karen and Slinky, Sylvia.
any other.
Afternoon, everybody who's watching, wherever you're watching from. Is Sylvia watching from the canal with the swans?
Matt Davenport,
Yeah.
afternoon lads, still reeling from the ace king ace hand.
That was sick.
Back down soon for a punt in the bounty. Yeah, it's I don't think I've ever seen it, Matt, on the featured ace king versus aces.
Sylvia's coming out of retirement. She's going to be in Manchester next week. Wait. Let me know when. Might come and see you myself.
Stevens on just form today, Tower.
Yep.
He has really brought his
Very good player.
value betting the fives there, and Wadey heroing it off with the king queen. Stephen just on point at the moment, seems to know exactly where he's at in any given situation, and although he had that caller early on, it just hasn't affected him mentally. He's still just doing his thing. Back to nearly where he started now after a rough hand versus Joe Hindley early on, bit of a call up, but playing very, very well.
Did you have a punt this morning? Did you have a punt this morning? Were they all backed in? I know Andy Back was backed in from 16s. Anybody else out on the move? Not too sure. Richard Ashby on 14s. Mitch Heinem. I know quite a few people backed Mitch Heinem. The Mad Turk. I think that's just so they can hear him sing. They were backing him. The bottom two have been eliminated. So the value there, James Barker and Ty White, have been eliminated. They've gone. Oh, we've got to have a hand here with Wadey. Jay and Wadey.
So Jay opening +1 here. Effectively going to have to put his stack in if he wants to go with the 7s here. I think versus Wade he might just get out the way, and we're off to the outer table, guys, because we've got another
Kings
all in and a call. It's our GDPR man with the ace queen, and Richard Ashby has got kings. So Richard Ashby could bust another player.
It goes all in on the flop, to be fair, with a queen high flop.
So fading queens and aces, and we lose another one.
And they do.
Deuce of hearts, so another one gone. Leaves us with 12 players. And Rich Ashby, how much has he got
tell
now?
you what, I bet Chuffy's up to a mill ball, if not more. That's 500,000.
Yeah, that's like a million chip pot tower going the way of Chuffy. And GM, our last GDPR in the field, is out of here, and we're down to 2 tables of 6.
Well, they're just checking the stacks there. No, they're moving straight across. Chuffy's got him covered completely. Oh, Chuffy's over the mill.
And Callegro has just moved table, so we are playing 2 tables of 6. Callegro, the player, moving to balance.
Hi, Donna. Dark Angel tuning in on Twitch. Does that mean we're on 12? It does. We are on 12. Afternoon, ladies. Hope everybody's good. And Karen's at Crufts, and then she's off to Malta, then she's off to Ireland, then she's off to Vegas. Ah, heck. You can tell things are opening up. 3 of the favourite stops. Vegas, Dublin and Malta.
How are we doing, Dark Angel? Stephen Freebet and the ace 10 versus Wadey's under the gun open, and once again timed to perfection. I actually can't look past anyone but Stephen the way today started. Tower playing very well.
He is indeed.
Trading cards at the start of the tournament. You have to sign a little sheet of paper, and basically it's whether we can use your name or not. And if you don't sign it, we can't use your name. So we just use their initials instead. Yeah,
we just think because it's an integral part of the game, and we were here before GDPR, and we're not going to use your full name. We're a little bit upset when people sign it, but not a lot we can do about it. Most people don't mind these days. We don't use it externally anywhere. You don't have your name plastered anywhere else. You want to use it on the live stream so people can be aware of who you are while you're playing poker with the chance of winning nearly £100,000 in this instance.
How are we doing, Emily? Glad you got there safely.
Awesome.
Heard you dragged Alice round the shops yesterday, looking for some holiday stuff.
Oh, right. Not dragged Alice to Malta?
No, not to Malta, no.
And that's what I thought, and I was thinking, I just dragged Alice along. I'm like, what? Just arrived in Malta already. Have a great time, Emily, and see you soon.
See you when you're back.
So we're on 12.
Yep.
We're on 12. We'll change it. We are on 12. We will sort it out.
There we are, just like that. I've not. Must be the boss watching at home.
Ah, good lad.
PK's out on the floor at the moment, obviously trying to catch any action for you guys on the outer
Absolutely.
table. As Wadey in the small blind, peeling the ace-5 versus hijack open from Stephen with the pocket fours. And both players flopping 2 pair on an 8-8-5. The ace-5 of Wadey outflopping the fours of Stephen. Still expect Stephen to continue this board high frequency tower. We'll just get a lot of folds from Wadey's range, and obviously the 9 equity to some overs. There's counterfeit out for us. So just firing for just over 2 big blinds, 25 into 62. King of clubs on the turn. So ace-5 of Wadey still best. Won't like seeing this card though. It's going to be a card that is going to hit Stephen's range fairly often. We'll have plenty of King X type holdings. That's the seniors going on in the background, Gully. They're just taking their seats now.
Seniors with 83 runners.
And they've all sat down to start.
83 runners and 83 have sat down. Amazing. You don't normally see any late reg, or many late reg coming for the seniors. If so, it's less than an hour. There's all the Stokies.
Interesting, Stephen choosing to fire again on the turn here. Yes, this king is going to be a lot better for us here than it is for Wadey, but are we going to go for the third barrel? No, he's not. He shows the pocket fours and Wadey shows the ace-5, which is good.
Hey, Ben Foot, we're on 12, top right of the screen, 12 out of 416. Any news on the outer table, we will give it to you when we get them.
Ace King for Simon in the small blind. Wadey's opened the button here and Simon just going to be bumping this up. Makes it 80. And Wadey just going to have to get out of the way. Trying to open wide on the button, but once met with resistance with this particular hand, just can't be continuing.
Yeah, everybody's seen through that bluff, Chef. Chef Brad, we've all seen through that bluff. There's a super seniors soon, mate. You'll be able to join that as well.
That all in the calls and drop.
Yeah, that's not 600,
He doesn't look too bad for late 50s though, does he, Brad?
Absolutely not. Looks good for it. Surprised he's not here playing the seniors, to be fair. Good value. Good luck everybody who sat down playing the seniors. 82 so far. Brilliant.
And blind on blind here, Joe happy to complete with the pocket threes. And this time Stephen's got aces. This is the fourth time we've seen aces so far today. size is he making it here? He's going to get continue from Joe, whatever size he does elect to choose. Joe's never going anywhere here with the pocket threes. Jack 4 deuce rainbow board. Great flop for us here with the aces as Stephen. Not too much we're worried about here from Joe. They probably can happily start betting. Still expect Joe to call once here with pocket threes tower, blind on blind, how range is wide. So gonna call once. Stephen can be really wide here. Free still going to be ahead of a lot of holdings that he will opt to raise up. Can't see him doing anything else but a call, but okay, it's going to raise maybe for protection purposes. Start folding out some ace highs, some like king queen, king 10 type holdings that are still going to have decent equity versus our hand. But once Stephen continues in this pot, I think Joe will be slamming the brakes on.
Well, he's kept it as a call.
Yeah, I like the call choice here from Stephen. We have position, we want to keep some bluffs in of Joe. But I think as Joe, I think he'll understand once his raise is called on the flop here that just want to be shutting down now. Stephen does have a stack that can damage us. Still got heaps of equity within this prize pool, this stage of the tournament with our stack size. 8 for the chips in play. King of clubs on the turn. In terms of range, Stephen being the raiser will probably have a few more king. X may peel some ace king suits here with backdoors and just rivering. Top set. After deciding to check, Joe checks it over to Stephen, who's just got clear value bet here now, although what are we trying to get called by? I think we choose a slides here tower to try and target some Jack X that Joe may elect to check raise on the flop. Especially with 2 aces in our hand, it's very unlikely that Joe's ever going to have an ace here. Ace 3 and ace 5 are plausible bluffs on the flop, but with 2 aces in our hand, that makes that very unlikely once this ace rolls off in the river. So if I'm Stephen, I'm probably not going too large, trying to get called specifically by a Jack in this scenario. But we've seen him overbet a lot today already.
That's pretty small, about 90.
Yeah, I love this size. I'm a big fan of this size. Just half pot and
snap fold.
Snap fold from Joe.
Well played. These two battling it out, and look at that, both on a million. Great players.
Yeah, he's got really good seat draw as well, Stephen. Like I think him and Joe are probably 2 of the best players left in the field, and to get the draw sat on Joe's direct left is quite favourable for Stephen. Sorry, how we doing, Ryan? Ryan wanted a shout out too, not just Emily.
No,
he's a bit upset.
Sorry. Afternoon, Ryan. Enjoy Malta. Enjoy Malta. Good hand to watch that. Good hand to watch. Blinds are now up. Karen says, let's go. Come on, Jake, lad.
So blinds up first time today, 8k, 16k. It's now the level.
Pass. Pass.
I feel a bit sorry for Jay. Sometimes it just goes like this. Literally, I've not seen him have one hand tower that he can continue with today. We're an hour into the day, coming as a short stack, and all he's been able to do is fold. And it's tough when it goes like that, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. You just have to keep folding. You're just waiting for your hand. You think it's got to be this hand, and then it's just fold. But hopefully he will find a hand that he can continue with very soon. Been very card dead to start the day, Jay Yerby. Not much he can do. And Jake has just been the card rack of the session so far. Aces twice, ace king suited once, jacks once, and now he's got the ladies.
C7, C8 have had all the cards.
So it makes it 56. So 3.5x size in here, in position on Stephen. But in a usual scenario, I wouldn't expect Stephen to fold the suited king, and he's still not going to. I was going to say the size here, out of position, may deter him from calling, but suited king 5, more than happy to come along to a flop, and out flops
King 9-8, out flops Jake. The only one over as well. It's tough spot for Jake to be in.
Yeah, it is, Tower. Like, as I always say, just because that overcard comes, can't just instantly give our opponent credit for the top pair. So we can happily still bet our hand here. It's a nice board for our range, being the razor. Stephen can obviously peel very wide in a blind-on-blind situation. We can definitely get some continues from some 9x, 8x, some up and down straight draws, spade draws, gut shots. There's a whole host here that are going to continue. But Stephen actually with one of them continues that has us beat. The king X holding, he's happy to just check call. And the 4 of clubs on the turn. I might start doing some checking now here as Jake after being called on the flop. It's either going to be that or a bet that isn't too big. I don't think he'll go more than half if he chooses to fire again here, just so we can comfortably check back river with our ladies, assuming Stephen's going to be playing in flow, but does choose to check here. And the river is the 5 of clubs, and what a river for Stephen. Improvement, didn't need it. Not sure what's happening with the graphic there, bottom right.
Yeah,
that's a new one.
Has it freezed?
Stephen with his 2 pair, not choosing to fire. And now it's Jake, ever going to go for value here. I wouldn't hate it, Tower. Stephen's just played this hand perfectly. Like, if Jake bets here, try and get called by a 9 or an 8. But the thing is, this stage of the day when there's 12 left, we do have a fair amount of equity within this prize pool, and maybe just happy to check and take what's in the pot. Hate to get check raised here, but is he going to try and eke some value out of some 8x and 9x potentially that Stephen can definitely have? And he does choose to check with the ladies.
These 3 in this corner are great players. Not that the rest aren't, but these 3 are showing their game today. And it's an A game, it's excellent poker.
Yeah, it's a good check back. I think if like a different stage of the tournament, Tower, when we're not 11 players off of 93k, might see Jake value bet that spot. But say if we value bet in there, like 8, 9 big blinds around that, like leaves us with sub 20 if we're incorrect, and obviously heaps of equity within the prize pool at this stage of the tournament. Good check back from Jake. Unfortunate for him.
Just good to watch.
Under the gun, Wadey with the ace 10. Oh, here he is, Tower. Look at the skies, Mark Bunting in Jamaica.
Oh, let me just stick the old bins on. Look at that, watching the live stream in Montego Bay. Just going for breakfast. Oh, stunning.
Yeah, beautiful picture.
Stunning. Nice to have you on board, Mark. Enjoy breakfast. You will be back.
So ace 10 for Jake. Fine to open this one on the button. Oh, it's a snap all in from Jay Yerby, and Jake's going to have to call it off no matter what Jay has got here, because Jay's stack is just over 10 bigs, 11 big blinds exactly.
He's going to call.
And yeah, has to call here. Button versus small blind here, 11 big blinds tower. Jake cannot let this one go, has to call it off.
He has called it off.
And Jay's going to see he's not in the worst of shape here. 2 live cards.
Jay Yerby at risk. 7-9 of clubs against the ace 10 from Jake, and we know how Jake's been playing today. Does he stay in front? We're on the feature. Jay Yerby is all in. Fades.
That's brick as it comes.
Yeah.
We've got no runners, 9 or 7 needed on turn or river to stay alive.
Oh,
and
there can't be a spade.
Yeah, now no black 9 or 7 working.
It's getting tough. It's getting tough for him, and it's not.
10 of diamonds, so we do lose Jay Yerby
Well played,
in
Jay.
12th place. It's unfortunate for him today, Tal. He hasn't had a hand literally all day. He come into the day short, didn't pick up a hand, just done lots of folding, and there's not much you can do sometimes. And when you're that card dead,
Yeah.
you have to take a spot like that, and unfortunately ran into the ace 10, and that's going to leave us with 11 players.
£5,150. Well done, Jay. Good effort. Good effort. 11 left.
So we're 2 off the final.
2 off the final. Hey, Cat. Shout out to Ned, Joe, and Frankie the dog.
Frankie
Afternoon,
the dog.
Frankie the dog. Spread out in front of the fire, watching the live stream Sunday afternoon, waiting for the scraps of the Sunday lunch. Oh yes. Nick Miller on Facebook, scrolling across the bottom. £1,000 buying total, 900 plus the juice. 416 entries, prize pool 374,400, and first place of £93,460. We have now, with 11 players left, we have now locked up £5,500.
So walk for Joe Hendry with the ace 5 of diamonds.
A walk.
That's a good point. Mr. P-Man, any news on the last longer? Has Spanned won it? He probably has, hasn't he?
I don't know.
No.
No, he's on his second bullet.
Oh, he's on his second bullet.
Spans out of it.
So I'm not sure who won the last longer. No one's got a patch on still.
Oliver Hutchins.
Oliver Hutchins, who busted yesterday.
Did he know at the time?
I don't know, so he did. Aces again. This
What's
time for
happening
Wadey.
Wade's going to play with him this time.
So the only one that's not had aces out of the players on this table so far today is Joe Hendry now. As Wadey makes it 35, and Simon here with the King Jack on the buttons, happy to call. Joe's got a hand that's always hitting the muck, and action on Stephen with the 8-6 off. Getting this price versus these two players. Wouldn't be surprised to just see a defend here, Tower. Happy to come along for this price closing action.
Jack 6-5.
Wow.
Yeah, piece for both.
Yeah, Simon could potentially get in a bit of trouble here, Tower. Top pair, decent kicker, backdoor spades, and Wadey's got the boots, firing for 80 into 120. So 2/3 continue here from Wadey. Simon, though, never going anywhere with his particular holding. He's happy to call, and Stephen now just knows that we can never get involved here with the 8-6, not over calling after a 2/3 continue and a call. 3 of diamonds on the turn, and Wadey says, I'm all in. So 6-10 for Wadey, so what's that, 290 in the pot, so effective here, 1.5x effective shove, just under, like 1.3, 1.4x pot, this is effective from Wadey, and may give Simon the opportunity to get away. However, what I will say, like Wadey here can plausibly have some bluffs, some backdoor diamonds that continue, like ace-10 of diamonds, ace-queen, ace-king of diamonds, king-queen of diamonds. Get some front door spades in there as well, ace-x of spades. From our perspective, king-x of spades not going to be a hand as Simon. But then for value, I guess ace-jack, queens, kings and aces. Is he ever going to choose this like 1.3, 1.4x pot sizing with a set? Probably not. So it's quite an interesting spot here for Simon with the King Jack. Be very surprised if Simon called here versus Wadey in particular for this amount. It's just a huge shove from Wadey, and loses his customer. I think if we choose a size different to 1.3, 1.4 X pot, might get another street of value, but maybe happy to take what was in the middle there, and up to nearly 900k. Wadey already had a he had a final table. Was it last year at the?
Yeah, well, Wadey he's been on form as old Wadey. We spoke to him, didn't we? Towards the end of last year.
Hello, Steetles. Stream is quickly becoming part of my daily schedule. Well, this is the last day we are here. 5 days of coverage coming to an end today at some point. We will be back though. We'll show you where we're off to next after this hand. Manchester.
Yep. Yeah, they chopped the 1K, didn't he, in November at the start of the streaming of the grand final. Did Wadey. Cashed in Blackpool as well. Cashed in Manchester, got a 4th last year. Man's on fire. Give him chips. Great player. Give him chips. He always gets them. He is a cracking player. And Wadey. Loves his tournaments at DTD, but he's been on the GUKPT circuit since we restarted. And has played very well.
Maybe a bit of rush of blood here though. Just won that pot and now opening the 3 deuce under the gun. 3 deuce off under the gun this stage of the tournament. Love to see it. Jack 5 deuce 2 spade boards. Does catch bottom pair here, Wadey, and actually goes out in front. And happy to continue. Jake didn't choose to squeeze it up with the ace queen in this 6-handed coup, and Wadey continuing for 2/3 once more. 80 into 129.
$80,000. A big smile from Jake, who just gets out of the way. Wadey with the nut low, hitting the flop.
No table audio, says Karen. Can you have a listen for me, Tower?
What's that, pal?
No table audio, says Karen on Twitch.
On Twitch?
Audio, says Karen.
No table audio on Twitch. I can hear it because I'm on the raw feed. I'll get PK to check it, because he's the man that can. But I'm listening to the raw feed, so I can hear the betting sizes and stuff like that. So
It's definitely that.
we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm just about to log into Twitch right now. Day 3 live. Let's have a listen.
So this is what I was talking about with the seat draw here, Tower. Joe's going to have a tough time opening light, but this case he's actually nearer the top of his range. Like Stephen, just on his direct left, he's short-handed. Scenario can plausibly put in a lot of light free bets versus us, knowing that we're going to be opening a fair amount at this stage, and Stephen just attacking that with the ace blocker in there for removal. And Joe never going anywhere here with the ace queen of spades. Way too strong to be folding. Now Stephen could potentially take this one away from Joe.
It's
So Stephen not choosing to continue, but this king of hearts on the turn, can't see him not firing here with the a7. I think we're just going to see a delayed c-bet here almost always on this particular turn card, unless he's just made the decision to give up on the hand once Joe continues versus his free bet, and maybe that's the case, and queen of clubs on the river. Joe improves to second pair top kicker, did have the best of it anyway. Joe just happy to get this one to showdown, with there being 13 bigs in the middle. We have seen some antics from Stephen on the river already today. Saw him overbet shove versus Callegro, get it through. We've seen some overbetting going on from the man, but he is really weighing up his options here, unless it's just complete give up. But no, is he going to go large? He goes for 75 snap call from Joe, and Joe takes that one with the ace queen, and first misstep for Stephen today. That pot going the way of Joe Hindry. Wade, he folded ace jack. Yes, he did. Yeah, we're working on the table audio, guys.
Yeah, I think if I turn the mic off on my side, I don't think you can hear anything at all. I'll just check. I've just checked on YouTube, and if I turn my message off.
Is it when you turn your mic off?
Let me have a listen. Twitch seems alright. I think it's YouTube. Look, I can.
Yeah. It's all bizarre.
Yeah,
It's all
sorry
bizarre.
guys.
Yeah. We're working on it, guys.
We are working on it.
We are working on it. I think if I turn mine off, I don't think anybody can hear anything. I don't think. We're going to check it all out. PK's got the all the headsets out, so we're definitely going to check it. Gone now, back now. Yeah, I turned my mic, our mic off. I just turned it off to see if there's actually any sound, but there didn't seem to be any around the table. We will work it out for you guys. We don't have many issues, but
It's been perfect this weekend. We haven't had a single issue, have we?
No.
It's been all gone so smoothly.
so we should be back with you now. But we'll try and get the table audio as well, so that when we do mute our mic, when Jay eats donuts and stuff like that, then you can still hear the table noise and stuff like that. So we are working on it, guys.
When I eat donut, all I'm saying, there was 10 donuts here earlier. I've had one. There's 5 left now. That's all I'm going to say.
Shared amongst the team. Dean has had one.
It was a nice donut though, wasn't it? Really nice.
Mike's had one. Yeah. So the back at, yeah, we'll not mute our mics, so there's it's just deadly silence, and we'll work on it and keep it up. Cheers, John. Yeah, it's good that you guys tell us that something is wrong, because obviously if we just keep warbling on and we don't think there's any problems, then we fix them accordingly. But over the last 7 or 8 months, it has been amazing. It really has. So fingers crossed. Thanks for letting us know about the issues, and we are working on it as we speak.
And Stephen going to be opening here with King Queen under the gun. Exit 32, just clicking it up.
Last man out was RC1 J Yerbit for £5,150. We lost 4 today. James Parker, Tai Huang, GDPR GD, and J Yerby. They're the 4 that have been eliminated. We started with 15, we're down to 11. So he can't beat a donut. You're not wrong. Ace Queen for Joe. On an Ace Queen flop, Stephen flops a Queen as well.
Yeah, and just going to continue this one in terms of range. Middle pair can be a good check back, but we are going to have the stronger hands on this board. But Joe's just absolutely smashed this flop after defending out the big blind with the Ace Queen. Just happy to check call. Want to keep some bluffs in of Stephen. Keep ourselves under rep, keep our range wide. Like when we start calling here, we can have a whole host. When we start raising, our range is going to become more condensed. So keeping it wide and just flatten here, then we can still have like the wheel draws, the 5-3 suited, 5 deuce suited, even deuce 3 suited, as well as some Broadway draws, Queen X, 4X, all these type of hands. After we just call, and this is it's not a nice river.
King of Hearts on the river.
And Stephen here, I think he's going to not lose too much tower, because I think Joe's going to choose a very large sizing, which means that Stephen might just call with the King Queen. But I think once it goes check check turn, Joe's going to happily lead this river. And it is going to be a large sizing. Near pot size 120. And Stephen never folding. He's going to dwell up about thinking about potentially raising this spot here, tower, but as I said, against this size here, just can't see Stephen ever raising this particular spot. Just going to be an easy call, especially because as well we want to preserve our stack, and obviously at this stage.
So nice pot for Joe Hindley, up to 1.4 mil.
Put it in this king queen.
Oh, I've only gone and fixed it.
PK on the case. All sorted, guys. It should all be fine now. Table audio should be on, whether we're muted or not, and it's all been fixed.
I'm just going to mute our microphone right now so you can listen to the table noise, and fingers crossed you can hear it. Yes, he's only gone and fixed it. We're nearly giving the afternoon off.
Yeah.
Oh, good job we didn't. Gosh. So we are on 11.
We've got about 30 minutes to go until the end of the first session of the day. If we do get to the FT bubble, we will still go on the break because there's no hand-for-hand on the FT bubble. There's blind on blind here now. Joe cementing his chip lead. It's chipped up very nicely to start the day, completing the king 3 off for 8k, and Stephen, both options available to us here with the king deuce suited, but opting for the check. Joe's had the better of Stephen so far today, although Joe has been smashing some flops versus him. But this time both players with on the queen 6-4 rainbow board.
Half an hour left at this level. 11 players left.
And Stephen here, some plausible backdoors over card to the board. Just starts firing here with the king deuce of hearts, and Joe here with the king 3. Lets it go. Big stacks on the other table. Ask wages day. I know Rich Ashby because he busted GD, and who was the other one?
No, he won a big pot as well off Gary Whitehead. He won a 500k pot off 600k pot maybe.
Yeah.
Off Gary Whitehead. He was chuffed. He's on about 1.5 million.
More, I think, Tower.
More.
I think he's got about 1.7.
Well, we'll have a full chip count at our first break in half an hour's time. We'll give you that from the outer table.
Yep,
It was Gully Maff,
Dart,
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, GD. We unfortunately couldn't use his name on the stream.
Yeah, but no more GDPRs, so all
No.
names being used here on out for the final
Absolutely.
11 players.
We just want to use your name and crown a champion. And say,
Tower wants an interview with you at the end if you win.
absolutely.
Most important bubble in poker, that 3 left in the GUKPT main event. The interview bubble, that is.
So we're on 11. Joe's impressed. So too has Stephen. So too has Jake. Wadey's got a lot of chips. It's a tough spot for Simon with 300,000 and less than 20 bigs.
With his stack size and the 3 players on his left, he's got a horrible seat, Simon.
Yeah.
But he's still holding his own here. Raises to 35 off of sub 20 big stack. Around 18 big blinds here. Fine to just open ace jack. Although even at this table, I wouldn't do it personally. But if Simon thinks these boys on his left have a big edge on him. You could potentially just start ripping this one, but much prefer opening as he does the 35 and Wadey with an ace himself. Ace 4 comes along in the big blind for 19,000 more. Heads up to the flop.
10-9-7 is the flop.
And just smashes the turn with the ace jack. And Wadey going to try and bluff at this. Don't mind this at all from Wadey in the big blind. Can plausibly have the jack high straight or the 10 high straight, as well as lots of 2 pairs. But straight on the board now. And Wadey going to get the bad news, says the board, and sees that Simon has the jack. So nice little pot for Simon there. That's going to help. 10 big blind stack increase. Oh no.
Hi Dave. Dave is on his way home. Are Carlton Spans still in? Yes they are. We'll give you the chip counts at the break. But they are still in. Just been told that the table audio is gone again. Well, we're on the case. We will have to have a quick sort out. I know Auntie's PK's on with the chip counts at the minute, because obviously with the live break.
Alright, Dave Doherty, hi lads, on my way home. Are Cal and Span still in? Span is still in, and Callegro still in as well.
Yeah, both on the outer table, and if it stays like this for another 24 minutes, then they'll be on the feature table when we swap it round at the break.
Yeah, we're still very deep. Do well to lose 2 players in 24 minutes.
No, Kyra says YouTube seems fine. Bizarre, isn't it? So that could, is that then a Twitch issue, or is it? Seems fine. Yeah, definitely quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, very
on Twitch.
quiet on Twitch.
What is it like on YouTube? Pause that one. Stick YouTube on.
Yeah, very quiet on Twitch.
What is it like on YouTube? Pause that one. Stick YouTube on. It's bizarre, isn't it?
YouTube's quiet as well. Yeah,
Is it quiet? Is it?
YouTube's the same.
We will sort it out.
It's really strange.
We will definitely sort it out.
When we go on the break. That's the good thing. At least we're nearly on break. And
oh man.
yeah, that echo was just me playing it back here in the booth, Paul. That's all that echo was shortly, just so I could check out the table sound from where we are.
Yeah.
But we are hopefully going to get it sorted. We are nearly at the break.
Nice one, Ben Roll. Thanks for the kind words. We will sort out the table audio. Obviously, we've got a break in 23 minutes, or we've got a break when we get to the final table. Whenever that is, PK will be on the case for sure. A bit weird how you start with table audio and then 10 seconds later it goes off. It's a little bit bizarre, but we will sort it. Good luck to Wadey. He's playing well. He's got a lot of chips. Chopped it up in November last year at the 1K in London. Part of the grand final. He chopped it up for 60,000. He's a great player. He does well. Rakesh. How you doing, Rakesh? Hope things are good.
The cut off. Wadey, ace jack opens. Raises to 33. And Joe here in the small blind, suited ace. Can't see him go. Wow, he is just going to fold here. In this 5-handed situation, just lets it go. A7 suited, 5-handed, decent hand. Hand values increase when we are short-handed like this. Joe just didn't even look at Wade, he just didn't fancy it. And Stephen in the big blind, first time we've had this today. No hole cards for Stephen. Oh, look at this. 3-bet to 110. Very nice sizing choice, nice big 3.5x. And Wadey not going anywhere with the ace jack of diamonds.
10k.
Lovely flop here for Wadey. We're going to play this hand from his perspective because we don't know what Stephen's got. We expect Stephen to have lots of bets on this board, not large size either, like he could go 50k here, as small as that tower, 20% pot, potentially on the ace king 4 rainbow, and looks like 75, oh it is 50, 55, and Wadey just got a clear call here. Don't want to be doing anything else, obviously we can't fold and do not want to be raising this one, so happy to call and take some turns. Now 5 of diamonds on the turn. Like, do expect Stephen to have plenty of double barrels here on this particular board in terms of range, being the 3-better here. He is going to have ace queen, he's going to have ace king, he's obviously going to have the set of kings, set of aces, but once he starts checking here, I'm going to feel fairly confident we're going to have the best hand as Wadey, but may decide to check this back and get our value on the river with position, but Wadey looking like he's happy to just start firing here, and a quick fold from Stephen, who must have been at it pre-flop. How's the sound tower?
Well, I'm listening on, what am I listening on? YouTube, and I can hear Dina shouting in the background.
That's good news.
Which is very good news because she's just announcing that the seniors is playing. So I can hear the background. I hope everybody else can. It seems a bit bizarre. Anyway, back to the game. We're on 10. 11. We're on 11. As it says in the top right hand corner, can't even read.
Oh, I'm laughing at Rakesh, that tickled me,
Rakesh.
I've never heard that before.
A frog got his DNA test. It turns out he was part English, part Irish, and a tadpole. Oh my days. I love it. Loving it.
50 years of age or older to play the seniors, Ben.
Yes. My age, basically.
3 years you could have played it for now.
All right, chill out, man. Chill out. There's no need to God, Ben rubs from comms box and everything down here. Oh dear. It's actually 4.
So up and down here for Jake. 1 to the dummy end of the straight. Sorry for Stephen, and Jake with the gut shot with the 8-3. Blind on blind here. Might start firing this one as Jake here with the 8-3 off. 8 high. Obviously very rarely ever going to be good at showdown. Do have a gut shot here. And potentially start folding out some hands that are ahead of us. So happy to fire. But Stephen, with his particular holding, not going to be going anywhere. Although it is a 2/3 pot bet here from Jake on the flop. I can't ever see Stephen folding this one blind on blind though, tower. Even versus this size. Like how wide Jake can be as well. Got to be thinking about our opponent's range as well as what our own range looks like. And just bosh, I thought he was raising, just a call. With the 4-5, see a turn card, which gives him the best hand. Picking up a pair now to go with his up and down straight draw. And Jake actually picking up a double gut shot now. 5 would make him a straight as well as a 9. So both players improving slightly. And 7 on the river. So the 4-5 will take this one down. If it does get to showdown, Stephen here, no need to bluff this hand. In a blind on blind situation, just can happily check and just hope that we get the check behind from Jake. And then wonder what Jake's going to do, Tower. Obviously, we can just give up with our 8 high, or we can choose to bluff. We can credibly rep a 7. A 7x hand may choose to bet flop and then check back turn. So 7x we can plausibly rep here. We may also have some 10x that start checking on the turn. Regarding really strong hands, I don't think there's going to be too many in there. Like straights and 2 pairs are just going to be continue firing on the turn here. So if we do start betting, what we're representing for values, basically 7x and maybe some check back 10x on the turn. It looks like he is going to opt to bluff at this one for 35k. Like the sizing choice as well. This is a size that we probably would choose with a 10. Try and maybe eke out some calls from some 6x, maybe some ace highs that don't believe us. Stephen having none of it, Tower, and makes the hero with the 5-4.
Love it. It's just poker at its purest. Absolutely love this table.
The thing is, Stephen's river decision making today's been really, really good. He's just really tuned into the game, and every river decision he's made, I think bar 1 has been correct. And once again, they're making a nice call with the 4-5.
We're on 11. 11 out of 416.
Letter from the Queen from you soon, Tower, says.
I hope I get one.
David Baker.
I'd love to get a letter from the Queen.
Jack 9 of clubs for Simon, not choosing to open here off of 25 big blinds. Action going to be on Joe in the cutoff, who hasn't put his cards in the box. Mr. Hindry should know better. I was on a final table a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's because he's moved, hasn't he? He's moved his chair to the right, so he's sat in between 5 and 6, which when we're 8-handed is a little bit of a problem. Obviously, when we go 9-handed, you have to sit behind one of the boxes, but when you move to get a bit of space in between 4 and 6 or 4 and 7, you bang in. But Joe, he's just been told. Oh, and he looks down at the ladies. And a flop of Jack 7-5. Simon was on the case then. He knew
straight away.
And Joe sticks them in the box. And can sit anywhere he wants now.
And he's going to stick some chips in the middle on this Jack 7-5 board, but Wadey's just going to be getting out the way. And Wadey here has raised Tower, clicked it to 88. What is Wadey up to? I don't mind check raising this board, but need to choose probably a better hand to do it with than King 3 off. There's going to be some nice check raise bluffs we can have on this particular board. There'll be lots of good hands we can do it with, but King 3 is just not really achieving too much. Yes, we have the overcard, but be very shocked if Wadey didn't slow down now after Joe calls his raise on the flop. And
he hasn't.
Now fires for 100, and Joe just got a clear call once again. Tower never going anywhere here with the ladies. 8-9 double gut shot is one of the main bluffs that does complete. Wadey will have all 16 combinations of 8-9 defending out the big blind, but still we're never folding here with our ladies, and Joe just happy to call and see a river.
There's the 7.
Yeah, and this is a lovely river for us here as Joe Hindry. And wow, this Wadey shove!
Wow, he has jammed
the my
lot.
God, Wadey just rips it in with the King 3!
And a snap fold.
Wow!
That's a move.
And as we see that, we're heading over to the outer because the Mad Turk is all in and at risk.
You can dance.
He's got the King Queen. Gary Whitehead with the Ace King. No help there for the Mad Turk. Gonna need a lady to survive. We got chop out, so 5 would do the job.
And it's not
7.
Oh man!
So we lose the Mad Turk.
Well done, young man.
Great effort from him.
Player C, the Turk.
£5,500 for him. That's going to leave us with 10 players. We're on the final table bubble. Gary Whitehead, well over $1 million there.
Yusul Eminoglu heading to the rail.
But back to that hand we saw before between Joe and Wadey. Wadey just rips in the cake tower. The absolute cake there.
Wow.
And Joe just snap folded the queens. Didn't even think about it. Just probably made the assumption. What was it, like 3, maybe even 4x pot? Wadey just ripping the king free.
Well, it was a snap fold as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He'd already made up his mind if he does go in for his unloading the clip.
It's just very erratic from Wadey there. It worked on that occasion, but like we need to understand, we've got heaps of equity within this prize pool at this stage. Like, do not want to be bluffing it all off with the king free. Like, if Joe had a set there, he'd probably play it in the same manner. Also, he's going to have some 2 pairs that could have potentially rid of boat. He's going to open Jack 7 suited, 7 6 suited, these type of hands.
Yeah.
And Wadey, though, I guess it's only a very tiny proportion of Joe Hendry's range that can call that size river bet, but Wadey just no fear, tower, no fear.
Absolutely not.
Just sticks the lot in.
Yeah, it was a huge shove. It was a huge shove.
Scream it, watch it.
10 minutes to go before we head out on the break, unless we lose one. That'll take us to the final table. Yeah, Dave, it was around 3x pot on the river. I'll actually get you the exact amount he shoved for. Bear with me.
Well, Wadey's just told him he had king high. They all smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you?" He wouldn't. No need. He had king high. Told him he had king high. Oh, brilliant. What a great day. We started with 15 and we are now down to 10. James Parker in 15th, Tai Huang in 14th, in 13th was GD, Jay Yerby were in 12th, and we have just lost Yusul Eminoglu, the Mad Turk himself.
Okay.
For 55.
Right, it wasn't that bad, Dave. There was 460 in the middle, Wadey shoving for 905. So 2x pot, just under 2x pot from Wadey. Wasn't as big as 3x pot. So it was a 2x pot river shove there from Wadey with the king free. Wasn't quite as large as 3x.
Yeah. We could have been on the final. We could have had an exit on both tables then, and that could have been the final. But Wadey is now 1.4 mil.
That's why Joe can't call off guys there with the queen. Just saying, a few people saying should at least think about it with the ladies. But the thing is, when Joe's sitting there with his stack size like 1.2 million there, if he's got to call off 900, leave himself with sub 20 bigs. Like at the moment here, the equity he's got within the prize pool is huge. And yes, we may be right some of the time, but the times that we're wrong there with the ladies, it's just a disaster for us. We're sitting pretty here with, as Joe. We've got like a between the 6th and the 7th of the chips in play. Obviously, we want to try and get to like the last 5, last 4, where money is a bit more serious. So that's why Joe just can't call that off there with the ladies. Just snap folds perfectly fine. I know he was wrong on this occasion, but it's not the fact of the matter that it's the times that we are wrong and we call. Like we've just given away 900k and we're sitting so pretty at the moment when we're playing for 93k. And do you ever expect Wadey to check raise, flop, fire turn? and then just rip for 2x pot on the river.
Stephen says, I'm all in.
Yeah, blind on blind, just
Yeah,
setting
blind on
Jake
blind,
in.
cool. We've got an ace. That'll do. That will do. Just under 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. If there's no elimination, we'll be on a break. If there is elimination, we'll be on a break.
Yeah,
Whatever happens,
we'll be on a break.
we'll be on a break. If we do get there, the break is only 15 minutes.
Feel it, my friend. You want to play your paper players like that? You know? You should do.
Plenty of time to show you what's happening regarding events in Manchester. Goliath's on its way.
Can we set the game up in the library? In the library, yeah? Yeah.
The last event in Coventry starts at 4 o'clock.
It's supposed to be banter in it. You're saying playmaker in today? Well, you know,
170 bounty. Craig Barrett says, how's Richard Ashby doing? He was on about 1.5 million.
Yeah, he's doing very well.
Chip leader in the room about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, assuming we don't get a bust out in the next 5 minutes, he'll be coming over to the feature table, Craig, for the next session. So you'll get to see him. We will have obviously full chip counts for the final 10 players if we do get to the break without a bust out. There's blind on blind here, Jake working with sub 20 bigs. And makes it 45, and Wadey not going anywhere here with the Queen 9 off.
Yeah, Span's still in as well. Chip counts on the way when we get to the break, rather on a break for the final or a break as planned in just over 5 minutes time.
And Jake manages to flop a flush draw here with the old suited 10 deuce, and on the king high board, just going to see him continue here fairly often, and that should be it for the hand, because Wadey should get out of the way with the Queen 9 off, although it's Wadey and more than capable of getting fruity. But I can't ever see Wadey continuing in this spot tower. Fires a 25k quarter pot, and there's the fold from Wadey. Yep. Dave Doherty says, ICM wise it's not a call, but still surprised by how quickly Joe folded. To be honest, it's a bizarre line, and he's a live pro. Give yourself a chance to think, even if you're almost always folding by default, which is a good point. Andy back, Franco is on the outer table. I think he had around 400,000 last time we saw.
So 3 minutes in counting, as you can see right there. It's looking like the break's coming before the final table.
I can't remember the last time we got to a final first session of the day in the GUKPT tower. It's been a long, long time, I'll tell you that.
It has.
So complete from Wadey, and Simon with the 8 deuce checking his option.
Queen 3-6, 2 clubs. Clubs on the turn, 4 of clubs. Goes check, check, 9 of hearts on the road, goes check, check. Wadey with the jack eye. We'll do it. We are
one more hand.
2 or 3 minutes away from the end of the session. What a session! What a session! We lost James Parker first, and then we lost Tai Huang, and then we lost GD, who was our GDPR man. Jay Yerbit and Yusul Eminoglu, meaning 10 players are left. It's looking like the break's coming before the final. That's what it's looking like.
So one more hand before we head out on a 15-minute break.
Yes.
think the outer table has played their last hand as Mitch Hynam standing up there. He'll be coming to the feature table after the break, assuming we don't lose one.
Yes.
Final hand of the session here.
Indeed.
And Stephen under the gun, pocket eights, will be opening.
It has been a great session. Loved watching Wade it. Simon's in a heap of... He's just spot is terrible, isn't it, on the table?
Yeah, well, he's probably going to rip here, Tower.
I think he should.
Five-handed ace queen.
I think it should be a rip.
Yeah, over open from Stephen. Stephen's been very active here, so maybe we could be at the FT. Stephen's not going to call, I don't think, versus Simon, how he's been playing. But he just...
He raised it up.
Just 3 bets off of 20 bigs.
110.
3 bets off of his 20 big blind stack to 110 here, and this looks super strong, and that's why we just see Stephen snap muck there, the pocket ace, because Simon's been very, very snug, and looks like Don wants to get one more hand.
Get him in, Don.
There's about 20 seconds left on the clock.
Here we go.
We're going to have one more hand.
One more hand. What a great session. Blinds 8-16. Last hand of the session. We have
Callegro's still in, Brad.
Callegro's still in. Yeah, we have lost James Parker in 15th, Tai Huang in 14th, GD in 13th, Jay Yerby in 12th, and the Mad Turk in 11th.
Achievement unlocked for Jake. This first session he's had jacks, he's had queens, he's had aces twice, he's had ace king suited, and now he's got the kings.
If he tells me a bad beat story today, I'm not having it. Aces, he's had everything in the pack.
Aces, kings, queens, jacks, aces again, and ace king suited. Achievement unlocked, first session.
Unbelievable.
Card distribution, unreal.
Now we're going to see a flop. Now we're going to see a flop with an ace in his hand. Says Stephen. Well, are we off to the break?
No, I can't see him. Oh, he is going to let it go.
He is. He's going to squeeze the ace in. I don't want to play it. That is it. He has let it go. We'll switch tables. We'll switch tables so you'll see the other 5 players that are still in.
We'll be back
after the break, and we're back in 15 minutes.
2:45. See you then, guys.
Get a cuppa and be back.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm filling now, I'm filling. I went for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all.
Changes nothing.
So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen, and like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving one pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited. But we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
Ace 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3. Under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. Probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so it's
my
Monday.
word.
What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7?
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be start folding.
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No way. Is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff Tower, we just, no way.
Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling
Not the
war
lot.
between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet
Sold that, baby!
10! How'd you like them apples?
Sold that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a 300
5, 5, 10.
2040 80 160 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The player that Vinny has capped in a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop tower if you're looking at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny look, smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you've got kings.
But it's what they do. It's the way they grind. Solid approach. And
We don't use box 5 once we go 800. Because it's a 900 table, it'd be silly to have it up.
10, yeah.
Cheers.
Same again. Cards live in the box. Yeah, you're this one. Then you've got Carl, so it's not
No, you're that way, yeah. Mitch is down the side of me, isn't it?
Oh yeah, when you swap between it is, yeah.
So we're just about to start with the remaining 10 players. We are back with it. In seat number 1 is going to be Richard Ashby, Chufty. 1.4 million. There he is, just sitting down to the left of Mike. In seat 3 is going to be Mitch Hynam on 730. Cal is sat with 295. Andy back, spanned, short stack, well, no, on the short stack on 425,000. And Gary Whitehead, 1.2 mil. Tucking into banana. Ready for another session?
yeah,
Shall we do it? Let's do it. There we go. Full chip count. Richard Ashby, 1.4 million easy chip leader. Wadey second in chips. Gary Whitehead and Joe Hindley, the 4 players over $1 million. Down at the bottom, Callegro, Cal, who was on our table. Simon Taberham, who was short stacked and in tough spot on the feature before the break. Jake Stone and Andy back. Stephen Keogh. Watch out for Stephen Keogh because he's got the lucky jeans on. He did tell me. He said, I've got the same jeans on tower that I won the deep stack in. So that'll do. So just watch out.
There we go, Matt Jones, loving the coverage, lads. Thanks for tuning in.
You look at that half an hour later and it's on delay, I don't get it. Like,
Yeah, I don't get why.
the information anyway, can't you? All the rules.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's the rule.
Gullymouth back, Mitch and Spand. Very nice. I think I heard Spand was 16s and then ended up as 9-1. So
Yeah, got a lot of support, Span. Very well-known face on these tours. Plays every leg.
yep, I know.
finally. I think this is the first time.
Plays
seeing
well
him
for a
on
valet,
left
though,
tee.
doesn't it?
Yeah, for a valet.
Let's go, Mitch, says Sam, watching on Facebook. Let's go, Mitch, let's go.
Gully had a boost on Span, got 18 to 1. Grosvenor gave him a little boost.
Nice. Oh, even better.
Lose one more, and then we will be on the final. These are the prizes.
Running across the bottom. Chunks up top. 416 runners. Another fantastic effort. Well done, everybody. £1,000 in. £93,460.
Callegro shoving here for his last 12 big blinds. Gary obviously never calling with the 9-8 off. Nice little pick up for Callegro.
Always shove on somebody eating a banana. It's always a good move.
Was that bloke eating a banana when you had Kings in the tag team event a few years back?
You won't let it lie, will you? It was a good move. Played it well.
Trig says, nice as it is to see so many tour regulars getting deep. I'm rooting for Span as he is one of the friendliest guys on tour.
He is indeed. No, that's 25% is always the mark for first place. I don't think it's top heavy at all. 25% to the winner. But yeah, 28,000 difference. You play to win. There's 2 million difference in the World Series. That's a jump, or is it like it's 8 and 4 or something
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
more than 2. I think it was
nearly double. It was 3-4-8, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, or 3-4-7.
But yeah, there has to be a pair jump between first and second.
Mark's had his breakfast in the sunshine in Jamaica.
Aye.
Now he's tuning into the live stream.
I've seen the picture already, Mark. Stunning. Have you asked the locals to see if there's anywhere we can run a GUKPT Montego Bay?
Get us out there.
Yeah, it is a 25. It is a 25% winning prize. Nope. I don't know if anything's happening on the outer table. They're just turning round a minute. Any action on the outer table, we will obviously bring it to you. Will Shillibeer. I like how Chuffy pulls his hat down over his eyes so nobody can see. You're not looking at me.
Span in the cut-off here, 21 big blinds, suited King 4 into Gary has him covered, Rich has him covered, but still happy to open this one. Raises to 40. And Rich with the 6-3 of clubs out the way, and the small blind in action going to be on Mitch with the 9-7 off here, who I expect to defend. Getting 4.5 to 1 on the call here. Heads up versus Span. Definitely see him flicking in 20k more, taking a flop. As he does.
Ace King 10, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, but Span just flopping best here on the Ace King 10 board. Could go either way here at Span once Mitch checks to us. can start incorporating in some checks with second pair, especially on the ace high board and us containing the king. However, in terms of range, might just be happy to start firing here for a couple of big blinds. 1.5 big blinds, 30k is the bet, and it's just going to be a quick fold from Mitch.
Chuffy's gone wandering about.
So we're going to go to the outer table, because this is what was going on. So we've got Simon Taberham with the jacks, and we have ace queen is what he's up against.
Oh,
and it is
man.
an ace on the flop, and it's Jacob Stone with the ace queen. So he is going to win that one, and that's going to leave Simon Taberham on fumes, Tower.
I'm just going to check out the stacks, I suppose. He's been in a tough spot all day. Sat to the right of Wadey, sat to the left of Joe Indry. Stephen Keogh's there.
So it looks like he has got Jacob covered here. Yeah, definitely got him covered.
1, 2, 360, is it?
Yeah, but he is going to be left with,
How many?
what's that, about 80k, Tower? Yeah, about 80k there left for Simon Taberham.
Jake has got the chips.
And
So
this was the very next hand. Simon getting his final 80k in. And been called in 2 spots, Stephen Cahoe and Jacob Stone. Saw both of these on the featured previous session. So Simon, the player at risk.
flop of 6, 8, 5. How did they play it, these two?
It's just going to get checked down.
Checked down, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so, Tower, unless one of them's super nutted.
Yeah.
But I can't see this going any other way than just checking the whole way down to the river here, try and get to the final, lock up that pay jump. Well, you never know, Simon could treble. 4 of diamonds on the end.
Has he got a 7?
4-liner out there. Check, check.
Does he have a 7 in his hand? Has he got the winning hand? He's
Nines.
table 9s.
Could be good.
Could be good.
Jack,
oh,
10.
no way, man. 10 Jack. He took them all.
10 Jack for Jacob Stone.
Oh, Jake Stone has just taken him out. Took all the chips completely.
So we
Of
do
Simon Taberham.
lose Simon from
Wow.
the tournament.
Oi, oi,
We've
what's
got to
happening
come
here?
back here to an all-in and a call,
Let's-
but
we
it's
have a
going to be
free roll.
chopped up.
We've got a free roll with the hearts. Oh, it's a diamond.
Thought it was for a king there, Tower. I honestly thought that
Oh.
was the king of hearts, and that was between Callegro and Rich. Callegro, the short stack.
Wow.
And that should mean we're on the final here now.
That means that we are now on the final table. What we're going to do is I'm going to run through a lot of information regarding Grosvenor. He's going to bring the
Yeah,
teas.
I'll go for 5, grab the tea.
He's going for the teas to get us all set. It is a 10-minute break. It is literally 10 minutes, so I'm going to sit here and chat away while this guy goes for the teas. Simon Taberham has just finished in 10th. So we lost James Parker, Tai Huang, GD was our player that went out in 13th, Jay Yerby in 12th. Yusel Eminoglu, Mr. Mad Turk himself, finished in 11th, and Simon Taberham was just eliminated right there. We're on the final. We're gonna have 2 minutes. I'm gonna leave you with the Goliath schedule, and we will be back literally in 5 minutes' time. I'm just gonna quickly run out to get myself ready. I need a wash, need to powder my nose, need to get my makeup ready, need to sort myself out for the final, because this should be a brilliant final. I'll bring you the seating plan and the chip counts when we get to this. The guys come down and sit back. Literally 5 minutes while we're just looking at the guys putting the chips round and doing the seat draw, and we'll be back with you with the final in 10 minutes time, and we're looking forward to it. Cannot wait for this final, because we've got some great names on it. We really have some great names. And did you back anybody? Who have you got? Stephen Keogh, Gary Whitehead, Joe Indry still in, Andy back, Wadey, Jake Stone, Mitch Hynam, Richard Ashby. They were all there, and Cal at 17s is the outsider of the pack, but he is still in on the final table. There we go. So I will leave you for 2 minutes and I will return when we hit. Guys, just sorting out the final feature table and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Alright. Seat 9. Seat 2. Andrew's seat.
This one here?
Yeah, this one has seat 6. Elsewhere, yeah. And Gary's in seat 7 as well.
That's a nice number.
You're doing a final table as well, big Gurney.
Sorry?
You do a final table, big as well.
Yeah. It's 904. He's got both loads. They like got loads on there.
It seemed to be the only table knocked players out at one point. I think this table knocked one out, that one knocked out four.
Yeah.
Absolute shit, it wouldn't work out that way.
Why?
Because it's not on the stream and it hit the chair.
Oh, that's not the right one. Do I need to be sat here?
No, you do not. Can we get a tight hand through? Yeah. Where it is.
Does it can I go across here?
How do we have them sat? Is it
You have 4 sat in the back.
Like that? That's a pretty good spread.
four sat between
No,
sides?
just the eight. No, just the
That's
eight.
not matter for the picture. That's fine.
I like that. As a
Yeah.
one, as a starting. I think that's
Take the heads off the table money when the ball comes in.
where do I sit though?
You just come away from the table. You can
Nice.
stand on this side. If you have 4 sets, you have 5 stood behind. It's taken that way, so you're not involved.
Just 2 eyes. Honestly, it would be so worth it.
So as you can see, the table is set. We are ready for our final table. We're going to have the pictures of all the players coming round. March is ready to deal the final. It's going to be seat 1 will be Mitch Hynam. Seat 2 will be Cal Morale. Joe Indry in 3. Wadey will be in 4. Jacob Stone, Jake, in seat number 5. Andy Back, the Spand, in seat number 6. Gary Whitehead in seat 7. In 8 will be Stephen Keogh with his lucky jeans on. And in 9 is Chufty, bracelet winner and one of the biggest rakers in the world years ago online. That will be Richard Ashby. Half a cup of tea's here.
Half a cup.
Half a cup. Well, it ain't full. Let me tell you, it ain't full. It's alright, don't worry about it. Half a cup's better than no cup. See, you had to dip your head to try and find out where the tea was. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see the tea in the cup? If I tipped it up, this is the brand new cup, by the way. Let me just tip it up. Ready. There it is. It's there. Look, half a cup. Like watching East is East. So we're just about ready for the final. We started on 15 today. We're down to 9. And quickly bring you the chip counts of the final table. Thanks for that. Wadey, chip leader. He could have been out. He could have been out. I don't know if Joe's had a word with anybody at the table or had a chat with anybody after that. Not too sure, but it was a snap fold with the Queens.
Yeah.
And did he want to think about it, or had he already made his mind that once the board paired, he decided that was it? Mitch Hynam, Gary Whitehead going along nicely. Gary's got a tough draw. So he's got Stephen Keogh to his left and Richard Ashby in seat number 9. So
Going back to that hand though, Tower, Joe's probably aware that he's probably one of the best players left in this field here, and like the times that he's wrong there and calls that 900k shove 2x pot from Wadey, like it's not worth it at this time with 11 players left. Like the amount of equity we have within the prize pool, as Joe Hindry with his stack size is just like well above average at the time it was, and we can easily look for top 5 place, whereas if we call there we're going to be in the danger zone, sub 300k.
yeah,
It's not exactly the fact of the matter Joe might have thought that he was in front. It's the fact the times that he calls and he's wrong. He's one of the short stacks, goes from one of the chip leaders to one of the short stacks, and when we're playing for 93k and when prizes from 5th place onwards are fairly hefty, Joe's just happy to let it go, I think, and continue about his day, especially with the field that's left in. I think that's gonna play a factor in his decision.
Yeah. Was the most earnings at the table, says Man of Straw. Where is over $1 million?
Chuffy's got 2.5.
Chuffy's on 2.5 and a bracelet.
2.5 million for Chuffy.
He's finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 6th, 8th in bracelet finals.
That's a good plan.
And here he comes, just scurrying round. There he is, big smile on his face. He will smile, he meant. He's alright, Chuffy. He's been around, absolute top lad. But he was a massive player back in the day online. He was one of the biggest in the world 10 years ago. But still plays, as you can see, and he's made a final table. Gary Whitehead, pretty consistent span. Stephen Keogh has got a lot. Stephen Keogh has got a lot of resume behind him. So we are live for the final. Who's going to win it? Who is going to win it? Who is going to win it? Who's your money on? Where did your money go this morning? Where did the money go this morning? Let us know. Let us know who you fancy. Where your little £2 gone, because we are just about seating down. Are you ready for it?
I'm looking forward
Shall
to
we
it.
do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it!
Honestly, a couple of good pals of mine off the table, Span and Mitch. I'd love to see them do well. But just really looking forward to this one. A whole different mix of players here as well. So interesting to see how this final table is going to go.
Andy, what are you getting?
So, this is the final of Coventry. £93,000 and a bit of juice up top. Everybody is shouting in.
Okay guys, well done for making the final table. Just a few things to let you know. The all-in triangle, you have one each now. This is now part of your stack.
Joe Hindry in with a shout, doing back-to-back wins on live stream. That'll be the first ever.
That will just about be. Yeah.
Well, I know it wasn't a GUKPT, but last event we live streamed. Joe Hindry was the champion.
He was down in the Vic in London.
There is no scheduled dinner break, but you can request amongst yourself for the upcoming break to be a 40 minutes instead of a 20. So when there is a break coming up, you can agree for it to be a 40 instead of a 20.
Unfortunately, Leanne, it didn't come in. Towers treble. We got 2 out of the 3 up.
Oh, we did. We got 2 out of 3. Sheffield Wednesday let us down. But if you did Jay's treble, you'll be quids up. 16-1 treble. He looked at the table. He looked up in the morning, eyes closed. He went dink, dink, dink. That'll do. 16-1. Bish, bash, bosh. All the bees. And in it went. I was amazed at Brentford. Absolutely amazed at Brentford. They were 3-0. 3-1, 4-1, 5, whatever it was. Amazing. I was amazed.
Okay, so we got 10,000, 20,000.
Yep, there is a redraw, Dave, that they do for the final table. Random redraw, and this is the seats. So clock there, starting on 50 minutes, so it will be an hour and 50-minute session.
Let's do it.
As we begin.
Good luck, everybody. Blinds 10-20. The blinds are 10,000, 20,000.
Way straight into the mix here with the chip lead, opening the 8-7 suited on the button, as he should be, into the big blind off Span, who not choosing to defend the Queen Deuce off first. Pot going the way of Wadey, picks up blinds and ante. This is what they're going to be playing for.
Rolling across. Good luck to Jake, says Luke Bolton.
And Ben on Twitch saying, let's go, Stephen. A whole mixture of people in the chat rooting for different players at the table. A lot of support out there. I know Span's heavily backed in the book. Had the most bets taken on him at 16-1 to start the day. Plenty of players, plenty of people have got on Span.
4 players over a mil. Jake very close to a mil. He took out the took all the chips off Simon Taberham to give us a final table.
And yeah, Leanne, he's already given me the thumbs up. He said in Manchester he's not going to bother, and I'll throw the treble out.
Yeah, that is true.
I think he still needs to do one because you're due to, like Brentford were due to win a Premier League game, you're due to get a treble up.
Oh, we've been trying 8 years.
Yeah. Well, I've been here 4 years now, and I've still not had one up. And the worst thing about it as well, guys, like I only put Towers treble on when we're on stream and we're streaming, but sometimes he'll drop me a text random when we're not working, like I got the treble up today, and I'm like, cheers Tower, thanks for letting me know. But still yet to have one up whilst on stream, but it's coming. Mitch, Queen Jack of clubs, nice one to open, +1. Raises to 40. Wadey, chip leader with the Kings. Free betting to 105 here. And 35 bigs effective with Mitch here. Interesting spot with the Queen Jack of clubs. And Mitch, Gary here, Ace Jack in the small. After this action in front of him, Tower, I can't ever see Gary continuing here with the Ace Jack in the small blind. Stephen, going to be the same story out the way with the King 9. Oh, interesting spot here for Mitch. Obviously not wanting to tangle with Wadey. He's got us well covered. There's a couple of short stacks in the form of Callegro and Span out there, and obviously not wanting to bust before those. But still, Queen Jack of clubs getting this price. Great playability, even out of position. Mitch happy to come along and see a flop. However, this flop not going to be losing any chips as Mitch. And Wadey here for 3 spades on the board, but +1 versus hijack there, which isn't going to have too many flushes, and we can happily continue as he does. And just a quick fold from Mitch with complete airball.
Sabre Rebus is only here all the way till the end.
Now it is Rebus.
So this is the final. This is the final.
You've been watching, yeah?
So the seniors been running for 2 hours 15 minutes, Tower.
Yeah.
We've lost 5 so far in that out of
What?
26.
5? Telling you what, no. They don't want to go home.
Well, this
out for the day.
could be an early finish today. We could stick the seniors on if you fancy it.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not?
96 entries in that, 2 hours and 15 minutes of play, and they've lost 5.
First roll is big player.
Yeah, this is a very interesting final. Very interesting indeed.
It's Ian Spindler playing. No, Ian didn't make day 3, unfortunately. He busted early day 2. I was on the watch. I was on Ian watch all day. Obviously, I was rooting for him after the show he put on for us in that one hand. Old Ian Hamilton.
45,000.
So Wadey, 7-4 of hearts with the chip lead. Expect to see a lot of this from Wadey. A lot of fairly loose opens.
Good to hear, Herman. Got your ticket from Tom for the competition the other day.
Well done.
And Span here, just knowing how wide Wadey should be opening, can happily shove the 8s here for 22 bigs over a Wadey Open, and Wadey never call him. He's asked for a count, but this is
yeah, he's asked for a count. I don't know why he's asked for a count, but he's asked for a count.
Making the dealer do some unneeded work.
Yeah, absolutely.
145. Pass.
And Sabria says back Span and Wadey this morning.
You have a chance. You have a chance.
In the seniors. Actually, he could be playing in the seniors, Ian. I saw him here yesterday night, so I don't know if he's local to Coventry, but he could definitely be in the seniors. Actually, I can find out. I don't think he is in the mix. Clock on top.
9 players left. Minus 10-20. That's our clock there on the top right. Good for us to be able to see the clock.
All in.
I'll put them across the bottom of your screen. Tim, we will try and flick them up every 15-20 minutes or so as blind on blind here. Mitch just ripping the Queen Deuce into Callegro's big. He just has to let the Jack 9 off go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Pass. Pass.
And Queen Jack for Span. Under the gun +2. Lets it go.
Pass.
Oh yeah, we haven't even given it out yet, the live stream free roll password. Do you remember our last one, Tao? Do you remember what the password was that for the last one?
It was something silly like
GLWPGG. And
good luck with guessing the password for... Yeah.
And I said if anyone could guess it, I'd buy them into... There was something I said I'd buy them into
I'm not surprised.
But this one, I'm not going to do that because it's a very easy one to guess.
Is it? Is it? Good luck with password guessing game. That's what it were. That's exactly what it were. And that's what I thought it was. This one's easier, is it?
Should we give it out or should we let people have a little guess first? It's a fairly easy one to guess.
Is it? If you watch the live streams, and I'm guessing if it's a live one where we are, you never know, it might be the easy one. Let's have a go.
Well, there you are, Gully Math straight in. Got it already.
Gully Math's got it!
Gully Math got it,
has
yeah, that's it. First guess in the chat box, got the password.
Oh, no way! Wow! I was going to have a go myself. Don't need to anymore.
I'll put it in the commands on Twitch, but GUKPT COV is the password for our live stream free roll.
Oh, awesome.
I will chuck that in the commands on our Twitch channel.
Look down at Gary, he's got the ladies. Raising it up.
5,000.
Chuck Gully a ticket for that.
Yeah, that was...
I might have to forward Tom a message.
Yeah, I'm sure. Should we give him a £30 token?
Well, you can get it.
I'll
If
be
you
able
get in
to.
touch with Tom.
I've got the contacts, let's say.
Have you? Oh, right, have you? It's like that, is it? Flop time.
Check.
Queen 10. It's a good job it's not a 3. Queen 10 2. Wadey with a 10 3 as he's calling. Gary flops top set.
What's your alias, Gully? I'm sending him a message now.
There, 50, and a call from Wade. The ace. Might slow this down a little bit. Flush draw, straighten draw there. We can see Gary with a set. But now it comes in for another bet. Bet 50,000.
Yeah, and Wadey going to have a very tough time continuing here with 10-3, even though we are getting 6.5 to 1 in the call. Can't see Wadey putting any more money in this pot.
Wade does get out of the way.
I would win this for that turn.
Bullymaster says if you can't get the ticket, he'll accept a pint of Guinness in Manchester.
It should be fine, Gully. I've messaged head of online now, and
I can't believe it. You just got contacts everywhere, you.
I'll hopefully get that to your account. And he says if not, I'll accept the Guinness in Manchester. You can have both. How about that?
Yeah.
You have the Guinness in Manchester and a ticket. I'm sure it should be fine. But yeah, just straight in with the password. Guess fair play to Gully.
Anyone else notice everyone is in black? Yeah, I noticed that as soon as we'd sat down.
No, they were going to be on the FT table, and
That's
it's
it.
slimmest colour, right? Makes you look the slimmest.
Yeah, I've been wearing back 30 years. So, GUKPT Cov apparently is the password. Guessed by Gully
First guess in the chat
First
as well.
guess,
Literally the
straight
first guess in the
and
chat.
he's got himself a £30 token. Well done.
So Richard here in a low jack raises A7 suited, makes it 50k. This is one that's fine to open, and interesting spot here for Joe with the ace queen. Obviously we've got the two shorties at the table, and Richard does have us covered, but Joe still, for those 200s, has just called. I like this from Joe. Obviously this is a hand we can start incorporating some free bets in for value, but when Rich has us covered in this spot, Joe's going to tread with a bit more caution. We have position on the open up. We're just happy to go post with our ace queen here. However, it's a good flop for Rich here, flopping a nut flush draw with his overcard. Got some backdoor straight possibilities in there as well, so it looks like he's happy to just start continuing here. Looks like third pot, also 65, a little bit more than third.
But there was some other cop with G4.
Joe with the ace queen here, whether he wants to tangle, will still be the best hand. Some of the time here we are ahead of like the ace jack and some of the Broadway holdings, king queen, queen jack, so on, but we're just going to not be able to withstand the heat of a double barrel, and Joe just preserving stack there and letting it go, and that one going the way of Rich. There's the payouts.
Every single time you give me this call. Like 6 months ago at the start, like, you stuck down there, it's give me king.
Oh, Penny. They were going to use the password 14 days, but it was too weak.
You and Penny need to get a room. You love her jokes.
I love it. Oh, brilliant stuff.
How are we doing, Oliver? Oliver Knight in the chat. Come on, Joe. He's a good poker buddy. Played with Joe for years up the Empire, and Hippo 1888 recently. Now a 1KFT. Great player, running a pure. Yeah, very good Joe. I think we're going to see a lot more of him this year, as Stephen with pocket eights should be happy to open this from +1.
No, Tim. Joe didn't finish in the top 3 of the last UKPT. The last stream we did was the 888 in the Vic in London at the Grosvenor Casino, and he won it. And that was the one. If you're watching the live stream that Card Room Direct do.
Yeah, and free roll password. Someone asking, it's GUKPT Cov. If you're watching on Twitch, it is in the commands. YouTube and Facebook, just post it in the chat and we will let you know if you miss it. Or you can't get in, but you should be able to get in. And what a flop this is for Stephen on a final table. Flopping middle set here on Jack 8-4. Not going to get any action from Span's particular holding here though. Happy to just start betting here as Stephen. Unblocked top pair. Definitely some hands that we're going to get some continues from. There's plenty of gut shots on this board that can be defending out the big blind. Right, 6-5, 7-6, 7-5, 10-9, 9-7. There's a lot of hands we are going to get some continues from, especially for this size of 25k. Span here some plausible backdoors, but I think he's just going to let this one go here, Tower, at this stage of a tournament. Not sure he's going to be too inclined to start floating the 10-7 of spades out of position, although he may be thinking about a check raise here because we do have some nice double barrel candidates, and looks like the check raise is going to be the route here for Span, the 10-7 of spades. And Stephen now just got a clear call here with his middle set, keeping Span's bluffs in. He can have plenty on this board, as I mentioned. There's plenty of gut shots out there, some like gut shots with backdoors. 10-9 going to be in there. He's going to have all 16 combinations of that. So Stephen here just want to be cool in. We've got Jack X drawing to like really low equity. So if we're Stephen, I just think we want to be cool in and keeping some of the bluffs in off Span. And as well as that, we don't want to raise alarm bells if Span's put some like check raise in here with like Ace Jack or maybe King Jack, although may be undeterred from doing that versus +1. I can't see Stephen doing anything else here but calling.
After the turn, 5 of clubs.
Yeah, so Span now picking up gut shot. A turn card that does slightly improve his hand. 6 now would make him a straight. It's going to be a lot better card for us in theory. We're going to have the 6-7, whereas Stephen isn't. However, Stephen still does have the jacks, the 8s, and the pocket 4s. Maybe not always going to open them from +1. Full ring here now with this FT. Wow, Span going for the second barrel here, Tower, after picking up the gut shot. Fires for 120. Now this is where I guess we do have the decision as Stephen whether to just set it in now or whether we are going to flat again, try and potentially induce a rip from Span on the river here. Yeah, of course, 9 also making a Span a straight. Gut shot on the flop, backdoor spades. And good to see Stephen just calling here, keeping the bluffs in. So 6 or 9 needed for Span here. Wonder if he's going to unload it on a brick. Well, this is a complete brick here, Tower.
It is.
And has Span got it in him here to shove? It's not going to work if he does. Trying to fold out here. Stephen, is he going to be folding some like Jack X hands, some Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack? All these hands he will get to this river with. Obviously we're not folding out the 4s, 8s or Jacks. Probably Queens, Kings and Aces aren't going to be folding either. And it's a check from Span and just a snap rip from Stephen. And fair enough, Span tried it there. Gut shot on the flop with backdoors. Cheers guys, literally completely missed that one.
Just a 9.
Just a 9.
1.6 for Rich in seat 1. Oh, sorry, in seat 9. Richard Ashby, really on 1.5. Next event for us is this Manchester.
Well, I've got some good news. Do this, I've got some good news for Gully. Forget the £30 token, he's got a 110 for tomorrow night's 100k. 25k guarantee closer.
I could have guessed that.
There you go. Gully, you should have a 110 coming in, mate. And I've got some good news for the rest of you as well. Tom has said to me we can give another one as well. So we've got 2. Well, one's already gone, but we've got one more 110 voucher to give away at some point throughout this final table. So stay tuned because we're going to do another giveaway and give yourself a chance of winning a 110 token.
Like it. And I was just going to say that we're off to Manchester very soon. Forget that.
We'll come back to that after this hand. But big thanks to Tom for that.
Nice one. Very nice indeed. Well impressed. Nice one, Gullymath. Into the closer tomorrow. Carl in seat 2 gets rid of ace 9 in mid position.
I know I missed it, guys. I know I missed the gut shot for Span. Been a long 5 days. Will happen from time to time.
Afternoon, Peter. Pete Whitehouse watching on Facey. Hope you're well, Pete. Hope you're on the mend and things are good. Under 15 bigs for Cal and for Spand. Average chips is just over 900,000. We're on the final table, Peter. This is the final table. It started about 20 minutes ago. Start of the day with 15p, and we're now down to the final 9.
Span King 5 suited here on the button with 13 bigs, thinks better of it, and that's going to leave Gary the option in the small blind. He can complete here, he can raise, both options available to him. Wouldn't even mind seeing the raise here versus Stephen, and we haven't covered Stephen's particular stack size, but Gary more on the passive side, happy to complete this one, which is perfectly fine, and Stephen just checking his option with the 5-6. Double gut shot for Gary here with the Jack 7, any 8 or Queen making him a straight. Not much going on here for Stephen with the 6-5. However, blind on blind here, might come in for one big blind, just try and take it down now and give up, but thinks better of it and just checks. 2 of clubs on the turn, so Jack high is still the best hand. Gary not choosing to fire with his double gut shot on the turn either. And Stephen just done with the hand. King of spades on the end. So Gary with the Jack high. Pot going to go his way unless Stephen can find a bet here. He's going to find a bet on this King of Spades river. 35k into 60, so just a little bit more than half. And like from Gary's perspective here, you expect Stephen to take his showdown with ace highs. You probably expect him to take his showdown with queen highs. So what hand? I thought Gary might have been thinking about the hero of Jack, but what hand is Stephen going to value bet there? I guess he will have some 9x and 10x that he might elect to check back twice. But Gary, Jack high, just not going to be able to hero it off. And Stephen, once again, river decision on point, choosing to fire with a 6 high, and gets Gary to fold the best hand.
There is a free roll tonight. The free roll password is GUKPT COV, all uppercase.
Yeah, Oliver, the Jam and King 3 we saw from Wade earlier. When we was on break, they were coming back for the final. I was going up on break and I saw him and I was like, I was a bit mental, that move, Wade. He goes, I'm playing poker, that's what I do. And he goes, that's basically what he said to me. He goes, I'm playing poker. He goes, if they don't want to play poker, I'll play poker.
Bluefish. It's Ian Roberts, not Ian Hamilton or Simpson.
Yeah, I know from the one the other day. Ian Roberts is in the old seniors. Good luck, Ian. Enjoy 6-betting ace-10. What a hand that was.
Loved it.
I loved it, Tower. That's probably been the highlight of my weekend so far. Really did enjoy that in the chat as Callegro here shoving his last 15 bigs.
Good luck to all the seniors that are playing, the over 50s.
What do you fancy doing for a giveaway for everyone then, Tower? Tom actually said to me, we got to make it fun / degen. So, what could we do to give away a token?
Another token. Oh man.
This time Span with the short stack finds queens and moves all in. No action for him. We want to do something that keeps everyone interactive throughout. Well, we could always do, we haven't done the card game in a while. On the flop, me and you pick a card, and when it comes out on the flop, first one in the chat box.
I was thinking something not to make the chat box go mental, because you have to.
But it's only the first one. It's only the first one, and we can scroll up on this one. It's not like the old one we used to have on the GUKPT. On the GUKPT site.
We could do what hand is going to be the winning
we need
hand.
a deck. Do you want to go? Do you get us a deck, PK? We'll do that.
We're going for a deck, are we?
Because then everyone's got to stay in to watch until the card falls. If we do the time of finish, they could guess their time, they're off, and they wake up tomorrow and find out if they won the token or not.
Okay.
So after this hand, I'm going to spread a deck, and Tower's going to pick a card.
Here we go. What do you want me to do?
Just pick a card, and whatever that card is, when that card's on the flop, the first one in the chat, put in that card. You have to type the card out.
Do I win a prize?
I'll tell you what, I'll let you enter the free roll tonight.
Thanks very much.
I'll flick you into the free roll, Tower.
Get in.
So PK's just gone to grab us a deck, and then we'll do a bit of interaction in the chat box. We're going to pick a card for the final table, and when that card hits the flop, and the flop only, the first person in the chat box to type that card in will win themselves a £110 closer ticket for tomorrow on the client.
Mr. Niles already guessed.
Yeah, it did. Right,
what am I doing?
After this hand, I've got the deck ready.
Right. I still don't know what we're doing, but I'll just nod and smile, because that's what I'm good at.
You don't have to guess cards yet, guys. We're not guessing cards. We're picking a card, and then when that card's on the flop, the first person in the chat box to write that card in.
Don't guess.
You're not guessing yet.
You're not guessing.
Ace 10 of clubs for Span raises to 40k, and Richard here in the cut-off. I could potentially attack Span and 3-bet this one, but I think against his stack size here, working with just over 18 bigs, lets it go. And Mitch here with the pocket fours out the way as well.
Dark Angel, stop! It's not a guessing game.
Not yet, it's not.
Not yet.
If it goes quick, we might have to do another one, but Joe here defending the...
You're giving somebody else's money away, I'm fine by that. I'm fine with that. So we see a flop. Queen 10 for Joe, Ace 10 for Span. Flop is 2, 5, 6.
And Span's probably going to be checking this board more often than betting, especially versus Joe Hindry, big blind defend range. This board's just going to be so much more favourable for him than it is for us. So like Span's decision to check here. 9 of clubs on the turn. No, what we do fast cash, I'll tell you the rules in a minute. We're going to go back to the rules that we done at the Goliath, because I think it was a certain Brad Simpson last time was doing that, if I remember correctly. Check again on the turn. Joe not choosing to fire, but Joe Rivers best.
Gets the next player out and who knocks them out. Like that.
Joe's River top pair here, thinking about what size to choose for value. It's a half pot, 55 into 110, and just a quick fold from Span. Right, here we go.
Right,
here we go. Right,
what's happening?
Right, we've got a deck.
Right, what are we doing?
It's been shuffled.
Right.
We got Tower here. Pick a card, any card.
That's your need. Got one.
Got one. What is it? Show the camera.
That's no trick.
You got to show the camera. 10 of spades. There it is. The 10 of spades. So when that card falls on the flop,
yeah,
you need to write 10 of spades in the chat box. The first person then gets a 110 voucher.
And not 10S.
And if anyone writes it before the card comes out, this is my DQ list. It's empty at the moment. You don't want your name on this. If anyone writes 10 of spades in the chat box before it comes out, you're out. You can't win the ticket. Oliver's out already. Gone.
Oliver's out. Oliver's army is here today.
So this is my DQ list. It's empty at the moment.
Right.
But you can't write it until it's out on the flop. Anyone that comes in before will be disqualified.
Yes.
Otherwise, just before the flop's dealt,
there's no guessing.
The spades.
No guessing. We'll let you back in, Oliver.
We'll let you back in.
We'll let you back in.
Starting now. This is the first one. So
because you wrote 10S and that doesn't count. So we will let you back in.
Good luck, everyone, as we get to the action. And Callegro here with the aces and
flop only.
Yeah, could potentially be doubling up here. Yeah, flop only. Paul, flop only.
Right, let's go.
Right, so I've got one on the list already. We've let Ollie back in.
I've
got two on the list already. Well, it's the rules. It's what we had to do before.
We need a pen. We've got DQs coming in already. Don't type it in until we see a flop. And if it's on the flop, then type it in. Everybody could see it was the 10 of spades. Aces for Callie's all in. Does he get a call from Stephen Keogh? 250,000 to call. Come with the first all in a call and the fees. It's not. Stephen Keogh folds.
Yeah, very good fold there with the pocket eights. I think nines, tens. When we get to that remat, we're going to have to start calling eights. Is fairly close there, Tower.
Good fold.
Callegro is a tighter player.
Yes.
Fair enough. That's some fold from Stephen there.
Donna's telling everybody the rules. We are waiting for a flop. We are waiting for the 10 of spades on the flop. And as soon as the 10 of spades comes on the flop, type it in, 10 of spades, and you will get yourself, what we're getting?
£110.
Whoa!
And what I will say as well, guys, we're going across 3 platforms. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, and we are on YouTube. So it's the first person in across all them platforms.
Yes,
we're not doing one on each. We've got a chat box that has all chat boxes collated.
Yep.
So we will see whoever's at the top of that. They will be the winner of the prize. Good luck, everyone.
They will.
It's all down to who has the best internet, says trading cards.
Would you like a full cup of tea?
Just on the flop. Yeah, I'll have a full cup of tea, please.
Okay.
Gary. Another handout. Gary with ladies this time.
I tell you what, Gary's going to wear. He's had the aces, he's got the ladies, he's had the ladies before. Ah, big game on its way. I'm still guessing.
I'm running out of paper here, Tower. I'm running out of paper here. All these names going down.
Yes, in. Next person to put 10 of spades in the chat box is getting eliminated.
Raise to 40k. Fold. 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 Ten.
Yeah, it's really good. To knock that, you've got 7 cards. Because you've got like. No, I'm also trying to look at them without letting anyone else see it's even more awkward. So the way the table structure is horrible.
Check. Check.
Can you get me a cappuccino rolling with 3 sugars? Please.
No, I'm good, thank you.
70k.
Value about the pocket 82.
When you say the man with the beard, it doesn't really narrow it down.
I did say the one in
The hand, it was in the hand with
You, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. There's always one in at every table. You know, that's the
I'm only joking.
nitpick.
The one with the beard. 1, 2, 3.
And, I said gentleman, so she knew I was talking about weight.
Not any of the other nasties on the table.
Me too, what?
Just for that, he's going to.
Hopefully I've got time to write down all these names, guys. Literally the whole chat box is just getting slow rolled by the 10 of clubs. That is, there's about 40 people across all the chat boxes that have just put the 10 of spades in the chat. Need a 4-colour deck. You just missed it, Tower.
Oh, now what?
So the
He's
flop,
never gone.
The flop's come, and it's come the window card, and it's like a black 10 next to it, and the whole chat box gone 10 of spades, and it's the 10 of clubs.
Ah, they're all barred.
We've lost about 50 from the competition. I need more paper. I'm running out of ink. Span blind on blind A7, always going in here in this blind on blind situation for sub 15 bigs.
Oh man.
What time were you here to? That's not so.
Oh, I see.
Right, Donna's got Twitch, which is good. I've got YouTube. Tower, you've only got a couple on Facebook, so you can handle the Facebook DQs.
Unbelievable.
Not just still at the end, so much the stack was so short, so not to bother.
We are still on 9. This is the final table, ladies and gentlemen. Andy Garland's out.
Yeah, sorry, Ripple. Just doing some writing. Wrist is aching.
Andy Garland, the latest DQ. Mitch Einem in 1. Cal Morial in seat number 2. Joe Hindley in 3. Wadey in 4. Jake Stone in 5. Andy Back in 6. In 7 is Gary Whitehead. 8 Stephen Keogh, and in 9 is Chufty Richard Ashby.
Do you know, I wish I never put this competition on now. Till after everyone's just, I've got to disqualify about 50 people. It's a lot more work than I thought it would be.
I'll tell you what, trying to police the chat box when you're doing the comms on the final table is pretty tough. Oh dear.
Pete's got a good excuse that he's only got one eye. Didn't realise. One-eyed Pete.
Mitch folding the 6s in early position.
Wadey raising to 45. Ace King. Action going to be on Gary. Ten 9 of diamonds. Happy to call this one. Very deep with Wadey. So to the flop.
The 10 of clubs again.
Oh.
Oh my days, how many people are just putting it in? It's the 10 of clubs. Good job we didn't pick the 10 of clubs out.
This is like a game of eliminator, basically. Like the 10 of clubs, and then there'll only be a few people left that can win.
There'll be nobody left.
Wadey flopping top pair, top kicker. Just happy to continue here for 75k. Gary's flop middle pair, so going to come along for the ride. Backdoor straight possibilities as well with this one.
Really?
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Gary picks up dummy and gut shot, but wouldn't be any good because Wadey's sitting there with ace king, and both players river in the straight here. Wadey with the ace of spades, firing for 200 into 315, 2/3 pot river bet here from Wadey, and Gary here with the king high straight. Wadey will plausibly have a lot of ace-x being the opener. He's going to continue this board, high frequency. A lot of the ace-x hands are going to start checking turn. So story does check out that Wadey can plausibly have Broadway in this spot. Joe, what the funniest thing is, Tower? Out of the first 10 of clubs,
Yeah.
a lot of the people that gets the 10 of clubs first time guess again, even though they're disqualified. You can't win. You're out. There's a few people that have put the 10 of spades in twice, both the times on the 10 of spades. I'm writing a name down. It's already down on my list.
Oh man. What have you started? So Wadey flopped top. It just got better and better for him.
Yeah, I don't think Gary's going to call here. Tower, Wadey's story checks out. And the thing is here, Wadey's probably less inclined to bluff this one because we can plausibly have some ace-x holdings as well. So obviously river in the straight here is Gary, but I think Gary Whitehead, the way he plays, not going to be calling this spot too often, Tower.
obviously Wadey more than capable. That's probably what's going to go through his head. He knows that Wadey is capable of running a bluff in certain situations, and this is a really good card to potentially bluff on.
He has chucked in the bluff, showing the ace of spades. And he shows him the 9, that he wasn't kidding, but Wadey picks up a 400k pot.
Yeah, Wadey now nearly a quarter of the chips in play.
Yes, playing well.
Going towards that 2 million.
Go Wadey. Unlucky for Gary, he got the bottom end of it. Wadey had the top end of it.
They've gone to a good end. You can get them back from this side.
It's a great little game though.
It is.
I know people sometimes have the stream on in the background and just listening to it. This you got to be alert. You got to be ready.
Yes.
Stephen with the ace jack of diamonds here on the button. Nice one to open once folded to us. And Rich here, 8-9 of clubs in the small blind versus button open. Don't think we're ever going to see Rich fold here, tower. Happy to call in the small blind. Now actually going to be on Mitch Hynam in the big, who happily defends. King 9-3 rainbow.
Like you were earlier, Mike. Yeah.
So Mitch flopping best here with the 9-3 of spades, and Stephen going to have plenty of continues on this board. King high rainbow. We've got some nice backdoor possibilities too. And Rich is going to call, and then Mitch will have decision here. Probably just going to start raising the 9-3. Can be fairly susceptible hand, bottom 2, and potentially can get called by a lot of King X that both players can have in this spot. So straight away in for the raise here, and we'll be going fold from Stephen, and an action going to be going back to Richard. Makes it 1-2-5. And if you have just tuned in, we are running a competition. Well, Stephen's actually floated here. I'll come back to that in a minute because I thought it was just going to go fold tower, but Stephen choosing to float here with the ace jack of diamonds.
Oh, boom!
Wow!
He has hit it. He has hit the ace. Mitch could seriously get paid here.
So floats with the ace jack of diamonds, and now turning top pair. Obviously Mitch's value range here, tower, will run through that. It's going to be the King 9. He's got 9 combos of King 9. He's going to have 2 combos of 9-3 suited, and then he's going to have 2 combos of King 3 suited. So Stephen here with the ace jack just lets it go, turns top pair and folds. So maybe floating to see if Mitch checked, and turn top pair and just let it go. And Mitch takes a nice one up to just sub 800k.
There's not many people folding there apart from the goodies.
So if you have just tuned in, you are looking for this lovely card.
10 of spades!
On the flop.
On the flop. Don't type in anything yet. 98 of you are barred already. Don't type in anything yet.
When it hits the flop, if you are the first one in the chat box, it's across 3 platforms, so you will do well to get in first. But if you are lucky enough to be the first one in, we're going to send your account £110 a closer ticket for tomorrow's 25k guarantee online. No late reg, says Kevin to the comp.
Connor, you're absolutely right. That was a spot on fault. Very impressive. Very impressive indeed.
Well, all knowing. Short amount of time.
No, it isn't on the turn on the river. It is definitely on the flop, and that is it.
Raise 55,000.
Gary Whitehead here with the King Queen. Happily opened this one in the hijack, raised to 55.
Pass. Pass.
Just 10 of spades, 10s, or if you want to type out 10 of spades, I guess you can, but if it's 10s is fine. I'm guessing most of you are sitting there with it already typed out.
You have 10s?
It's safe.
Are you?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tao, I can guarantee most of them are sat there now and they've already got it typed out and their fingers like this on the enter button. That's probably what's happened. That's why we ain't got any chat right now. Everyone's got that typed out with their finger on the enter button.
Chat away till we look like we're going to see a flop.
Yeah, I'm not sure Wages Day. Obviously floated the Ace Jack of Diamonds because we got some really nice turn cards for us, but then hit top pair and folded. Maybe he was just seeing if Mitch slowed down. Maybe thought Mitch was going to have too many bluffs in that spot and thought he might slow down and we can take it away from him. But then once Mitch does check raise and then just shove effectively on the turn, maybe thinks that he is then more weighted towards his value range as Spand here with the pocket 10s. Blinds have now gone up, so Spand working with 13 bigs.
And they're in.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Everyone can chat this hand. 10 of spades is out. It's in Spand's hand. It's not coming on this flop.
If it does, there'll be a Stuart's inquiry.
Wow, and Joe's got Ace Jack in the big blind here, Tower, and just lets it go. And Span gets that one through with the 10s. Table playing pretty tight, obviously. See the prizes here. Playing for a lot of money.
We are indeed.
I think once Joe goes into the Ace Queen remit there, he's not going to fold, but Ace Jack just lets it go. Well, if you're taking notice of the dead cards, it's not quite 17 to 1. If you take notice of the dead cards, it's closer to 11.5 to 1. Andy Garland, it's like 11.5 to 1 shot to come on the flop, assuming that you've taken account for all the dead cards. 18 minus 52, 34. Divide that by 3. So around 11.33 to 1, if you want to be precise, of it coming on the flop. Queen Jack Deuce, 2 clubs. So gut shot here, backdoor hearts for Joe. Check. Not much going on for Wadey.
Check.
Check, check. And Joe turning a pair to go with his gutter ball.
Check. That's 25,000.
So happy to check call.
Call.
Jack of spades on the river.
Check.
And Wadey not choosing to bluff, maybe aware that Joe's probably aware about the hand that happened earlier between the two, so maybe less inclined to bluff. He knows that Joe knows that he bluffed him earlier, so maybe thinks he's going to give him less credit. So just not choosing to fire there with a 7 height. Neff Dog had a little gamble. Gone. And if it hasn't come by the end of this session, we'll add another card. And then, if it hasn't come by the end of the next session, we'll add another card. And that's what we'll do. And then what that actually stops people from doing as well is having it typed out ready in the chat box on with their finger on the enter button. So,
like it.
Right, it's 55,000.
So ace 10 for Gary with the 10 of spades. Raises 255. Everyone can quickly pop to the loo or go put the kettle on this hand.
All in.
And Callegro's just all in here with ace king. And Gary's not going to be calling this one off the way this table's been playing. I think ace 10's just going to hit the mark. Callegro's never. Wow, Jake here with the ace queen and just lets it go. And Gary's asking for a count here, but he's never calling this one off tower. Glad you're enjoying the stream, Dino. This is the final table. These are the final 9 players. Yeah, Jake's impressed tower he has as well as myself over the last...
He has indeed. Gary's going to be folding the ace 10.
Yeah, spot on tower, no way. Gary's
shows his ace as well.
This one. So fairly slow start to the final.
It is, yeah.
First 50 minutes.
Playing for chunks.
Had a king in mind. No,
So deuces for Gary under the gun. Tom. Well, we have to make that assumption that no one's going to obviously cheat and message someone at the table and ask them. And I think all these faces at the table anyway probably wouldn't, when they're playing for that amount of money, they're not going to be looking out for a card on the flop. They're not really going to be fussed about a 110 token when they're playing for 93k. So I don't think it's something we have to worry about, Tom. Oliver says, big shout out to all the online Sunday grinders. Perfect Sunday afternoon, GUKPT final table live stream with a friend playing Man U versus Man City and Sunday million ain't life grand. Wadey choosing to pill the suited king here on the button, facing the under the gun open from Gary. Ace 4-6, 2 spades here. So board that Gary's going to want to be betting a lot here, tower. And he does, and just going to get Wadey off of this one with the king deuce. Can't see Wadey ever continuing, although it is Wadey. And he has got some moves in the lockup, and there's one of them.
Indeed.
Raises just sub 4x. Just a random raise here on an ace high board. Like Gary's going to have ace king, he's going to have ace queen, he'll probably open 6s and 4s if he's opening deuces. So this is a board where Gary can have some strong hands, so brave move from Wadey, but going to work to perfection because Gary's just got a hand that can never be continuing in this spot.
Big decision for Gary Whitehead. I think he'll make the right one.
Yeah, it's not really a decision, tower. I know we can see he's got the best hand, and Wadey's only drawing to 3 outs, but this is just
a fold here for Gary, especially once Wadey raises us on this board, which is supposed to be good for us. It's like, hold on a minute, this is our board and we're still getting raised. Maybe even signifies more strength.
Yeah. Kevin Brown's on YouTube says, how can you stop live information being communicated to online watchers?
We're on a delay.
We're on a 30-minute delay, Kevin. So we watch the live stream 30 minutes behind everybody, just the same as what you're watching, so we can interact with all the chat boxes. So we're on a 30-minute delay. But
yeah, if you're asking the question regarding the giveaway, I don't think any one of these 9 players is going to be messaging someone to try and win a £110 token.
No.
We've just got to make that assumption. We've got the giveaway on for you guys. It's the viewers.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's no way that we can check that.
yeah, if any of the 9 players want to relay the information to somebody because there's a tennis raids on the flop 30 minutes ago, then that's just something that will be very unfortunate. But you'd still have to type it in first when it lands on the flop.
Yeah.
And if you do it pre-flop, then you'll be disqualified. Dennis, that's exactly correct. Oliver Knight says, why is Tower called Tower? A long, long time ago when all the online forums came out, you needed a nickname to sign up to most of them. And I'd just moved to Blackpool, and I'm a bit tall, and that's where I live. So that was exactly what it is.
You're not tall next to our action tracker.
Nothing exciting. Yeah, Simon, our action tracker, 6'6". Mitch Heinemann, I'll be short.
Yeah.
Paul Marinols, I'll be short. You know, but so that's it really. You needed a nickname to go on all the forums, because obviously the poker forums, when we started doing the poker, was before all social media. There were no Facebook, no Twitter, no Twitch, no nothing like that.
Next break is going to be in around 45 minutes. And then what we'll do for the giveaway, as I said, we'll pick another card, and then there'll be 2, so it will be 1 today at some point.
Yeah.
Unless, very unfortunate, but Mitch here firing a second barrel, and Wayne never going anywhere here, Tower. With his top pair and flush draw, Wadey calls.
King of clubs on the river.
Yeah, only will worry for us here now as Mitch is King 10, so love this value bet from him. Obviously we're not going to check fold, so can happily value bet the jacks here. Just target some 10x that Wadey's going to have, like 10-9, 10-8 suited, Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace 10, all these hands that Wadey can have in this particular scenario. Start trying to get some value from these holdings. The times that he's got King 10, he's probably not going to raise anyway. And if he does, we could just bet fold, and really, really like this bet from Mitch on the end here, especially versus Wadey, who can get sticky in spots and be a non-believer.
Yeah, a lot of people back Jake, a lot of people are back Spand. Joe Hindley will have a few bets on as well.
Like from Wadey's perspective here, what bluffs can Mitch have in this scenario? Obviously the main one's going to be like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, that just applying pressure on this king, because it's going to be a lot better for us being the aggressor in the pot. And wait,
fold? Has he folded? I think he has folded.
No, he must have said call, right? If he turned his cards over and Mitch turned his over.
He said fold, will you show me? He said, yeah, I'll show you. And he said, I've got top pair on the flop, flush draw on the turn, and I think you've got queens.
Yeah, thanks Don Up, just letting BRM know about the giveaway we're doing. If the 10 of spades comes on the flop and you're the first in the chat to type out, you win a £110 ticket. It is across 3 chat boxes, so even if you are first on Twitch, someone might beat you by 100th of a second on YouTube or Facebook. So just to make you aware, it is across 3 chat boxes. And yeah, you do get disqualified, so we haven't got people spamming the 10 of spades as the dealer burns a card. If you put it in before it appears, then you will be disqualified. However, I'm going to need some more A4 paper soon, because the amount of people that are out already is a lot. Well, we've got 800 people watching, and we've got about 150 disqualified already, so 20% of the field is gone. And Span's all in here with his ace-9 suited. Gets it through. Howdy there, Mark. Mark French on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. This is the final table of our main event here in Coventry. This is what we are playing for. Prizes across the bottom of your screen.
The whole day, right? And then you moved over and said, "Where are you?" I said, "Oh, on your right." He said, "No, you're not." He said, "Yeah, the other side of the deep there." 25. Pass. 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 Pass.
So ace-10 for Span. Cut off here, working with 16 bigs, just sub. So happy to open here off of this stack size. And Gary here with the pocket jacks, just going to be happily free bet getting this in versus Span stack size. So probably make it around 150, with obviously the intention to call off if Span shoves.
All in.
Well, Gary just shoves himself, takes it away from anyone doing anything behind him. 33 bigs, just rips it in. Fine 2, and Span going to have to let the ace-10 go.
Pass. Jack short.
We're going to show 9-10 off or something there. I had an ace as well, so
Pass. 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 Pass.
Steeples needs to go out. Hopes it comes soon.
All in.
And King Queen for Span in the hijack, just happily ripping here for 15 bigs. A little bit more than 15 big blinds. In it goes.
Pass. Pass. He was all on the other table. Only because it was you. Yeah, you would have won. You would have a story you could tell next week. You have to jack down.
Come on, Mr. Dealer Man, put the card out. When does it go to 2 cards?
When we come back after the next session, and then if somehow we get through a 2-hour session and neither of the 2 cards come on the flop, then it'll be a 3rd card the next session, and so on, until we give away that £110 token.
Whoop, whoop.
Or until I run out of paper, whatever comes first.
Yes, you'll all be barred.
Just be only you that can win tower. Ace-8 of clubs for Jake. Not choosing to open, lets it go. And Stephen here with the jacks. There's been some hands out this FT so far. Stephen, the beneficiary this time in the cutoff.
30,000.
Raises to 50.
Pass. Pass.
No action with the jacks.
Made a big fold to me, made a big fold.
Pass.
You could expand it to turn and river and or a card that's dealt to the player and just keep it as one card.
Pass.
All kind of options. You with somebody else's money, giving it away. You love it.
Yeah. When it's not mine, Tara, it's nice, isn't it?
Pass. Raise. 50,000. Pass. Call.
A7, 5, 2 club board.
That's 35.
Mitch just continuing as he should on the ace high board and takes it down. Been a very good start to the FT for Mitch, the first hour and 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. We'll back them. These were the prices before start of the day. Stephen Keogh still in. In fact, everybody's still in order, all the way down, and then Cal's still in at 17s. So who's got the money on who?
Oh yeah, wow, they're literally all in up and Cal all the way down the list like that.
Yeah, just Simon and Mad Turk and GD with the eliminated, and then Cal's on 17s. Did you have a little punt if you did on Grosvenor Sport? Good luck. And the first two eliminated were James Parker and Tai Huang. Weird, wasn't it?
Someone's just got Donna in the chat. Goes, sir, what have you got to type to win? And she's obviously put the 10 of spades in and now told her she's been disqualified.
I love it.
You're all right, Donna. We can have a bypass for you. You're still in. You're helping us out, taking all the names down on Twitch, I hope. Not even seeing a flop. Richard raising in the hijack, raise and take for him. See what we're doing next year as well, Tara. It's been fairly quiet start to the FT.
Next year?
This year. I still feel like I'm at the grand final.
Never mind, next year.
This is what we got coming up this year, up until the Goliath. Plenty going on. Take your pick there. 25, 25s, deep stacks, G400s, GUKPT next stop, Bury New Road for us in Manchester. Next G400 is in Walsall in a few weeks' time in April.
The 4th of May weekend's busy. 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 Looking forward to Edinburgh.
Yeah, exactly.
4.
So pocket nines for Stephen. Let's come back to the table. Going to raise it up. Dave Doherty, how are we doing? Everyone he's back is still in.
All in. Pass. Pass.
And Callegro shoving here over the open for 15 bigs, and this is pretty close for Stephen with the nines here, Tower. This is really close. I could see him going either way here. I think 10s we're going to call, 8s we're going to fold. This is right on the line and it can be player dependent. Do we think Allegro is going to have some 7s and 8s in here, maybe some 6s? The problem is it's for half our stack. If we call here, we're then the short stack if we're incorrect, or if we get unlucky. And we've seen Stephen do a fair amount of folding in these spots, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we saw again. Would be a flip. Please call so we can see a flop.
I think I know we can see the cards, but I don't mind the call in this spot at all.
The problem is, Tower, we've got Span there, who's sitting there with a short stack. Allegro's the other short stack here.
Yeah.
If we call and we're wrong here, or we call and we lose, we're then the short stack at the table. It's a lot closer than it looks.
But he's got his lucky trousers on.
Yeah, he's got his lucky trousers on, but eventually Stephen lets it go.
Come like round 2, I thought I was getting called that time.
We might have to start doing these comps. I'll have a chat with Tom, maybe in Manchester on day 1As, because you're going to see loads of flops, like the early stages of like a day 1A. Every hand's going to the flop, every hand when you're on NFT.
To be fair, they give you an £110 token. You chose the comp, not Tom.
I'm regretting it, Tower, because I'm really regretting it now.
Well, we'll widen it up the later it gets. We know that. Any chance of a comp to win a live ticket? Not today. There may be in Manchester. I'm sure Jay will be texting Tom and saying, what you got for me to give away in Manchester?
The hands are out. Curry with jacks now raises to 55.
Round to Spand. Oh, sevens for Spand. Oh, don't pull the trigger now.
Just happy to call versus under the gun here. Tower, it's not going to be anything else here for Spand other than a call, I think.
He's only got 12 bigs.
Yeah, but Gary's under the gun opening. Oh, he is going to shove it. I've got it spot on Tower, and Gary's got a call with the jacks, and this is going to be our first all-in and a call of the final table. And Gary's asking for a count, but
are you ever folding, Gary?
No, he's never folding.
Wow, this is a 100% insta call.
15 big blind shove. Pocket jacks.
This is 100% insta call, and they should all be all in now.
Oh, well, he's still not called. Can he fold here ever, Tower?
Never.
Not you know ever. Gary better than me. Obviously, in theory, we're not.
Spand might think he's in front. You never, ever fold in jacks.
Yeah, Span's praying for a fold here, Tower, because Span knows if he gets called, he's flipping at the very best in this situation. How's Gary still tanking though?
I don't know.
15 big blind shove. We've got 2 in there already.
Is this what final tables do to you?
Oh,
he's made the call.
Eventually, and Span's going to hate what he sees after the tank. It's a bit.
Span never changes. He'll still be smiling if he does it. Unfortunately, get eliminated. Any 10 of spades on the flop? Don't type it in yet, or you'll get eliminated. Here we go, flop time. No.
Well, Span's needing a 7.
Yeah, a 6 for a bit of a sweat. Well, 5.
6.
Yeah, we're now near a 6 or a 7.
6 or 7 to survive for Span. And it's the 5 of diamonds. Great run from Span. Andy back. Final table for him. 9th place. Really good effort. £6,450 for Span, and that's going to leave us with 8 players.
First elimination on the final table. Span gets to it, but he's the first player out. Well done, Span.
8 remain. 8 remain. And still plenty of chips in play. Such a good structure. I say it every single time we're at an FT on the live stream, how good this structure is, how deep we still are on the final table of a 3-day comp. It's just so good for the players. Doesn't turn it into a crapshoot when you're this deep, and there's still plenty of play left and room for manoeuvre. Span was one of the players I would have loved to see win this one, but he'll be back for more in Manchester, I'm sure.
100%. Well done, Span. Andy back. Won a package last year, didn't he? Won a 10Ks? Won a 10K package last year.
I don't think it was a slow roll. I don't think there was any malice involved in it, James. I think Gary's just wanted to take his time with every decision and make sure he's making the correct one. So hour and a half into the final table.
Yeah, half an hour to go until the first break, which is 15 minutes.
And more importantly, half hour to go until we add another card in the competition.
Yes.
And then it has to go, surely it has to go.
Yes.
Be good to see you, Donna. Come and say hello.
Come and say
Tower
hello.
needs a cuddle. Haven't seen you in a while.
Them two won't be as loud now, Wayne, in your ear. Them two won't be as loud in your ear now.
It wasn't a slow roll, it was a nip roll. Well, we're on a final. Still think about it. We can all see he's got jacks and we can all see Span's got sevens. When you sat there on a final table, your mind does all sorts to yourself.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a refresh. I'm feeling nice today. It's Sunday, it's our last day of work. I'm feeling generous. We'll do that. If we get to the break, all this writing has been pointless. But if we get to the break, when we add a new card, we'll let everyone come back in that's been disqualified.
Okay.
That's fair. We'll do that. If we get there.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds fair. Yeah, Span has been knocking on the door. They're going to break through eventually. Reminds me of a certain someone until Luton last year.
Absolutely.
And then since then you've been flying.
Had a great return. Have we got any updates on Jack Hardcastle, Dave? Is he playing today? Is it a day two today? I know he's made it through with chunks, but have we had any updates on Jack over in Vegas? And anybody else, you know?
Yeah, Jim Marlowe, anyone DQ should be permanently banned from all Grosvenor events.
Final table, we're down to 8. 8 players. We lost 1. We've just lost Andy back.
So Jake with the ace jack in the cut-off raises to 50k. And Stephen here, Tower working with 25 bigs here, just sub. Could potentially see this go in here versus a Jake cut-off open. I'd like to just see the triangle go in. Jake's literally can only call off in this spot with ace king and then like 10s plus, so yeah, this is the right move here from Stephen. Jake with the ace jack in this scenario, especially with Allegro sitting there fairly short, never calling this one off with ace jack, and Stephen gets that through with the ace queen. Prize pool across the bottom of your screen for you. There it is, JH.
5 players over $1 million. This is how tight it is. This is how tight it is.
Yeah, we can extend any break to be a 40, but it has to be one of the breaks that's upcoming. But the full menu isn't available for 6.
We've not seen one flop in 13 hands.
The one after that, the full menu will be available to you. I'll send the value over half an hour beforehand. If you don't want a break, none of you want.
I think it might be a majority
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Can't have one person decide.
Well, everyone who's disqualified is now praying that it doesn't come on the floor. Yeah, we saw Dave says 8 AM over there, not started day 2 yet, bagged the chunk in
Right. Yeah, I weren't too sure whether it were day 2 today or they have multiple day 2s, you know, like the World Series does.
So Gary here with the Queen 10 suited, raises to 50, and Stephen A7 of spades on the button. Interesting one for him versus cut off open. This stage of the tournament, working with just sub 30. And potentially could have a light free bet come in here. Tower, wouldn't mind it, even versus Gary. But what are you been doing? No, he's working this week, Mike. First time I've seen you.
You never see the good workers. They're always in the background doing the job.
Stephen, light free bet here versus Gary.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, Richard has woke up with it in the small blind, ace king.
Indeed it.
And looks like we're not going to see.
The triangle is in.
Yeah, we're not going to
Richard Ashby says 1.4 mil.
That's another flop we're not going to see.
Yes, GUKPT covers the password for the free roll that starts at 6.
It's in the commands as well on Twitch.
It's in the commands. Is it iPass? Is that what it, or is it iPassword?
Password. I usually do pass, but I think
nice
it's
one,
password.
Donna. I'm not words to try and get a couple of people as mods. So
yeah, we're thinking about it, Donna. I think we are thinking about getting a couple of mods for the channel. So potentially, obviously yourself would be a great pick, and Mick the mod, always watching the stream. We're going to, I think, after this event, go away because it's getting bigger. It seems every event with the people that are watching, and potentially get some moderators for the channel. And no, Brad, we will not be having you as a mod.
There'd be nobody in the chat. They'd all be banned. It'd just be me.
Raise to 55k.
So Richard raising to 55 on the button, and Callegro here with the pocket free short stack at the table, working with what we got here, 17 bigs. Could potentially see this go in here. Tower, love this from him, especially versus the man with the chips, who's going to be opening a whole host here on the button, and Richard never calling this off with the king 4. Rich is asking for a count, but I have no idea why. He's just always folding this spot. Maybe just couldn't see Callegro's chips, just in case he had like 7 or 8 bigs. But Callegro gets that through. Nice shove from him. Kev says, just like to say, another great deep run by Span. Guarantee he'll bink the main this year. Good game, mate. Yeah, Dave just come in the chat and said that he's been knocking on the door, old Span.
Indeed he has. 8 players left. We have lost Unu. Andy back. We're on 8. Full chip count at the break, which is in about 20 minutes time. No, I'm saying 20 minutes. I'm looking as if it's if it is that time. Me thinking it's bang on the off. Could be a little bit later. Oh yeah, 20 minutes time exactly.
Raise to 55k.
Gary raises up with the Cowboys. They get some hands, don't they, these players?
There has been some hands dealt out on this final table, first session, Tower. Gary, this time. Callegro here with the ace-jack in the small blind makes a very good fold. Yes, Prez, this is live. We are on a 30-minute delay, but we are live with you guys in the chat. Joe out of the way in the big blind. Free roll password is GUKPT, COV, all capital, sneaky winner. GUKPT, COV, all caps. Good luck if you're playing the free roll tonight. Closer ticket up for grabs in that one as well, or if you want to take the easy route to get a closer ticket, be the first in the chat box when that 10 of spades appears on the flop.
Based on yesterday, that's how you usually get called, man.
Oh yeah.
You would have loved it.
3 bet, 4 bet.
Yeah, there we go again, Tower. It's just madness. The amount of good hands we've seen so far on this final table. It's Dom's been distributing out some monsters to the players. Kings this time for Jake, under the gun. Raises 250. Gary out the way with a king queen. And like Stephen here, ace jack, we are full ring facing this under the gun open. And with our particular stack size, like this decision from him just to get out of the way. And action going to be on Joe Hindry in the small. And Wadey not defending his big blind, so no action for the Kings yet again. This is what everyone wants. No flops. Get back in after the break. Tower will pick another card. Ace 10 for Stephen. Happy to open here off of his 24 bigs.
50k.
Fold. 10 of spades is what you need to type, Boots. 10 of spades.
He's going to try and get somebody to type the answer in the chat so they get barred. These players, these, there you go. Donna can't get barred.
Yeah, Donna's got the immunity. King of 5, 4, 2 club flop. So the king, queen, spades of Jake flopping best. However, board that Stephen going to have plenty of continues on. King high here. Stephen has a Fabian Quast vibe. Yeah, I can see it actually. I can see it, like in his demeanour, and with a little beard there as well. I haven't seen old Fabian Quast in a few years. He played the grand final a few years ago.
He won it.
Did he?
Yeah. He did years ago. Interviewed old Fab. Was it just a leg? Was it? I thought it was a grand final. Yeah, you might have been right. It could be one of the early legs.
So Jake choosing to check raise the king queen of spades, and the ace 10 as Stephen just has to fold. At least we got a flop for you guys. At least we got a flop. I know it was a pointless flop because the 10 of spades was in Stephen's hand, but we're getting there. Out 8-7 of spades off of his stack, not choosing to open in the hijack, and that leaves room for Wadey to open the queen 6 suited. Him and Chuffy are fairly similar in chips. Rich Ashby in 9 and Wadey 2 chip leaders at this table. Gary sitting comfortably low here and should be defending the 7-4 of clubs, 4.5 to 1 and a call. Facing the min click. Should never be letting this one go versus button open from Wadey. Another flop for you guys. Queen 7 deuce, all diamond board. Both players catching a piece. Top pair for Wadey, middle pair for Gary. Wadey firing for 75k, and Gary happy to call once here with his middle pair. king of diamonds. Bringing in 4 to a flush. Probably just going to be checked all the way down to showdown now. I think when they both have a pair, a little smidge of showdown. I don't think either player's ever going to be bluffing this spot. It's just expected to go check, check almost always, and for Wadey to take this one with his queen. It was the grand final, cost 1. Busted Dave at GUKPT in 11th. You got about just over 15, just under 15 left on the clock. Then that's going to be the first break of the final table. It's been a fairly slow start.
It has. It has. Everybody just...
You lost Band, obviously. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet.
Yep.
There's Callegro here, happy to open Ace Jack off of just north of 20 bigs, raises to 50k. And Wadey, finally we see some aggression from the big stack, 3-betting to 175. And Callegro just going to have to fold the Ace Jack now once it's back round to him here, Tower. And surprised we haven't seen more of this from Wadey. He's got the moves, he's got the chip lead now.
Absolutely.
Can potentially start applying pressure to these middling stacks. Well,
yep.
Callegro one of the shortest at the table, but still in the 20 big blind remit, and well played Wadey there. Gets the hand that has us in a dominated spot to fold.
The password is GUKPT COV, all uppercase. Good luck if you're playing the free roll. We'll be concentrating on the final because it's an intense final. It's great to watch. Joe Indry just under a mil, 40 bigs. Been one of those steady days, hasn't it?
Yeah.
One of those steady days.
Playing for a lot of money though, Tom.
Absolutely.
So, like,
chunks and chunks and chunks.
Like at this stage as well, when there's like 8-9 players left, it's when you need to be tight as well. You've got heaps of equity within the prize pool. Just letting a few players bust is great for you, laddering up. And that's why you do see a lot tighter play at this stage. Wadey could potentially pounce on that with his chip lead. Just saw it then with the Jack 8. I'd like to see Wadey making a bit more, a few more lighter free bets, a few more lighter opens. This one is just a standard open. King Jack of Spades raises to 55. And Jack, the free rolls on the grosvenorpoker.com.
It is.
Download the client, it's free.
Grosvenor Poker. Get yourself in. Chance of winning a closer token. Whoa! Crossbar. 9 of spades. I got excited. Dark Eagle. The senior's got 112 runs.
How many left?
111. 63 left.
63. No, Richard actually taking that one with a pocket freeze. Wadey just deciding to check that the whole way. If he amped up the aggression there, we would have won that on either flop, turn or river. Either street, he could have won that one on. But didn't decide to. Rob's in Jamaica as well. He probably sat next to Mark on the both watching the live stream and don't even realise. And Lever says 1-1, Man United. Come on. Sorry, Brad, I must have missed your comment. But at least you didn't take it too badly. And Lewis is cooking my dinner and just dropped my spoon to get typing. And Steve says, remember when I said I had to leave? Still here.
Yep.
There's Joe with Ace King, 40 bigs. Raise it up under the gun +1. Cheers, then. Letting me know Wadey did bet the flop with the king jack of spades. Free still called. Surprised. I think the ace on the river was the chance we had to take it down. As Wadey, when that ace comes and we're the aggressor and it gets checked over to us, I think we can definitely bomb it, but obviously thought better of it. So 10 minutes, just under. 15-minute break, which means we are going to be back at 5:15. And we'll bring a deck with us because Tower's going to need to
we are.
Pick another card.
Heading towards the break.
Ace 10 of spades
Ace
for
10 of
Richard.
spades.
Raises 255. And raise and take.
This is the reason why I like my screen for it.
I don't like it because you feel like you've got to keep up with it all.
Yeah.
Because everyone is.
Yes.
It's too hard.
I don't mind them showing it when it's finished.
Yeah, why don't they do it?
Yes.
See that problem?
Otherwise, a lot of information goes around when you're not well rated.
Wadey with the ladies. We've seen some hands this first 2 hours. Honestly, we've seen aces a couple of times, kings 3 or 4 times, queens, jacks. They've all been out in force. And this time Wadey with the goods raises to 55 under the gun. And ace 8 off here for Joe in the big blind, happy to defend. Take this one heads up, out of position to Wadey.
Ends up to the flop, queens for Wadey. Ace, king, 3.
Not the flop you want to see when you've got the ladies. However, in terms of range, very good board for us. Jack of diamonds on the turn. The flop going. Check, check. Wadey's seen the check behind. So on pretty much any rivers, it's not a queen or a 10. Joe's going to lead now, and Wadey will pay it off. I think Wadey will call this one tight. So I'd personally fold, but the type of player Wadey is, he's going to call, and then he's going to show the table that he had queens and got unlucky. That is my prediction.
75k.
Unless Joe goes large, 75. He's talking to him. Maybe he is going to fold. I think when Wadey he finds the fold, fair play to him. Does find the fold, shows the queens. Still shows the queens.
Good play this Wadey. Chip lead at 1.7 mil.
Yeah. Run that huge bluff earlier just before the FT as well was monstrous Tower in the grand scheme of things of this tournament. That did find the fold. Fair play to him. I thought he was going to call it off. Got it wrong. There should be a couple more hands.
Yep.
And we're going to head out on a 15-minute break. But you will want to come back because you get an extra card, guys.
We are having another card. Oh ho ho!
Be here at midnight with half the deck in play. Blind on blind here. So it completes the 4-3, and Wadey queens again.
Wowzers!
back-to-back ladies for Wadey.
I'm pretty sure they were black ladies as well, weren't they? Spades and clubs. Pretty sure they were.
The same ones as well. Same ladies.
Raised it up.
Shows
the queens again. Easy game. Well done, Eddie. Evening, guys. Great week. Great that Coventry's back in the schedule. It's been great. 416 runners. Can't see why it won't be in the schedule again next year.
And it's been great for you as well, Eddie. Great week for you, mate. Second in the mini. Chopped the side yesterday. Been a very, very good week.
2 or 3 results. Well done, Eddie. Good effort. And we're heading towards the first break in play. 3 minutes to go, as you can see.
What is going on?
Which means we'll be back at 5:15.
Ace is out now. This time for Gary.
Wow.
Like, it's crazy. Like, you can literally, sometimes you play a 3-day tournament tower, you don't get dealt queens, kings or aces once in that whole 3 days. And then this final table is just like hands everywhere. Every other hand there's a hand. And Callegro with the king jack of clubs makes a good disciplined lay down there. Wadey out the way with the king 4 in the small. And it's going to be raise and take for Gary. No action for him with the aces.
Last hand of the session. And then a 15-minute break, which means we'll be back at 5:15. Will we doing that? Pick a card.
Well, we know what's coming here because it's the last hand of the session.
10 spades.
Well, no, we know what's happening in the chat box. Everyone's going to guess now that's not disqualified because they know they're back in after the break everywhere.
Lucky.
So one more hand, we believe. There's about a minute left on the clock. We might get 2 in.
Last hand of the sesh.
What's on the clock? Let's have a look quick. 1 minute 30.
Do you think it'll be last hand?
We'll see. If we go to a flop, it will. If we don't, it probably won't. There's Callegro here with his 17 big blinds and pocket sixes, thinking about potentially just open ripping this one tower.
What's he going to do? Raise it up?
I'm not sure. I'm not
No,
sure.
it's out of the way with the sixes.
I think all four options are open to us there. Raise it up, limp, fold, or rip. I think all 4 could potentially be open to us there as Callegro with the sixes. So this will be the last hand because
where he's limped. Well, he's raised to 60. Raised to 60? Is that 60? I thought he only threw 2 chips.
I thought it was a limp as well, tower.
Yeah, I thought he only threw 2 chips.
Gary with the ace-10.
Yeah, raised to 50 because I've blind to 10-25.
Gary's not folding. This is definitely the last hand, guys.
Yeah. Gary's in the hand. We might not get a break.
And the 10 of spades is in the muck. So we will be back with the giveaway. When we come back, we will be picking a new card. And Gary
raise it up.
Chooses to 3-bet the ace-10 to 150.
Like it.
That will be that.
Do you like it? You want to go on break, do you, he says? Yes, we do. I'm
Yes,
folding.
Well, that's it for the session, guys. We are back with the giveaway when we come back, and obviously for the coverage for the rest of the final table. 8 remain. We are back at 1:15. We will see you in 15 minutes.
When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, "Who shall we get?" And we were like, "Well, why not aim for the top?" And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It's certainly strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker Europe, and that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And, but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the Aria.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chen, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows, but I know this, I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you, and 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year, and Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year, and I won 3 bracelets that year. So, you know, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18, and we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon, and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to, you know, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, you know, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, you know, 10:30 at night, and it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And you know, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day, and then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart, and that's on me. I mean, I was running good, I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what are you doing? Mosey will come back to that list of scheduled tournaments straight after this draw.
Right, so
what's this for?
This is for the giveaway. A 10 of spades. This card here is already in the mix.
We're going to put it back in.
We're going to add another one to the deck. Go on, Tower. It's shuffled. Pick a card.
Done it.
Done it. What have we got?
I'm telling you. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
King of Clubs. So these are the cards. 10 of spades, King of Clubs.
Got to be some flops now with King of Clubs and 10 on it. There's got to be. It has to be. It's premium hand.
And if somehow,
raising with that.
If somehow it happens, I can't see how it can happen.
Yeah.
But if somehow we get through this 2 hours, we'll then add another card. But the King of Clubs has been added to the giveaway. So on the flop, King of Clubs, 10 of spades are the 2 cards you're looking out for.
Yeah.
Take it away, Tower, with the schedule coming up.
King of Clubs. I'll turn them upside down so I can remember. So I can never remember these things. There we go, Mosey. There's a list. There's a schedule. That's all the NPL games. Obviously, we've got local casinos running local games as well. But Luton Deep Stack is on next weekend. Enjoy that. We've got Berrynew Road in Manchester for the GUKPT, and then the weekend of the 14th and 17th of April, we've got Walsall's G400, Portsmouth, Newcastle, Coventry, Didsbury. There you go. If you want to just look at that, if you want to screenshot it yourself or take a picture of your phone or anything like that, do that, take that, save it. Do that, save it. Or if you want to screenshot your laptop where you're watching on, do that, save it, make sure you get there. But they're all the NPL games that are on there, so take a screenshot, save it, pause it, and do whatever you want with it. Chip counts as we head to the second session of the final. Chufty, chip leader. Wadey, second in chips. Gary Whitehead, round of that same as he started. Joe and Mitch, and then Jake Stone, Stephen Keogh, and Cal Morial need a little bit of help, but one double up and you're right up there. It's here we go.
And if you have just tuned in, I see viewers are getting a bit higher just as we come back after the break. It was 1:15. New card in play. These are the 2 you're looking for on the flop. If it comes and you're first in the chat box.
Imagine having 10 of spades ready and it comes King of Clubs.
Yeah,
and you have to delete.
What if both of them come on the flop?
No, Gary White is a Space Invader, is he? I did wonder who was typing that in. Mosey, well done. Screenshot it, save it, take a little picture of it all and get yourself on. That's what the information is there for. Yeah, I'd like to see Wadey push on, I must admit. I would like to see Wadey push on.
We haven't seen much from Rich Ashby either though, really, Tower, have we? He's also the other player here with plenty of chips.
Oh, I missed the final MPN in Madrid. Did a couple of them, but not Madrid.
So, small blind complete here from Gary with the Jack 7.
15-30 now.
And we're going to go to a flop, and I didn't see either card, so... oh, there we go.
Stephen's just holding the 10 of spades.
Okay. Still the king of clubs out there.
There is.
We're not going to go to a flop, perhaps, because Stephen's actually going to choose to raise this one up here. Makes it 75k after the complete from Gary, and it's just a quick fold. Nice little pick up there from Stephen. Yes, final table. We are down to the final 8 players. Everyone's back in. Don't need this anymore. That's gone.
Everybody's back in.
Everyone's back in. For now. I'm sure we'll have a few disqualifications coming up in a few flops time. But everyone is back in the giveaway. Good luck. And don't forget, you've still got the free roll later as well. Password for that, GUKPT Cov. So King Jack for Jake raising to 60 in the cut-off. Blinds are now 15-30. And raise and take. So no flop this hand. Second hand of the session goes the way of Jake. Just picking up blinds and ante now worth 75k. To the stack. There's the chip counts. Callegro is our shorty.
Eight players on the final. Left spanned. The first person eliminated. The only person eliminated on the final.
Jake out of the way, and the hijack looks like Gary with a decision in the cut-off. Pocket fives, happy to raise this one up.
Raise 60,000.
And Stephen with the ace king, just an easy shove here for him. Tower off of 16 big blinds, facing the cut-off open. Already knows what he's doing, but he's just acting like he's got a bit more decision than he does. There's the all-in from Stephen.
All in.
That's just going to get through.
Yep, it is. Gary ain't calling. Tough spot.
No, not even a tough spot, Tower. It's just a fold for Gary here. But we know Gary likes to take his time and think things over. But eventually this is what we're always going to see. Cards hit the muck, and a few of you tuning back in asking what the new card is. This one. This is what you're looking for.
It has to
and
be.
then that's the other one.
It has to be.
King of Clubs, 10 of Spades.
It has to be. Come on. Come on.
Tower picked out the King of Clubs just as we come back from break. Good luck to everyone involved.
Manchester on its way. There it is, starting the 17th of March with the G400. The minis on. We'll be there on the Wednesday doing a 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash stream. It's already half full.
Yeah.
And then obviously the main event on Thursday the 24th.
So what do you do? Loose open with the chip lead, raises to 65k with the Jack 9 off. And Stephen here, Ace Queen of Spades, 20 big blinds versus this +1 Wadey open. Could potentially just see a move in here versus Wadey with this particular holding tower. Could be another all in coming.
All in. Pass.
And there's the all in.
Pass.
And that's just going to get through. As Wadey, as we can see, is never calling with this holding.
No. Cal's all in to call with sixes if he doesn't make the call.
Pass.
Commentators are going to be happy, like.
1.6 up top, 50 bigs plus.
Nev Dog rooting for Mitch. Let's go on Mitch.
Pass. Pass.
Yes, this is the final table.
Indeed it is.
8 remain. We'll put the prizes across the bottom of your screen for you there, Boswell. There we are, coming across the bottom as Stephen opening the Jack 10 of hearts in the hijack raises to 60. And Mitch with pocket jacks here and 31 big blinds. Free betting to 180. And Callegro probably would have shoved the ace-9 potentially over the open from Stephen if Mitch didn't. Free bet, but has to get out of the way now, and it's just going to be another one taken down, uncontested pre-flop. That one going the way of Mitch Hynam, up to 1.1 million now. Everyone was £7,500 locked.
Pass. Raise 60,000.
Queen Jack of Spades.
Pass.
Gary can happily open this one, raises to 60.
Pass. Pass.
10 minutes into the second session of the final.
Pass.
Back round to Wadey.
And a call.
He has a marginal because he's limped his cold. The 8-7. Flopping none of it.
Okay.
King of
Yeah, it's
King
out.
of Club with me, Smuffin!
Smuffin 589 was the first person in.
Smuffin 589.
Smuffin 589. That was quick.
Yes, we were going to. I just left it there. The king. I didn't shout, scream, anything like that. Tried not to get away, but tried to I saw the king. It was there. It is. Smuffin 589. Oh, diamond. Wait, what? With the king of clubs. Wowzers.
DCM, Dun Calmob. God, that's a throwback. Good 10 years, 9 years ago. Smuffin.
Neil Saw's got them both typed in. Ten of spades, king of clubs. I love it. I love it. Oh, Dark Angel has confirmed the winner is Smuffin 589. Oh, well done, Smuffin. Brilliant.
Well, the big hands are back.
Thanks to Jay and thanks to Tom for giving out the £110 token. Do we know Smuffin's name?
I don't know. It's part of the Dun Calmob. I reckon it could be Slim. I haven't seen him in a long time actually, but played with him probably like 8-9 years ago. If you drop me a message, if you got my number, you probably do if you're part of the old DCM. Just text me your alias for the Grosvenor client and I'll get that ticket sent across. Or if you haven't got my number, just post it in the chat box and I'll let the head of online know and we'll get that ticket shipped over to you. But that's it for the giveaway.
If the 10 of spades comes on the very next flop, the first and one and only chance, we'll add a £30 token as well.
Okay.
One flop only.
Well, why did you say that?
Why not?
Because now the whole chat box says nothing to lose with guessing on this one flop and putting it in before.
Absolutely. Here we go. This very next flop. Oh,
there we go. That's it. Done.
So if we get a flop this hand, then it's not going to be one. We've got one chance only for that. Here we go. 10 of spades, one chance. The next flop. The very next flop. Just seems as though we added an extra card.
Yeah, DM me on Twitter. That's perfectly fine. And we'll
nice
get it sent. 110. It's for the closer tomorrow. £110 starts at 7 p.m. 25 guaranteed. The ticket will be in your account before that starts.
Yeah.
Wadey raises to 65. Well, that was fun.
Brilliant. Well done.
I think we might have to start doing that day 1As when there's lots of flops.
It was me picking the king clubs that did it.
Yeah, it was.
That's right. Well done, everybody. We have all chat boxes all correlated in one piece of amazing equipment that we can see on all at the same time, Ben.
We have them all collated into one.
They're all collated into one program that we use so we can chat to everybody.
So Gary taking that one down. Wadey obviously not peeling the A7 off to the 3-bet.
Max Sally, king of clubs, I'm watching on the delay.
But thanks for participating, everyone. It's nice to get you all involved and be able to give away some free tickets and tokens. Obviously, wouldn't be able to do this without all the viewers that watch and keep us company over the weekend. Makes our job so much easier, interacting with all you guys in the chat box.
Who's going to watch it back for the first time tomorrow and shout King of Clubs in the chat box? Brilliant. Clop on top. Wow, what a 6-bet from Ian. I'm watching on super delay. There will be plenty of chances to get Goliath tokens, I'm sure, in the coming GUKPT live streams. That is for sure. There'll be plenty up for grabs. Tom gave Jay license to give away a £110 token and did it twice. Because we not only did we do that, we got the guess right for the password that we've got, which is GUKPT Cov.
Thanks Donna as well for helping us out in the chat there. Big thank you to Donna.
Yeah,
not moderating on the channel yet.
We're going to
try.
We are. We're going to try and get Donna and Mickey involved.
Free roll password GUKPT Cov.
If we see a flop this time, 10 of spades is already in Steve's hand. Looks like we're going to see a flop, so we don't get to give away a £30 token. Seven, 5, 2.
Yeah, what flop here for Joe Hindry? 2 overcards, nut flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. Got the works going on here on this board. So, I think happily going to be continuing this one, but choosing to check this one behind. Yes, we are going to mix in a check some of the time. 7 of spades on the turn. Yeah, Stephen could potentially start leading here, but thinks better of it. The problem is it's one of them spots where we're not going to fold out ace high as the 1 barrel. It's going to take 2 barrels, so just going to be done with a hand here with the 10-9. And Joe, after being checked to, now going to delay, continue here with his nut flush draw, 2 overcards. Quick fold from Stephen. Cheers, Dale. Chilling watching the Manchester derby with Twitch on in the background. Top crack and commentary, lads. Cheers as always. Thanks, Dale.
Nice one, Dale.
We are here till we finish today.
How's the Manchester derby going? Didn't hear many cheers and shouts, so there can't be many watching it here in the club. Two, 1, Man City. 2-1 City.
Steetles was waiting close. I'm just looking back in the chat boxes. Yeah. Close second. Literally was in probably like a millisecond after snuffing. Yeah. But thanks for participating. Nice to give something back to our viewers as Mitch opens under the gun here with the King 10 of clubs and Callegro with his 11 big blinds. Because it's an under the gun open, not going to take this spot here with his ace jack. If it was LP, probably going to see the money move in. Wadey folding.
Counting down the days until Joker's Wild with the tower. Well, here it is. It's there. Right there.
Wednesday.
The
31st of August.
You're going to need help, son. There it is. Joker's Wild, 6:30. Cracking. Cannot wait. But we're going to be streaming from Friday the 26th, which is right up that side. Friday the 26th with day 1B of the GUKPT. We've got the ladies event on the Sunday with Katie Swift. We've got GUKPT main day 3 on the Sunday. High roller on the Monday. Plenty of Goliath, Joker's Wild, and the main event obviously taking centre stage towards the end of the week. We have Joker's Wild. Basically, there is a Joker in every deck, so the hand's completely changed, because if you get dealt a Joker, it can be used as any card whatsoever. It's a bit of a fun game because we also have live music, blurting out, singing at the tables, dancing at the tables, and a lot of beer flowing. It's basically a party, and everybody said the first time we did it at Goliath, it was the most fun that I'd at a poker table. So we're on the decks playing the music. If you're there for the poker and taking it seriously, it's not the game for you. But if you want to laugh, have a sing and a dance, play some poker with everybody dancing around the tables, Get yourself booked in. Yeah, five of a kind is the nuts. Are we streaming the ladies event on the Friday? No, we're streaming the ladies event on day 2, the final. What they'll do is on the Friday we'll concentrate on his GUKPT, and on Saturday it'll just be the final of the ladies event with Katie Swift in the comms.
Stephen raising 260 with the ace-9 of diamonds in the cut-off, and Richard here peeling ace-7 off on the button. Really surprised to see this tower. The way this table's been playing, I think if Rich wants to continue here, it's going to perform much better in the form of a free bet. But I'm choosing to just flat here, and probably a board that Stephen's less inclined to continue on. We'll have plenty of king, queen, king, jack, king 10, maybe even king 9 suited in here on the button, but it's going to find the C bet and it's going to work versus this particular holding.
Yeah, Katie will be playing the ladies, so obviously if she's not on the final table, she will be doing the comms. If she's on the final table, we'll be doing the comms on watching Katie Swift. But Katie has said that if she's not on the final table, she'll be doing the comms for the ladies event. So walk for Joe Hendry. 1.1 mil. Our last live stream in London, Joe Hendry won it. Any celebrities in this year Goliath? Whoever turns up, really. Whoever turns up. David Hay will be out of the country apparently, so there's no David and Goliath promotion, but there will be plenty. Well, James Madison played the last one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. James Madison was there, Audley Harrison, obviously David Hay. We had some superstar celebs in the field.
Jake with the Cowboys. Gary folds, Stephen gets out of the way. Round to seat 1, Mitch Hynham.
Yeah, ace 10 versus under the gun tower. Just going to let this one go. I can't. Oh wow, this is in for Cal.
Yeah, it has to be.
Pocket 10
Triangles
has
in.
to be.
He's
all
happy
in.
to see this. He's got the 10s.
Yeah, sub 10 big blinds. Your fist pump getting it in here with the pocket 10s, and Jake obviously going to be calling it off. Just checking he's got the kings. There's the call.
Yeah.
And Callegro going to need to find a 10.
We need a 10 or we lose Cal Morial.
Once again though, Tower, massive hands just coming out. It's very rare you see this many premiums to the flop. Callegro needing to find a black 10. Well now running hearts are covered. That's it, we're dead to running 10s.
Running 10s or we're dead.
That is literally it, Tower.
And that is it. Cal, great run. Cal Morial, what a great run, finishing 8th. Well done, sir. What a good effort.
I'm seeing things, bro.
Cal, £7,500 for 8th. Well done. We're down to 7.
Right, all done for your smuffing.
Smuffing, nice one.
All done. I've sent it to Tom.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. The football season will have started because obviously we're a little bit later. We are later this year because of the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Commonwealth Games going on for over a month. And they're using the CBS Arena for some of the action. So the arena was unavailable until the times we've got it, which is why it's a little bit later.
Yeah, Patrick Antonius was at the last Goliath.
He was.
Didn't play it, but he was.
He just all of a sudden just turned up with Jonathan Rabb. It was like, what? He was indeed. Patrick Antonius indeed was. Got him in the comms, which was brilliant. Ah, look what's there.
There it is.
There it is eventually.
Wait for it, someone.
Yeah, the 10 of spades. Somebody's going to type it in. The 10 of spades on the flop. 10 Jack 5. Top pair for Jake. Bottom pair for Wadey.
If I had one guess who it would be, he probably would have been my guess. Queen of spades on the turn. So Wadey now turning the best hand after deciding to check call with his bottom pair. Now turning 2 pair. Jake getting there on the river in the Queen High straight, and can comfortably value bet this one. Not too worried about backdoor spades, and King X, we can make the assumption that Wadey's just going to be leading that fairly high frequency, so we can start targeting some 2 pair hold-ins. Maybe Wadey might get sticky with some Jack X. So we'd like to see Jake value bet this spot tower. Yes, we are losing to a king and backdoor spades, but I think we're going to hear about that with Wadey out of position to us, so we can comfortably value bet our straight here. And it does, and Wadey makes the call, sees the bad news, and that pot going the way of Jacob Stone.
Nice one, Jake.
No, 5 of a kind is not possible in Joker's Wild.
Isn't it?
No.
I thought it was.
Still play your Hold'em hand, right?
No, there's a joker in every pack.
Right, that's a nuts.
Yeah, 5 of kinds of nuts, isn't it? You got quads.
No,
and you got quads.
I'm not having that.
You got quads on the joker.
Yeah, and then it's quads with a kicker. You can't have 5. You're still technically playing Hold'em. You can't have 5 of a kind in Hold'em. I'm not having that. I'm having the stewards about that.
Well, you're not playing it.
I'm not. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're right. What? 5 of a kind?
Is the nuts. 5 of a kind beats a royal flush in Joker's Wild. You don't need a kicker.
When I play DC, sometimes someone plays 5-card draw, deuces a wild, and literally no 5 of a kind. It stops at quads royal like the usual. It's really because it's not a poker hand 5 of a kind. You do very well to get it. Put it that way. I'm very unlikely. More likely to get a royal than quads with a joker.
Absolutely.
Queen 10 of clubs for Stephen, raises to 60k, and Joe Hendry just mucking the pocket 7s.
We'll confirm before the start of Joker's Wild, but we think it's 5 of kinds of nuts. You won't see it today.
Yeah, I'm guessing I wouldn't.
So the payout's running across the bottom. 8th has just been eliminated on Cal. And 9th was Andy back.
So you're telling me if I've got a pure royal, let's say I've got King Jack of Hearts on Ace Queen 10, Ace Ace, and someone spins over Ace Joker, my King Jack of Hearts don't win. My pure royal.
No.
That's outrageous. I'm not having that.
If we get that board in the Joker's Wild, I'll buy somebody into next Goliath.
Pocket freeze for Wadey raises to 65 in the cutoff.
I'm not sure. I know Jay was working with Tom for an hour. We didn't mention that one. Can £225 tickets be put towards mini main buy-ins, for example, ticket plus £25? Yes, is the answer.
No. All tickets can now be used for all events.
Excellent. All tickets are now just a little bit like tournament tokens, I suppose, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't agree either, Jason. I think it's outrageous that if you make a pure roll, you can still lose.
I'm sure we'll sort it out before Joker's Wild turns up. So yeah, a £225 ticket can be used for any event now. Just add the money towards it.
So Stephen choosing to 3-bet the Ace 3 here versus the cut-off open from Wadey. We do have removal in there with our ace in our hand. 6 deuce deuce 2 heart board. And it can go really small here, Tower. Could see like a 70k size in around that sort of remit. Really small c-bet size. Expect to see here from Stephen.
Time you up. So we get a 6-2-2-2 board.
Yeah, so Wadey calling with the freeze. Good turn for him. Gives him a boat. We are still losing to, obviously, the bigger overpair. Shouldn't really be any 6x that Stephen's going to have here.
I don't think we're any faults. Stephen Keogh, deep stack winner in Dublin the week before the world shut down. Last live event I was at.
95k.
So Stephen fires again. Wadey just moves all in. It's a snap fold from Stephen, and now he is fairly short. Sub 15 bigs.
Yeah, Andrew, Tom has been on this week and said that you can now add any ticket to any price you want to make it into any game you want, and it makes complete sense because if you've got a token, or it'll just like tournament dollars, isn't it? That's what it like. Yeah. That's what it like becomes. You've got a holding, you've got tournament dollars in there. If you want to play a bigger one and put the money towards it, then so be it. That's what PK has just said.
There's no way I'll be dressing up for any event, Jason. I'll be wearing my usual work attire. There will be no dressing up of any sort, unfortunately. Tower, maybe in the Joker's Wild. No, it's still you can still get in the free roll, Wayneo. It's passwords GUKPT Cov, all capitals. Wadey raising here with the Jack 9. Going to get that through. Richard's been fairly quiet, Tower, this final table. Coming as one of the chip leaders, he's been pretty snug. Obviously, he can just sit there and ladder a few spots with the money. Jumps what they're going to be when we get down to 5 players. He's just sitting comfortably.
shouldn't ask me. I'll tell you what I have. You shouldn't ask me.
Nines, yeah?
No. You might have been winning. Did you have a pair? I had a pair.
I had a pair.
I had a pair, mate. So it was a ballsy move there with that pair. What do you mean I'm a nutcase? I'm winning, I know I'm winning. You know? Honestly, it was a fucking freeze. I know I was winning, bro. You know? Honestly, fucking freeze. I know it's a ballsy move. You know, I don't want to do it on the flop because I want to see the turn. Yeah? I want to see the turn. I'm thinking to myself, he might have had 2 overs on the flush draw on the flop, and now he's dead. So
Stephen, ace-8 here on the bottom, 13 big blinds tower. Can only see this going one way.
Yeah.
But he's not dead.
Be surprised if we saw anything else.
But in they go. Lines are 15-30. We've got 33, just short of 34 bigs. Sorry, 13 bigs.
Fold from Rich.
Yeah, just under 14 big blinds for Stephen. In they go.
I was trying to message you and then you messaged me back. Right? I was trying to get you and then you got me back. Or you got me.
So I've actually got a question in tower. As you're the Joker's wild expert.
I'm not. I just play music and dance around because I wear a costume.
Okay.
I can't play cards.
But let's say the board is ace 10.
Yeah.
Brick. And someone's got
Jack Queen.
Joker 10, which would be ace 10, and someone's got ace 10, which would also be ace 10, the nut boat.
Yeah.
Would that be a split, or would the pure hand end up winning? Because obviously it's pure. You got the ace 10 pure without the Joker. You don't know. Whaley raising to 65.
I think the pure hand wins. I think the pure hand wins.
Well, speaking of a pure hand, this is a nice one for Stephen.
Ace King.
And it's going to get called as well off of his stack size. I don't think Whaley's folding for 15 bigs, especially because Stephen's shoved already a couple of times. Whaley's going to ask for a count.
Yes.
I think we'd see some players fold the...
Well, this is marginal as chip leader. We've got the chips. 16 bigs it is at 30,000. Get an exact chip count from Dom.
Might fold. It is Whaley though, and Whaley's not afraid to put his chips in. But the thing is, as I say, Stephen versus our under the gun open, he's never going to shove ace 10 here tower. There's no way. Well, Whaley has called.
Oh, he's made the call straight away.
This could be the first double up of the final table. Everyone in an all-in situation at risk has busted so far.
This will get Stephen back up to $1 million if he survives.
Yeah, level things out.
Yeah, 77% favourite to win the hand. Ace King against Wade's Ace Jack.
To the flop. Clean as you like.
As clean as you like.
Backdoor wheel, chop outs.
Oh, yep.
So a 4 to chop.
Oh, we get a double up and Stephen.
Oh, Jack!
Oh, Jack!
Oh no!
Jack.
Stephen is out the door. Jack on the river. That's gross. It's just clean as can be, that board, and then it's just the 3 outer pinging off on the river. And Wadey's runaway chip leader now up to 2.4 million. Where's that Jack come from, tower? Oh, Stephen, great effort. He's impressed us over the last couple of days. 7th place for £8,800. And Wadey just finds the 3 outer to bust Stephen on the river.
It's normally the ace from space. This time it was the Jack from the pack.
I've never heard that.
In it came. Well played, Stephen. What a good effort.
Oh, no one likes to bust like that.
No. 8,800. Well done, Stephen. Good effort.
So down to 6 players. This is what everyone's locked.
Money on Ashby at 14-1. He's the man. Playing well. A lot of people, I think, he was one of the best backs. We did get the
second best. Span was the most backed. Richard Ashby was the second most backed.
Well, we did get the breakdown of things. But in seat order, Mitch, Joe, and Wadey. Jacob got chunks.
Yeah, so it's all like evened out now at the bottom of the pack tower. It's very similar there, and then Wadey with the runaway chip lead at the moment.
Going up towards 6 PM GMT. Mark yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because this is great. This is great.
Well, if there's ever time to have a good way around.
So 10-7 of spades here for Richard, raises to 65. And Jake in the big blind never going anywhere with the king queen, happy to just call. But these 5 stacks now, Tower, other than Wadey, are so similar. And I'm interested to see how it's going to play out, because it's quite a unique scenario. You've got 5 stacks basically all the same or around the same remit, and then you've got 1 stack that it's got the lot. But there's still like 35 plus bigs deep, so plenty of play. As Richard happy to continue here after flopping top pair on the 10-8-4 board. Buys for 85 into 175. So half pot gets the job done. Not action with his top pair.
What I'm saying to you, why I said I got lucky there. How many of you lot on here are going to move it all in on that deuce, six ball with pocket threes?
I don't think anyone.
Right?
I don't think anyone. Just the champ. Just the winner of the GUKPT Coventry 2022.
Would you have made that spot too?
You either got a jam or fold, right?
One thing I worked out.
30,030 probably with a river.
There's one thing I worked out with him when I worked out the bet sizing.
The better they are, the more you've got to gamble.
Eh?
The better they are, the more you've got to gamble.
No, I worked his bet sizing out. I've been playing with him for about 2 hours.
So far today, every time there's been an all-in and a call, the short stack has busted. We've not had a single double up yet from the shorty, the player at risk. And now these players, like Mitch is the short stack here, and Mitch is still working with 35 big blinds. It's that's how deep this is. Plenty of play left. Like Wadey here, love to see a free bet from him with a king 8 of spades, but he's just flattered here. Like Wadey can just start going to town a bit now with the ladders. You can see next ladder's now 4.5k, and then it becomes 9k. It starts to get really interesting. Wadey just happy to flat the suited king, and that's going to bring Gary along with his queen 4 in the big blind, defending 30k more. Was getting over 6.5 to 1 on the call. So ace jack 3 is the flop. Nice one to check here for Mitch multi-way. In terms of range, going to be a very nice board for us. So chooses to bet, just come out firing for south of quarter. And Wadey here with a king 8 of spades. Can't see him doing much. Well, he actually is starting to apply some pressure. Raises to 150 here. And Mitch with the king jack, not going anywhere. Happy to call and see a turn card. Like Wadey here, not really representing too much, especially on this board, which is meant to be very good here for us as Mitch. And is Wadey going to continue firing? It's not going to. It's going to slow down. And a jack on the river. So Mitch with the check mark here. Checks it over to Wadey once more, and it goes check, check. Wadey, the last aggressor, should be first to show, but Mitch is going to let him show first.
That's why I'm raised. I know you're going to go next, bro. Fishman, give me a second beer, yeah? I knew you didn't have an ace. I knew.
He's going well, your man Sylvia. He's going very well indeed. There is plenty of play left in this. 35 big blinds, the short stack. How often do you see that on an FT? There's just so much play involved here. These are the final 6 players of the main event here in Coventry. Over 400 runners for this one. Come back today with 15. We're now down to the final 6. If you have just tuned in, I'll run you through the bust outs. Previous to today, James Parker was first out in 15th, then we lost Hai Huang in 14th, GDPR in 13th, Jay Yerby in 12th, the Mad Turk in 11th, Simon Taberham was our final table bubble boy, and then we've lost Span in 9th, first bust out of the FT. Callegro Morial was 8th, and Stephen Cahoe we just saw bust with the Ace King in unfortunate fashion versus Wadey. He was 7th for £8,800. Everyone now locked 5 figures as we see a 10-9-7 rainbow board. So a bit of action here because got Richard up and down with his 8s and Wadey up and down himself with the Queen Jack. 5 spades on the turn. And just going to start leading here now as Rich like it. We've got a nice hand, pair, up and down straight draw. After Wadey checking back, can deny equity to some overcards. 4 of clubs on the river, probably where going to start checking now as Rich, and Wadey checks behind, and the pocket 8s of Rich are going to be good. Free roll password Declan is GUKPT Cov, all capitals. And Sylvia said Wadey was a sick bet. What price was Wadey? Let's have a little look. Wadey. 9 to 1. Yeah, 9 to 1 with that stack. Not bad price at all. Our favourite, Stephen Cahoe, he's gone.
He's the master of the study.
The favourite is out.
Been watching you all night. And you got caught on his bloody right, so why did you go?
Busy, are they? Right.
It is 60,000.
You see how lucky I got with that jack in it?
And Lewis making a prediction that Joe will win. It will be some double if Joe wins this after winning 8.
2 streams on the trot.
Yeah, 2 streams. Never happened before. We've had the same winner. I think Yanis Liparis was very close once. He won Blackpool a couple of years ago, and then I think he final tabled the grand final the following month, but never had back-to-back winners for back-to-back streams. So he's in amongst it now, raising to 60. And Gary calling with the Queen Jack of clubs. When we do lose one more player though, the clock does get shortened to 45 minutes, so we'll mention that as well when we go 5-handed.
Yeah.
Mitch not getting involved with the Queen 4 off. So 3-way action. I think this is one of the first times on the FT we've gone 3-way to the flop.
Yep. Queen 8-7 2 spades.
Check.
So Gary flopping best here, top pair. And once checked to him, I'll be happy to just start firing here with his Queen Jack. I think Queen, like if it was like Queen 8-7, Rainbow 1 club might start incorporating in some checks with this top pair. But I think 3-way here, plenty we can get called by, can happily start firing. Should just see 2 quick folds tower. I think Rich or Joe want to tank unnecessarily.
No. So 112 in the seniors, 95 in the bounty, 5 cash tables.
Wow, busy for a Sunday. Very busy.
This is busy for a Sunday, and we are on 6 players. And they're the 6. Wadey chip leader. Yanni on 43 bigs.
Pass.
King 10 of spades for Jake. Wants to open this one in the hijack.
I think the free roll's 6 o'clock, isn't it?
Some people have said 6, some have said 8 tower, but it's usually at 6. It's usually always at 6 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm not on the client myself.
I can tell you. I've got the email here from Tom. Let's have a look.
The minute's right.
Tom says 6 p.m. Sunday.
Well, there you go. 6 o'clock. It always is. The email always says 6 o'clock and it's always right, so 6 o'clock it should be. And then Graham says 8. Well, when my client logs in, we'll check it.
Nice flop here for Jake with the King 10 of spades. Might start incorporating in some checks with this hand versus big blind calling range. Obviously betting fine too, but all about having a mixture, making it difficult for opponents to play against you. I'm just happy to start firing. Bet 30k, one big blind continue size, and Joe could potentially peel once here with the ace of diamonds in his hand. I think ace 4 with no ace of diamonds probably going to hit the mark, but this may be one of the few combos of it that we are going to start continuing with. Is happy to make the call getting that price. To the turn.
Jack of diamonds.
Joe does pick up the nut flush draw here, which is an interesting card, but if we're Jake, this is just a clear check for us here now as tower. It is just pretty clear that we have to check this spot. Got to think about Joe's calling range on the flop. Hands that he's going to call with mainly going to be King X, 5X and diamond draws. Like, we'll have some ace highs in there, but need to start checking our King 10 now as Jake. And now, can Joe find a bluff on this river? That is the question. We can plausibly rep a 5, we can plausibly rep flushes, and we've got a great little ace of diamonds blocker in there, but Joe thinks better of it and checks it over to Jake, who probably is going to check behind. Only real value we may sometimes get is from worst King X. 10's going to play, so King 9, King 8, King 7 perhaps with a diamond might be the hands that we target if we do bet for value, but may think that it might be a little bit too thin, pretty close this tower, whether to go for value or not. Well, looks like is deciding that we can get value from worse. And fires for 80. 80 into 220. So just a little bit more than third pot value bet here. Like, and this is just basically targeting some worse King X that Joe can have, defending out the big blind. But not getting paid from that particular holding that Joe has in that scenario.
And confirmation the free roll's 8, not 6.
Yeah.
So the email, unfortunately, we'll tell Tom about that. So I think 8's a little bit too late. If we have a final table that rapidly comes across, then we'll be done. It used to be 6 o'clock all the time. We'll try and get that changed for the next leg, but 8 o'clock it is on the live stream free roll. 69 of us already in. Good luck if you are playing. But it is 8 PM and not 6. Sorry about that.
Yeah, in 5 minutes time as well, guys. Blinds are going to go up, take us into the 20k, 40k level.
If I got the power, I'd pull it forward to 6:15, but I haven't, unfortunately, because you're all watching the live stream. Nobody else is playing it. If it was up to me, I'd pull it up.
$10 free.
Oh, 10 of spades. Two of spades on the turn after it's checked.
Bet 75,000.
The late C bet here from Richard after flop goes check check. And Wadey going to have a hard time continuing here with the ace-6 off, and folds the same hand.
I've got ace-high as well. Yours is probably better.
£12,100 next out.
6. Same man.
Dave Hutchinson just shouts 10 of spades.
So Gary not choosing to open the a7 under the gun. It is effective low jack 6-handed. Mitch has got one, we're just always going to be opening. Pocket 8s here in the cutoff. And raise and take for Mitch, no action. He's chipped up nicely, he's sat there quite quietly, but he's almost doubled his stack that he comes to the final table with. Third in chips, sitting very nicely there with 1.4 million.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Bottom line between Jake and Gary here. Jake got a hand that he's going to be continuing with, just chooses to in the form of a complete in the small. And Gary with ace queen here, going to be raising this one up tower. Blind on blind, this is a massive hand. Gary just south of 3x. Interesting here for Jake, like expect him to start calling with some king highs. King 8 might be right on the line, like king 10, king queen, king jack. Obviously we'll never fold in. King 9 probably in there as well. But maybe against Gary might start peeling it a little bit tighter. And we have flop best here on the king 9-3 board. And Gary happy to continue here with the nut high hand. We got backdoor Broadway and diamonds. Jake should just be continuing in the form of a call here tower. No real bad turns for us other than an ace. Four of hearts on the turn. Nice clean turn for us as Jake, but want to continue playing in flow. Gary's still going to have the better king X in his range, as well as set of 9s, set of 3s and aces, all going to be in there. Obviously have a lot more as well going on blind, but that's the hands that he can have for value, and fires for 100k. So third pot on the turn, and Jake has to call again here with top pair. Can't be folding to the second street of value. And then when the river comes, if it is a brick and we are met with a third barrel, that's when we're going to have the decision. There's the call from Jake.
3 of spades on the river. I think Gary will put the brakes on.
You know Gary a lot better than me in tower. It's actually a really good river to actually run the 3 barrel here, but might have to go large. Like we can still, like king queen, king jack, ace king can still all comfortably value bet this spot. Obviously 9s, kings and aces are going to go for value as well, but it's actually a
Really nice 3-barrel spot for Gary, but you think he's just going to slow down tower?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's check.
Yeah, it does slow down. I'd love to have seen the 3rd barrel there and
Yeah, me too.
what Jake would have actually done with the King 8. But spot on. I'll slam the brakes on. The free roll will be on grosvenorpoker.com. You'll need to download the client. It'll be in GUKPT tab, I believe.
Yeah, it's just on the homepage where you type in, you go into Tony's, scroll down to 8 PM. 8 PM, and it's there. 2,000 hours live stream free roll. We'll try and make it 6 o'clock next time so we can get involved. Well, Tom and Richard will be in Manchester as well, so we'll see them there.
Pass. Raise 80,000. Pass. Pass.
10 of spades.
Have I missed it? Have I missed it?
Late to the party, stage 4.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Lines up, 20-40. 40 big blind.
Yeah, Lewis, I think most people are going to fold that spot. I think everyone else folds that spot once we open EP and still get ripped on. Stephen's been playing fairly solid, talking about the way the ace-jack call, by the way, guys, watching on different platforms. But I think Wadey's just one that's not afraid to put his chips in. He's that type of player. Obviously incorrectly on this occasion, but did get that lucky river. Richard here, this is a nice little lead spot for us with the dummy and gutter. Blind on blind after he's gone complete check. And gets Mitch to fold the 7 height.
So Joe down at 23 bigs and 955. Mitch 32 bigs, Gary 25 bigs. Jake going on nicely. He's saying for a couple of days he's impressed us all.
Raise 85,000. Pass. 85,000. Pass. Pass.
You're not wrong, Lewis. It only takes one hand to completely change the complex of the game.
Pass.
That's all it takes. One hand.
Wadey under the gun. Makes it 85k with a 7-4, and Joe happily defending the King Jack. And Wadey folks best with middle pair. And happy to fire this one. Going to have plenty of strong ace-x on this board as well as all the sets. 65k continue size, and just a quick fold from Joe Hindry.
I mean, I knew the word, but I assumed that it don't want to be as a bar. Mike was on the last page, as I said. It came up 20 minutes, I said 20 minutes.
Draw a cup of tower, cup of tea.
Are you doing the tea run,
yeah,
son?
Yeah, I'll do the tea run. I'll have a little wander, get the teas.
Gary with the ace 4.
Raise 440,000. Jack's Jordan.
It is all. The doors are all. Honestly, told me. I assume that the doors are locked because there is a bar in. Is that closer? Is it closer? Yeah. Closer where these tables are just in the left-hand side.
40 and 40.
I just thought you were going through run.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000. Ninth was Andy Back. 8th was Cal Morial. And 7th was Stephen Keogh. We're on 6. Been a fantastic tournament. 416 runners. 416.
Check. Check. Check.
Check the flop. King of spades on the turn. Jake going to come in for
75,000.
trying to steal it. Got the up and down straight draw. I think if anything, Wadey would have bet rather than check call with the 5s. So it looked like he'd already get up on the hand.
Not a pyramid.
We've had a donut. We've had a donut. Donna. One of our viewers was watching. Oh, John Lowe, as he's called on social. He brought in the old donuts. So we've had a donut. Keeping the old sugar levels up. Why are you thinking it's going to be a long one? Is that what you're thinking? Is that what you're thinking? It's going to be a long one.
Fall.
Full cup of tea.
Oh, no way.
A full cup of tea.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. I can't show you this one. I'd spill it. Yeah, you could well be right, Donna. We could well be set into the early hours again. But as you know, with poker, anything can happen at any time.
I don't think we will today, Tower. I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, Donna's just asked if Donna's looking after his well-being. She just asked if we've had anything to eat.
Not yet, not yet.
So you've had a donut.
Oh yeah, I've had a donut and
brought in by Mr. John.
Hobnob or two.
Oh.
But yeah, we're going to get some food down us.
Graham needs confirmation it's a full cup.
We're going to get some food down us very soon. Obviously no dinner break on day 3, so me and Tower will probably take 15 and then I'll take 15 and then we'll be back set and ready for the night.
Manchester next. I'll show you the schedule for Manchester as we head up north. Jake calmly puts the 1 chip in, doesn't he? Just calmly puts the 1 chip in. Don't flick it in, don't smash it about. All nice and calm, sticks it in. Checks the table. Great demeanour at the table. And chuffed it. Been there, done it. He checks as well.
Yeah, not going to double barrel here. This queen's going to connect with a lot of the calling range of Jake on the flop if he hasn't already got a jack. So, like, decision from Richard to check, just picking up action on the turn. So went open under the gun. Jake just flattened the 9. Yeah, everything pretty normal here, tower, and probably just going to be check on river. Unless Jake's going to come in for like a small block bet here with the pocket 9s and choose like a really small size in like 125k perhaps. But more often than not, just going to see this one go check, I believe. There we go.
Chickadee. So we'll show you the schedule after we get a check and a check. We'll show you Manchester's schedule, which is coming up there, but also we'll show you how full the tee is. Oh, look at that! All the way to the top. Right again. Don't take him long. Does not take him long. Manchester on the way, 17th of March for Thursday's day 1A of the G400. Online flight as well. Don't forget that on the Wednesday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Mini main starts then as well. Satellites running all week. The PLO on the Wednesday. There's a mini main day 3 and the live cash stream, which was amazing this week.
So good.
So many people enjoyed it and loved it. And then the main event Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. That is 3 weeks today will be the final in Manchester. Come and join us. Come and join us. Zacabello must have been to the match. He must have been to the match. How did Fiorentina get on today? Yes, this is the final table. We're down to 6th in run round. Who we started with today. James Parker was out first in 15th. Tai Huang was out in 14th. GD was out in 13th. J Yerby 12th. 11th was Mad Turk. 10th, and the final table bubble was Simon Taberham. And then on the final table we lost Andy back. Cal Morial in 8th, and in 7th we have just lost Stephen Keogh.
Yeah, love this from Gary. Just ripping the King 10 for 20 bigs. King 10 suited over an open and a call. Fair play to the man. Oi oi, Span's in the chat.
Oi oi. Oh, Zacabello, I'm confusing.
You with Chiesa, I thought
with
you were when you said Florentina.
Not seen Chiesa.
Good effort, Span, mate. Unfortunately, we just ran into the top end when we had the 10-7 of spades. Obviously, it works versus a large part of his range there. It's just one of them hands. I think that's obviously the key hand for you on the FT. But it's just unfortunate, mate. I would have loved to see you win it, but I'm sure you'll have another go and we'll see you on another final table at some point this year.
Absolutely. You've now hit your FT. Time to pump on.
Kings for Joe, another monster. The FT of premiums, this one.
Monster.
Wow, and Jake's got pocket 10s, so this could get interesting. Happily, you can 3-bet call this off, 6-handed tower. Happily, especially versus Joe Hendry.
Yep, this could be a double. This could be a double for our Joe. Joe Hendry won our last live stream that Card Room Direct did.
Right, 20 bigs effective here as Jake. I'm happily just 3-bet calling this off versus Joe Hendry Open. And most of the time our 3-bet's going to get through. That's the thing, most of the time it will just go 3-bet from us, Joe will fold.
Fold, all the way around to Joe in seat number 3.
Like, we don't love life once he rips, but we're not putting in 5 big blinds and folding for another 14 with pocket 10s in a 6-handed situation. It is a bit of a setup, 6-handed kings into 10s, but there's the all in from Joe, and
He's going to ask for a count, but I think Jacob's going to have to call this one off. Tower. I think we could see a Joe Hendry double.
Right. Nice. All in the chat.
Saying that.
Is it a call, ladies and gentlemen? Is it a call?
Like if we're not going to call off the 4-bet rip, like should we not just be flat on the tens? Like, do we not ask ourselves that question before we 3-bet? Like, that's what you've always got to do in these spots as well. You need to start asking yourself, like, look a move ahead, like a chess game. Have a couple of moves ahead. Just think what you're going to do if this happens, and then you don't get yourself in no man's land. You want to already make that decision before you put the 3-bet in. I'm assuming Jake had already made that decision that he was going to 3-bet, call it off versus his stack size with the tens.
1 for call, 2 for fold. What do you do?
I'm already in. Well, because I just thought he was going to snap it off. He might find the fold now, Tower, but then do we not just want a flat? If we're going to 3-bet fold tens here? That's the question I ask. Can't see how he's going to fold, but as I always say, you need to make these decisions before, because you can lead yourself to them making the incorrect decisions. When he's thinking what size to 3-bet, he needs to be aware of Joe's stack size and make that decision there and then.
Yeah, I'm not folding tens.
No, he does fold. Wow. Wow.
He has made a big fold.
Fair play to Jake there with the pocket tens.
If he goes on to win it,
that
could be the turning point for him.
Wow, he's 3-bet folded the tens there for 19 big blinds, 3-bet to 5 bigs, and then folded for another 14 big blinds. Wow, wow, wow. I'm really surprised to see that. Really good fold from the lad in seat 5. I'm shocked to see him fold that. Well, once he 3-bet, I just assumed he was 3-bet calling it off, because then I'm just really shocked to see the fold. It's a great fold. Obviously we can see the cards, and obviously if he loses that though, he's then going to be the short stack with 20 bigs. That's obviously something to take into account, but fair play for Jake getting away from that one. I don't fold there, and
if he goes on to win it, he'll be looking back at that tens hand.
That's what I'm saying, guys. Like, why if that's the case, if we're going to 3-bet fold tens for 19 bigs, is it not better to flat? If we're going to opt to, if we say to ourselves before, oh, we're gonna fold, we're going to 3-bet to this size and then fold to the 4-bet rip, should we not be flatting? Six-handed as well. That's the other thing. It's not like we're full ring here. We're in a six-handed situation.
Yeah.
And both players catch a piece here. Mitch with 2-pair, Joe Hendry with trips. Lovely flat for him. Flat for him. Lovely flop for him.
Not bad at all. Getting back over $1 million now, Joe Hendry.
But fair play to the man. Like, I don't think I ever make that fold there, and that's why I'm sat here in the comms booth with Tower. And Jake's there at the table. Very, very nice fold from him in a six-handed situation, folding tens for that amount of big blinds. But then it always comes down to the factor of when someone sat there at the table. I had a conversation with someone about this the other night. Like in theory, sometimes what's right in theory, you still veer away from that because you have a feel there may be a dynamic at the table. Your brain's telling you it's just dangerous, and something in your subconscious is creeping into your mind and telling you not to put the chips in, and that gut feel is something that you can't break down and you can't analyse. It's just simply something telling you not to put the chips in, and that could have been the case. Like, sometimes that happens at a table. You make a play that's unorthodox because your gut feel is telling you we're not in good shape here. And if that's the case, then it saved Jake a fair amount of chips. Fair play to him for letting that one go. So Joe, after flopping, trips it, gone for bet, bet, bet. And Mitch calling 2 streets here. Oh, tough spot this for Mitch actually, because like Joe here, shouldn't really have too much ace-x. He will have some ace-x that check in the big blind, we still need some in there. But basically repping a 7 here once he goes bet, bet, bet. Or maybe some ace-x that elected to check, but Mitch can still have a 7 himself, so maybe less inclined to choose a size this large. It's gone like close to 80% pot here on the river. And Mitch makes the call, he pays it off with the 4, and he sees the bad news, and that's going to leave Mitch Hynum fairly short. Wow, didn't even take him that long. I guess Mitch just thought it's a 7 or a bluff, and there's plenty of bluffs out there. I guess you got 5-6, 5-8, 6-8, and you got front door clubs. And Mitch Hynum pays it off, and Joe Hendry up to 1.7 million now. Mitch paying that one off. Free roll kicking off at 8 PM tonight, guys, for those asking. 8 PM. No one's really got 2 out of line this final table. There hasn't been like no 3 barrels. The only one we actually saw get out of line, it's been pretty standard, was Spanned with the 10-7 of spades. Like, that's the one bluff we've seen ran, and no one's gone for like a 3 barrel. I don't even think there's been too many double barrels going on. It's just been very solid poker, no one getting out of line, and a lot of the time when people have been firing, it's been for value. Yeah, that's Joe that won the 888 event in London, going for back-to-backers on the live stream. Never been done before. Six from 8. So Joe's got some chips now, so happily opens the 10-9 off here on the button, raises to 80k, and Wadey going to see some free betting chips, I'm sure. Bumps it up with the ace-queen in the small blind, makes it 220. Sub 3x sizing. Action going to be back on Joe Hendry here with the 10-9, staring Wadey down. Can't see Joe continuing too often. However, the one thing I will say, Wadey's gone fairly small here, so Joe might have been thinking about a light pill, getting that price with position on Wadey, but 10-9 off, just too trash to be peeling 3 bets even with position. Still got 15 bigs, just sub Mitch. I'm sure he can try and get his chips in good and run it back up. Wadey raising to 80k. And Gary here, 10-3 of clubs in the big blind. Been sitting here fairly quietly, Gary. Don't think he's going to defend even suited variety of this hand. And
Raise and take for Wadey. Don't forget, guys, as well, help us out on Facebook and Twitter. Give us a follow at Grosvenor Poker, and for all your live stream coverage on Twitch and YouTube /GUKPT. Subscribe or follow to either channel or both if you're feeling inclined. But you'll get notified every time we are live streaming, and next stop is Manchester in 3 weeks' time. Ace 10 for Mitch here under the gun. Mitch is all in for 12 big blinds. And Mitch has got a decision because he's asked for a count. Ooh, King Queen here versus Mitch's 12 big, just sub 13 under the gun shove. Don't think Rich is going to be calling this one. Just thinking about it, I'd be surprised if Mitch did put his chips in the middle though. I guess Mitch will have some King Jack suited, King 10 suited. There's hands that we dominate here, but it is for a third of our stack. Maybe he thinks Mitch a bit of steam coming off after the hand versus Joe Hendry about 5-10 minutes ago. I would be shocked if we saw Rich call this one with the King Queen. They are six-handed. Obviously ranges are going to be wider. But on this FT big final table, third of his stack, the King height, can be in a dominated spot versus Ace King and Ace Queen. But then again, as I said, Mitch is probably going to have some King Jack suited, King 10 suited in here. Queen Jack suited might even be in there as well. So all these hands we do dominate. It's a lot closer than it looks, I guess. There's Rich mulling this over.
It's an old school call.
What, the old King Queen?
Aye.
They'd be in decent shape.
And Chuffed is classed as old school.
Near flip with these two hands. I think once he liberates like this, he's more inclined to call once he counts his stack, counts his chips. When you've got one chip in your hand like that, Tower, sometimes it's so easy to just chuck it in and what do you reckon, guys? Call or fold? Been in the tank for a minute.
1 for call, 2 for fold.
I can't see Rich calling.
Take your time, bro.
I think it's an old school call.
It is only just sub 13 bigs. And then we are six-handed. Like I said, there will be a few hands in there that we do dominate. And most people think fold. Most people agree with the fold. Does call. He does call it off with the King Queen.
You don't finish first, second, third, fourth, sixth, eighth and ninth in bracelet events by folding. I'm loving the old school call, King Queen. It looks ever so pretty.
It's probably close.
Unfortunately, you're behind so many hands.
It's probably closer than it looks, Tower, to be honest with you.
Span's still there, loving it.
Oh, that's paint.
Ouch.
So gonna need a lady or an ace. For Mitch to survive now, not a good flop for him. Oh, wow, and that is that.
What will do it?
We lose one.
Well done to Mitch Hynham for playing a great game, but it was the old school call. I just felt it. I don't know why. Yeah. I have no idea why I felt the King Queen. It's puts Chuffed it. Richard Ashby. Right up there.
Yeah, Mitch Hynham taking home £12,100 and everyone now locks £16,550.
We're down to 5. Well done, Mr. Mitch Hynham.
Because of the position he did it. Yeah, because it's on the next line.
300 obviously.
They are my bets.
So I fancy that.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking.
I did just announce it, but I think we're in a conversation.
I'm just checking. I thought
It's going to close. We are now at half fancy. Raised to 85k.
So after this level is finished, we've got 30 minutes left on the clock. It will be reduced to a 45-minute clock, as it always is in GUKPT main events when we go five-handed. All that's to do with is players are going to see more hands in a five-handed situation. So we'll be on a 45-minute clock when we get back after the next break. We've still got 30 minutes left of this session.
Michael said he's going to send the ballet round half an hour before the dinner break. Players orders. Raised to 85k.
Richard aces, raises to 85k. We've just seen so many hands this final table. I think at least 20 times we've seen a premium queens through ace king suit, like queens, kings, aces and ace king. I think at least 20 times now.
If this had been your local comp, you'd have been either re-entering 14 times, or the game would have already been over.
So Rich here,
That's 2 million.
fair flop for him.
2 million.
Just want to be betting this one, multi-weight. Start getting some value from some king X, heart draws, 9-7 suited, 7-5 suited from the big blind and 7-5 off, as well as some potential 8x. So fires for 150. So sizing up here, just a little bit more than half gets it through. Luke Sanford, what happened to Mitch before he busted? Tuned in, saw he was down to $500,000. Blind on blind, Mitch limps 4-3. Joe Hindry checks his option with 9-7. Flop was 7-7-4, 2 clubs. Mitch check called. Turn was the ace of spades. Mitch check called. River was the deuce of hearts. Mitch check called. So just check called the whole way down on 7-7-4. Guess he just thought Joe had too many bluffs there. There were a few, obviously. 5-6 is the main one, as well as your front door clubs. And maybe some like 8-6, 8-5 in there as well. So Mitch was just a non-believer and called down all 3 streets with bottom pair. And Joe had trips on 7-7-4.
King 2-8, Joe flopping best.
I don't know how you feel like eating. That's so much stress to eat, you know what I mean?
Joe just picking up the action on the turn. 6 of spades rolling off, and Joe now firing with his top pair. Wadey has picked up flush draw with a 5 of spades, but don't think Wadey ever going to be continuing here after donking the flop.
Yep, Isaac, Mitch has just bust. We're down to 5. Joe with the check mark. 1.7 mil. Wadey 2. Jake 1.5. Gary 950. And Richard chip leader on 2.2 million.
Yes, Isaac, Mitch was the last player out. So ace jack for Joe in the cut-off, raises to 80. Yeah, got king of 6 here for Gary in the big blind. Hasn't been defending too wide, so expect him to just let this one go. Out of position versus Joe Hindry as well. Lewis, that would be something. Heads up charity match, me versus you. Stream it. All proceeds go to charity.
Hey.
Do you know what? I wouldn't even accept it, because if Tower somehow won, I'd be done. You'd never see me again. You'd honestly, I wouldn't.
The end of his career.
Yeah, that would be it. That would be it. If somehow I lost, that would be the end of me. I'd have to.
Imagine.
Best of 5, says Brad. Best of 5. I think I'll take that on. One frame shootout, one round shootout. Don't think I'll fancy that. Jake raising to 80k with the pocket 9s. Prizes coming along now here on YouTube. So first place prize is £93,000 and a little bit of change. Here, Rich is on the Guinness. He's made it a 5-handed. He's got himself on the Guinness.
20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah, we probably will. I'm just going to look at a terrible menu.
So, 20 minutes till the end of this session, and then a 40-minute dinner break. I'll just slow it down a little bit, but it is what it is. Players got to eat. Players need food.
Wadey raising to 85 with the Queen Jack. And Joe happy to defend the 6-3 of clubs. Karen says we'd do 5 different events. We'd do No Limit Hold'em, PLO, pool, snooker and golf. How are you at the LQ Sports?
I don't want to. I don't want to expand.
Okay.
My hand and my eyes don't work together anymore like they used to.
I reckon that might be 4-1 then.
Yeah.
Tower would wreck me at golf. So Joe leading after catching 2 pair on the turn. And Wadey just calls with his Queen Jack. Didn't choose to continue his up and down here. Really surprised to see that. Tower on the flop would have won the pot. He just elected to continue with the Queen Jack, but decided not to. Incorporated in a check, and Joe Hendry.
I do like that they're picking non-strenuous sports though.
Yeah,
I like that.
Do you want any?
30 years ago, I used to play Super League darts with the former world champion Dennis Priestley in the same pub team. I play off 10 at golf. I used to rack in 60 breaks at snooker.
Did you?
And I used to play pool for money. But we're talking in my 20s.
60 breaks at snooker.
Yeah, all the time. Honestly. But 30 years ago. And 30 years when your eyes deteriorate is a long, long time, which is why a lot of old people don't play snooker. I was very good at non-strenuous games. It was that running round that were no good for me. That football malarkey, running down the wing and all that, none of that. None of that. But don't forget, I'm in my 50s now.
Pass. Raise. 80,000. Pass. Pass.
How good are you at pool?
All right. I didn't used to be too good. I only started playing about 4 years ago, but because where I play one of my games, or used to play a lot of my games, there's a pool table there, and used to play a lot of pool. I was terrible when I started, but I've improved a lot over the last couple of years. I can actually do stuff with the cue ball now. When you first start, it's just potting balls, isn't it? You don't think about anything else, and
yeah, but don't forget Gullimath. These have been at the game 30 years as professionals. I haven't picked a cue up in 15 years. There's a bit of difference. Everything you do in life is all practice. Everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Raise 100,000.
That's why I was offering it to you. That's why I said
Ace
to you,
Jack.
come and take it.
It looks like we're settled in till the dinner break, doesn't it? We really need something to catch fire, or it's going like this all the way through to the dinner break. They could really take the dinner break now just to recharge themselves.
Frankie's kicking.
Come on, Frankie. No control, Frankie.
Yeah, like I said, Ryan, 30 years ago, I'd have been taking you up on that.
Even Wes is a good pool player. I don't know why I'm even saying this. Wes can't hear me. How can you hear me, Wes? Subtitles on Facebook. That's how he can hear me. Yeah, Wes is deaf, but he's very, very good at pool, and he'll remember me when I started playing. Terrible, awful.
Excellent.
And
Mitch Heinem in seat number 1 was the last person out for 12,100.
yeah, he is, Brad. Really, really nice fellow.
We'll update 6.
I thought you'd been having us all on for all these years, Wes. Did you see the golf draw earlier? That was a fun video that they posted in the chat for our golf society. Made me laugh.
Five start, first to 11. Ryan Strong's pretty good at pool.
So Jake going to win this one on base height. I showed Tower the video where he was laughing as well. It was old Mickey Black. What's he like? Password for the free roll is GUKPT Kev the Alum on Twitch.
GUKPT Cov, all uppercase. There you go, Jonathan Scott. A wee pool challenge on 2, then golf club as a table. So we're going to have a hour to play golf and pool. Okay. Love it. Love it. I'll use my golf sticks for pool. Is that all right, John?
And I'll use a cue for my golf clubs because I'll probably do better. Start putting with a cue.
Brilliant.
Nearly there for this session, and then it is a 40-minute dinner break for the players. So we will.
Yeah, I think they're ready for one, aren't they? I think they've all gone into that stage where we're all looking at the money, and we all need a break. We need to recharge the batteries for tournament poker. And I must admit, I think the one still that's impressed me more than anybody else is Jake. Sat at the table.
That tens fold was something else, Tower. Like I say, I'm sure he might have picked up on something or just had a gut feel at the time, but fair play to the lad for letting the tens go there, and definitely one to look out for. Not been too familiar with Jacob over the years. Let's have a little look at his resume in the live tournament scene. Not too much.
No, it's his biggest score.
Yeah, biggest live cash, 4K. £4,400. Maybe one to look out for in the future. I don't know how he found that fold with the tens, but maybe he wasn't free betting to call off. Maybe he was free betting for information, thinking Joe's never going to 4-bet rip worse. But still was some fold.
No, it's up to you. Yeah.
We're doing the suicide straddle,
So 10 minutes to go. Chef Brad is one to look out for, Jay. Very good, mate. And making pastries, maybe. So Richard completing the 10-6 and Joe with 10-4 in the big blind here.
Have you used the voucher?
Chooses to check his option.
Did you get a drink? I think there's a drink included, so maybe I'll have a drink. Unless you want like a proper drink.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice prize for someone. Ranting on Twitch.
Indeed, it is. 20 bigs for Gary.
What was the board?
No, there's no board.
When you made it 200.
He had 9s and I had ace.
So last 10 minutes to the level. And the old. Gary with the 7s. The triangle is in the middle. And that should do it. All passed in turn.
Standard flat, I just think I'd got a little excited looking at tennis. Obviously, we got everything that size.
Pass. Raise.
Yeah, it's very good. It's excellent, isn't it? 93,416 runners that have played this event. Ben's lad, am I too late for the 10 of spades? We had to make it into a 2-card game because we got to the first break of 2 hours. We turned into the king of clubs and it went within 10 minutes. And if you're in the free roll at 8 o'clock, good luck.
Check. Red, 90,000.
Bet 90,000. Jake with bottom pair. Rich completely missing, but he bets 90. I think we call once. Played ever so well was Jake. Really impressed. Could see a lot more of this kid. Playing some good stuff.
Call.
Makes a call.
Check. $275.
Two clubs on the turn. Jake checks. Richard puts the pressure on again. 275,000. I think this time Jake might just believe him. Richard raising pre. Definitely got king, queen, ace, king, tens, king, jack, suited. Yeah, nice pressure from Richard Ashby. Well played, sir. Big wry smile from Jake. Look at that. Did you have it or not?
What? Your reads are scary.
Scary as in your deuces or scary as in you just snap forward to my left? Nice, good bet, good bet. You'll see. Find out. Find out. Find out.
Raise 80,000. Pass.
Archie, 30 minutes from now, tell me what your bluff is on it.
Pass.
Sorry, bro. Just leave it on
Pass.
last one.
Pass.
I'm quick. I'm pretty quick.
The last 5 minutes,
So the last 5 minutes or so, and then we go on a 40-minute break. Means we'll be back at round about 5 to 8.
Pass. Raise 85,000. Pass. Pass.
Can I just get a sugar-free Red Bull? I thought it was big. Thank you, man.
$197,000 in the three-way chop. 60k each and 17 to the winner. You never know what happens around the table. Gary with 20 bigs is the one they'll be thinking, yes, we may start talking if Gary unfortunately busts out. Payout's going across the bottom. Flop time, same hand, 8-7-8-7, but we get a redraw and we get a free roll. Gary with the 8-7.
All in. Pass.
The all in from Gary with the flush draw. Joe has to get out of the way.
Right, you got that lane, right, yeah?
What odds did these left at the start? You bet 3 and 1 left of the 2 made final table. Let's have a quick scan. There we go. Joe in seat 3 was 5-1. Wadey was 9s. Jacob was 12s, and Gary was 5-1. And Richard Ashby was 14s. A lot of players actually back. I think Richard Ashby is the biggest back player still lefty. No deals, not at all. No deals even mentioned, but they are going on a 40-minute dinner break at the end of this level in about 2 minutes' time. Flop of 8-9-10.
Red, 40,000. Call.
Where he hits the queen on the river, but once Joe puts a bit of pressure on, is he going to overbet?
165,000.
Well, it makes it pot size. Where he'll think about it, and I think he'll find the right answer. He'll turn over the queen and show him. There we go, turns over the queen and folds.
Well, we'll be going in 17 seconds, so I won't worry about that.
So last hand of the session, and then we're back with a full chip count when we come back after the 40-minute dinner break at 5-8. The last hand of the session. Where is going to see a flop. Is going to see a flop. So last hand, 40 minutes. The guys are off for a bite to eat, and they will be back very soon. An 8-eye flop, 8-3-3. Hits Jake. And that should do it. And there we go. 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at 5-8 with the resumption. There are 5 players with a full chip count on its way. We always get them in here, but we'll show you the full chip count. And we'll see you at 7:55. See you then. So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker, it's just, there's so much history there. Mm-hmm. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. Yeah. So, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak. Yeah. And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure, looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have like, say, 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets. And it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so, I mean, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural. There's always going to be haters, and that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, "Man, you've been one of my biggest critics." I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000, faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo. The turbo. Say, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had if we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event, you've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the three that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the third one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC.
Yeah.
And I had a second in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We've got 15 bracelets. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there, but why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, you know what, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, great job, Phil. I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room, that night right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly. And then, and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king. and I limped in with the fives. We were playing three-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 Jack 7. And he bet, and I raised with the fives, and he just called, and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised, and I re-raised him, or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack, and he was on before the flop with king 10, and he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10, and he turned to 10, and I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces, and that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Elmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, I think, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when it I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then we know,
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one at what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Esalen a very famous spiritual place. So we decided we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to one of I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, oh, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there. And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy. And he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say, Phil Hellmuth. And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub. And he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer. And so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And, but I was, depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Brilliant. You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days. And seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost. And I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life. So I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you. And he said, now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many. He said, you predicted there'd be so many players that'd fill a football stadium. And he said, you were so right about that. And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 03 and 04 and 05 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage and whenever it's about once every 2 hours they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho and of course, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth, and then I told Maury and I told ESPN. I said I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes, and then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then, boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper, there's a huge buzz there, yes. So I got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off, and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television, because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player.
Yeah.
So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup and, and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. Yeah. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately, and I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th, or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
I mean, it came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So it's the 5 watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's. And then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skills that they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, and so but that warrior in me, and when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double 6s. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me one hand, I felt like, and if they outdrew me one hand, I felt like, oh, they're what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this one hand. And so, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up and it's not, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more the poker comes out.
Well, poker brats or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You got the biggest celebrities in the world just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you see and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. You know, um, I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck, and the reason why, he was with J Lo at the time, and so him and J Lo were I felt like they were the two biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000. I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event, and now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, you know, being one of the biggest stars in poker, and they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks from the 3 local stations in the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people, and there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, you know, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion, or I am a, like, he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me, and he's a fan of mine, and he's read my books. I was a little starstruck. You know, Michael Jordan, super starstruck when I met him the first time.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, it happens with some of the world's biggest celebrities. But now a lot of times I know that now all of a sudden I'm not a starstruck because I've met some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun. All right, is this person cool or not? You know, or generous randomly, like a couple of years ago, randomly, and she loves poker, and she was just cool as could be. And so, I mean, you know, she introduced me to Portia, just randomly ran into her, and she's like, Phil, oh, Ellen knows my name. That's cool. You know, maybe you know, meeting Tiger and hosting his event. You know, and I remember the contest I've ever been in my life. I can tell you exactly when that was. Maybe I should tell that story. I'm listening. Met the Aria Hotel, and I'd hosted Tiger Jam. I just finished 4th in a tournament, a heads-up tournament, or I guess officially 5th place in a heads-up tournament. And I'm exhausted because those heads-up matches just drain you. Exhausted. And I go up to my room at the Aria, and I tell my wife, honey, I want to order from Javier's Mexican. And it's the one place I had to go get the food. And I'd run into MJ on Friday. This was a Sunday. And I'm like, I told her, I said, honey, somehow I'm going to run into MJ. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, I just have this weird vibe. And so I went down to pick up the food at Javier's. I did walk through the high limit area.
Simon, get a headset. Joe, now can us 3 in the cake. Oh, I saw it though. A6 off. Yeah. Nice hand.
Oh, you didn't exactly have a fucking monster.
Yeah, but I was very, very close to just sending it.
I think I'll give up.
Oh, free! Look at that face.
Okay guys, so it's going to be 25,000, 50,000 will be half empty for the remainder of the tournament and a 40-minute clock until we get heads up with 20 will drop to 30 minutes.
What a mate! Well, I tell you what a mush that was. Welcome back. 2.5 million to Richard Ashby O'Chuffy, Joe Indry 1.8, Wadey 1.5, Jake Stone 1.4, and Gary Whitehead 990,000. We're on 5. We're playing down to a winner. There'll be no more long breaks. 15-minute break at the most,
and 45-minute clock as well,
and a 45-minute clock. So we will crack on now to crown a brand new champion of a GUKPT.
Set them ready, nice little 40-minute break. Players have had their food, ready to go.
Give us a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear us loud and clear.
Oh, first hand back, Richard under the gun raises to 125. Blinds now 25k, 50k. And interesting here, Tower, something just to take note of, when we next level's 30-60 and then the 40-80 after that, so in 2 levels time there's only going to be 100 big blinds in play, and that's usually the sort of remit where we usually finish when there's 100 bigs in play. It's usually around that sort of area. Obviously it can be shorter, it can be longer, but just depends how the cards fall.
Good to have you on board, everybody. All the thumbs are coming up, which is great. I can hear you perfectly, but I'm willing to swap with anyone who can't. Cheers, Graham. We're in. We are back with the action.
But Gary gonna
check call.
No.
Whoa, shake, snap all in.
Just a snap ball. He wasn't even looking when he threw the triangle.
Looking it over and picked it up, ready.
Yeah, that's fine from Gary. Now we are playing. He was sub 20 bigs to start that hand. Fine to check rip there with a flush draw. Obviously, it's a board that Richard's going to be continuing. Higher frequency, being the opener, ace high. Interested to see how this one's going to pan out. Obviously, Joe Hendry, I think, is going to be everyone's favourite off the back of a good win. Lots of confidence, playing well.
Yep.
Don't write off one of the other 4. Wadey.
What did I say last night?
Joe Hendry.
When did I say it?
After you'd gone for a walk around the card room and you saw him bag up probably less than $1 million.
No, I was in here. I was in here.
Brad's got Wadey in this bet.
Yes, anybody else got the old 14-1 on Chuffy as well?
Yeah, who's got the sweat on?
Richard Ashby.
I'm sure there's plenty with a sweat on in the chat watching. Yeah, Rob, it has been fairly slow. Not too many fireworks. Only real time we've seen big pots when hands have been colliding.
That is true. It happens sometimes. We get it. It's not a lot we can do about it.
Good luck everyone as well in the free roll. It's just started. Hour late reg on that, so if you have just tuned in, we do have a live stream free roll tonight. It's just started. You can get in up to 9 o'clock. Password is GUKPT, all capitals.
Good luck. close the tokens up for grabs.
Oh, that's it. Rich has won. Rich has won.
Super King's already out. Well done, Super Kings.
Eddie says he's punted Rich at 14-1, and Eddie's had an unbelievable week, winning two side. Well, chopping one side event, winning the other, and the man's on form. So
yeah, no, fortunately not. No tower in the house tonight. We're down to 5, so we have to concentrate on the final. Good luck, everybody who's playing.
I'm sure I can do it by myself for 5 minutes if you want.
5 minutes. I'll be all in first, and I'll probably win it. So Gary has increased his stack by 250k. Daniel Peacock's got Jake and Chuffy at 14s.
Ah.
That's pretty impressive. Gully Mass laughing because you said 5 minutes. I don't know. First half a dozen free rolls we played, I beat you with last longer and everything.
I remember.
So we had it 1.5 mil with the blinds at 50,000.
Three, 4, 5 rainbow board. So up and down here for Wadey. Not much going on for Joe with the King 10. Just chooses to fold with the worst of it.
If there's any bad beat stories coming in from the free roll, you're having a ban. Somebody's just jammed 100 big blinds in the free roll. Chef Brad's out. Oh, you gotta love it. Good luck, everybody who's playing the free roll. There'll be hundreds of you at it. Winner will get a closer ticket. 9, 10 of spades, so connectors, the great cards. I'd have done the same.
No one's really taken initiative on this final table. Like, it's been fairly slow.
Yeah.
Like, the only real big pots we've seen is when two hands have gone up against each other. Lots of just raise and take, lots of raise, defend big blind, c-bet, fold. Like I say, the only one that's tried something when he was a short stack was Spanned. Unfortunately didn't work out for him running into the set. Saw Mitch Heinen cool down with bottom pair versus Joe Hindry as well, but other than that it's been very, very quiet FT.
Yep, it has indeed.
So King Queen for Joe will want to open this one in the calf. Once folded to him, just clicks it up to 100.
Folding round in turn. King 7 for Gary.
Gary hasn't been defending too wide tower, so I can't see him defending this one.
No need to get involved with the old King 7. Is he going to flick it in though?
Oh,
he is?
No,
he's
folding.
not. He's folding. I thought it was putting in the call then with the old King 7, but no, slid in the chips with the muck cards. Get them in the muck, he says. Get them in the muck. Price ticker.
Yeah, everyone's now locked up. £16,550.
Very nice.
Ladders are starting to get very juicy. Free roll password. I'll plug it in the chat for you now. A lot of players probably do, but the way Gary plays, Jerry, I think he's a bit on the tighter side. His continuing range is going to be a bit tighter than most, I believe. Just from what we've seen from him so far this final table, he hasn't been defending too wide in the big blinds, so didn't expect him to defend the King 7. Like five-handed as well. Obviously, as I always say, when you do start getting short-handed, hand values do increase. Going to need to be more aggressive, need to be playing more hands, then blinds are coming around quicker. Gary raising the King 7 suited on the button, and Joe going to have to let this one go. Can't defend this wide. Raising tape for Gary. Kareem says, is there any professionals left on the table now? Does Chufty still play for a living, Tower?
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't play online still.
Yeah. Joe's a pro. Joe's a live cash game pro.
So is Wadey. Wadey plays everything. Wadey, you don't see him not at a tournament. Don't know if he classes himself as a professional, but he plays all the big events on GUKPT, Dustle Dawn. He plays the tours wherever they go.
Gary's been on the poker scene for years, hasn't he?
Yeah, Gary has, yeah. Plays in Leeds a lot.
And Jacob's a bit of an unknown to us, but he's impressed Tower
He
over
has
the last
impressed
few
a
days.
lot.
This is going to be his biggest live cash, no matter what happens, by a mile.
He has impressed a lot.
And Rob making a bold prediction. This will be a three-way chop, then play for maybe 10k and the trophy. I don't think Joe will ever deal in this lineup that he's left with, unless he's given more than what was projected. Say ISM figures, he was offered 50k. I think he'd want more. That's just a hypothetical situation, but unless Joe was given more than what he should get, I can't see Joe Hendry chopping. We know Wadey is a serial chopper, but they'll have to do some encouraging to get Joe on board. Obviously, I'm unaware of what Chufty or Gary or Jacob would think, but I think Wadey would probably want to chop. But Joe Hendry, I think, is the player that would probably turn it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the tightest at the table is the right way to put it, Jerry. But the thing is, you can't be just rock solid when you start getting short-handed. You need to get involved more, otherwise you're just going to get eaten away by blinds and ante coming around so quick. You need to start getting involved more, opening up your range, getting involved in a few more pots, trying to pick your spots carefully. As Jake completes in the small, Gary checks his options. Both players with this one. Could see Jake lead here potentially for one big blind with this particular holding, 5 deuce. Yeah, I like this a lot, and just gets Gary to fold the slightly better hand.
Is Jake from Stoke? Jake and Archie. I'm sure Archie's from Stoke. Is Jake from the Stoke area? Hey Gary, just arrived in Bristol. Must be working down there. Talking to a guy in the seniors, a guy called Ripper, who always did the circuit when we did the Gala Tour back 10 years ago. He did the Gala Tour and he did a couple of events down Plymouth Way when he did GUKPTs, and he was first time I've seen him for years. And he says it's hard for Bristolians and players down there to get a game anymore. And we both agreed that it's such a shame that Gala didn't let Grosvenor buy the Harbourside Casino, because that would have been a stop every single year in Bristol, because it would have been a 25 table card room on the Harbourside in Bristol, one of the nicest cities in the country, and it would have been amazing 10 years ago, but unfortunately when they acquired Gala they wouldn't sell it on.
Back to the action. King Jack 7 rainbow board, Ace Jack versus sixes. Wadey opening the Ace Jack in the cut off, and like his decision to check here. Obviously can bet as well, but we're going to have a mixture here with Ace Jack on this King Jack 7. And now happy to fire once flop's gone check check, and going to potentially get a street of action here, Tower, for that reason. Checking this flop, getting us paid on the turn.
So cool. 4 of diamonds on the river.
And it goes check check, and the Ace Jack for Wadey is good. Wouldn't mind seeing thin value bet there potentially on the end for Wadey, but was just happy to take what was in the middle. Dave says about Jake as well, met Jake in London last month, played super well, especially for someone I hadn't seen around before. Yeah. Tried to pile on him today and got restricted on, tried to have a little punt.
Oh, and Jake's from Cheshire, not Stoke.
Maybe because we're on here, he doesn't eat it. Maybe he just watches the stream and writes it. Nice and easy. Don't have to count anything out himself, just get a number on the screen. He's doing the bounty. He's doing the bounty. We're wrong.
All in.
Gary just rips here with a pocket H for 22 big blinds. It's a big rip. Definitely could open that as well. Maybe a scenario where if Gary feels that he's outgunned at the table, maybe start ripping for a few more big blinds, just take the higher variance approach. Usually if you're at a table that you perceive to be tough, you can take higher variance lines, and tables you feel like you're going to have an edge on and play well on, you can take the lower variance approaches. And Gary just happy to rip the 8s in there for 22 big blinds, gets the job done.
Raise 100,000.
King 10 of clubs for Jake.
Pass.
Raises to 100. And Joe Hendry with the King Jack here in the small blind. We are 5-handed, so under the gun it is effective higher Jack here. Joe happy to just call here with the King Jack, and Wadey now happy to defend. The Queen 9 getting this price on a call over 5.5 to 1, 5.5 to 1 exactly actually. 864 rainbow.
Check. Check.
Complete whiff for all 3 players here. And
John Robinson on the turn? No, pairs the 8.
Check. Bet 100,000.
Yeah, I like this from Wadey a lot, Tower. This is just good understanding of we're going to have all the 8x here. Well, most of the 8x, we're going to have the straights. As well as some like 6x that might start firing here after flops check through, but after picking up his flush draw, not going anywhere here. And has Wadey got the double barrel in him, Tower? Fires for 300.
Yes, he has.
And Jake just going to have to get out of the way here.
Yep.
And Wadey gets the bluff through. Nice play from him.
Nice one, Wadey.
Pass. Pass.
And Sydney says the wind's just restarted.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't know how many Brits are actually in the win, but we know one. We know of one.
Rob Cowan's there as well.
Rob Cowan's there, is he? No way. Fly all the way to Vegas. Rob Cowan's sat on the same table as Jack Hardcastle.
1.3 million up top.
Sydney Farber giving us some information. Jack at Robert Cowan's table. Unbelievable. $1,655,000 up top.
Yeah, you know it's going to happen as well.
Oh my days. Is there any plans to film Satties again? It was great watch seeing everyone fighting for their lives on the bubble. Who's that?
When we done the playoff, it wasn't a Saturday, was
Oh,
it?
the playoff. You mean the playoff for the grand final when we did the for all the seats? Yeah, probably again in December. Probably do it for the playoff final again. That was some good watch. That was some interesting poker, and a lot of them played to perfection as well. Yeah, it was the playoff for the 5k packages, wasn't it? And Chris Maguire's dad got one for 0.4 of a big blind.
Craig Dawson, wasn't it, as well?
Craig
the
Dawson.
Ace King hand.
He did it, and then somebody bubbled with 6 bigs. Craig Dawson folding the Ace King when he was sat on the table and come running back to the table, which probably got him a seat. So yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was the NPL playoff, and yeah, I'm guessing that'll be the same again in December when we do the grand final again.
Yeah, Chef Brad, I remember punting it off as well in that satellite.
Oh yeah, yeah, just the 3 or 4 big blind raised with the Ace Queen.
No,
just
open ripped it for a million big blinds. sorry.
I'm trying to make him feel better.
900,000 big blinds.
I was trying to make him feel better.
So Jack 10, 5 is the board. Gary flopping best. However, the 9 deuce does pick up the up and down on the turn on this 8 of clubs. So Gary happy to start firing, trying to get some value from his 10x after flop's gone check. But, like Richard here, probably just going to call. Like, I've seen no aggressive lines other than, like I say, the spam one tower. Like when players haven't had the hand, like they've had a drawing hand, it's just been cool. It's cool. Like there's been no check raising with like a draw. There's been no raising like in position with a draw. This is what we've basically seen all final table, and Gary just
just rips in 20 bigs.
What is this?
He's ripped in the 20 bigs with a 10. It's going to work.
It's going to work. It's like over 2x pot, but he's got a 10 here. Like, can we not just bet like third for value? Well, he might have heard me, Gary. He was like, "This Jay's telling us we should be. No one's really doing anything special. Have this." Where's that come from?
Apparently, the trophy at the win cost $85,000 to make. Well, I don't know if it's what. Are they displaying the winning trophy with the price tag on it? I don't know. It won't be cheap, we know that. It is Las Vegas.
Gary, what was Gary up to there? I think it's when players have got a triangle in front of them. It's just so easy to throw it in, ain't it? Sometimes to out. It's like
give them 2.
One for each hand. And the other thing, seeing no light free bets either. It's like here, Joe with the ace 4 of hearts could definitely free bet this one versus Wadey 5-handed, but he's just chose to call. It's been the story of the FT. It's just been a lot of calling, not much raising going on, and no one's really taken initiative. It's just who's made the best hand. So Wadey continuing for 100, and Joe's just got a pure call here, never ever raising this spot once flopping trips.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Check. Check.
Jack of spades on the river. Top ball, that's one thing we won't see today, is a 6-bet.
Bet 175,000.
Joe value betting here with trips. Wadey gets out of the way once again.
Password was GUKPT Cov, all uppercase.
Pass. Pass. Raise 110,000. Pass. Call.
Yeah, that was when we were 9-handed munching biscuits. Yeah, I remember that one actually. Wadey, Jack 8 off, 3-betting cows open when he had ace jack. Yeah, that was the one actually. And like again, ace king here opening. Richard Wadey defending the jack 4 suited. Just going to go bet fold.
Pass.
40 bigs big stack, 20 bigs short stack. Jake beats hand, we weighed it. Jake with chip leader.
There's the payouts, Brad. Bottom of the screen. Gully math, we added another card after the 10 of spades. We added the king of clubs into it as well, and it come like second flop after Tower pulled it out of the deck. And Smuffin was the winner on Twitch. So Gary with 10s.
Raise 125,000.
Exit 125.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Tens winning.
Tens, Joe.
If it stops on Facebook, what will have to happen? We'll have to start because obviously
we've got 3 minutes.
It's is it an 8-hour window on Facebook to live stream? I think it's just 8 hours on Facebook before it cuts itself off. It's not, we don't stop it. That Facebook does it itself. So if you're watching on Facebook and it goes off, it will refresh itself within the minute. Other than that, YouTube and Twitch will carry on regardless.
Pass. Raise 100,000. Pass. Pass.
So 7 of 6 of clubs for Joe. Opening the cut-off. Big blind defence.
9, 10, 2. 2 diamonds.
So dummy and gutter here for Joe. With this particular holding, I'd like to see it continue here. It's not the best board for us. We've got 7 high. Definitely fold out so many better hands, and we do have a small amount of equity with our dummy and gutter. I'm happy to continue. Just a quick fold from Gary.
Yep, well, Facebook has just ended.
There you go.
So David won't be able to listen to hear this, but we did say so. It will be back. I don't know if PK has to restart it or what it is, but well, it has just finished on Facebook. It will be back very shortly. And Jean Pulo, the EPT Prague. Yeah, that'll be busy. We know of quite a few Brits out there already. And there's plenty going on in Vegas as well.
Pass. Pass. Raise 100,000. Pass.
8.7 clubs for Jake. Raises to 100. Rich a bit too wide to be defending this one. Be surprised if Rich did continue here.
And the pass. Yeah, we know Jack Hardcastle has a decent chunk stacked up, and he's sat on the same table as Rob Cowan, our latest bracelet winner. And I don't know if you're watching in London, but he fixed the bracelet in. The only thing I didn't do was put it on because I might have run off. I might have run off, but Rob Cowan and Jack Hardcastle are on the same table in the win.
Missed deal. But I don't know which one was which. That one. We got me sure it's missed deal. It's alright. Missed deal.
No action taking place. Nobody picked up the cards.
That's alright.
Most of this deal, like if anything, is like one of their hands in the deck, you know what I mean? Because there's already been action. That's right. I haven't looked.
To be fair, isn't that the first one we're sticking with the whole FT?
So the dealer said it's a misdeal, there's no actions taking place, and Chufty just said, well, I looked at my cards, that's action. Chufty, shut up, get away. It is what it is.
Now Jack sitting on the direct left of Eric Seidel. What a legend that is.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Interviewed Eric Seidel at the World Series of Poker in the Empire, sat on steps because he wouldn't stand up. True story. Me and PK. He's got the camera, he's sat on the steps, he's on his phone. I said, can we have a quick word? He says, what about? I said, just how the tournament's going. He said, yeah, no problem. So I interviewed him. So I'm stood up. He says, I'm not standing up. So we sat down side by side on the steps. Just great. In the middle of the Empire.
Thank you, mate.
Sam, Big Sam says he predicted a 10 past 11 finish for this final table. Is that on the live stream or is that on the, is that live?
I think that's not on the live stream. I think that's not a bad shout. I said about 10:30 live, so
yeah,
I think that's not a bad shout, Sam.
Okay.
Like I say, when the blinds go up, in 20 odd minutes time, then the level after the next, there's going to be 100 big blinds in play, and that's usually around the time that we finish, give or take an hour.
Rakesh, stop it. So the next blind's with 30,000, 60,000 in 7 minutes' time.
So Joe completes in the small, and Wadey checks his option with the 8-6 of diamonds. And flops best on Queen 6-5 rainbow. And, expect Joe to call once here, facing one big blind bet with ace high, blind on blind. And does. Ten of diamonds on the turn, does bring in flush draw for Wadey's pair. Now choosing to check. I'm probably going to go check, check once more here on this run out, and the 6 of Wadey is going to be the best hand.
The 6 will win it. Small pot poker being played at this moment in time.
So Joe on the button here, King 7 suited. Pretty easy open for us. And I'm Wadey just calling the King 7 suited. Like here, Tao, I'd love just to see a light 3-bet here with 5-handed. Like Wadey's got a suited king in the small versus a Joe Hindry open on the button. Like we're just going to fold out so much of Joe's range if we just make it like 350 around that sort of remit. But just choosing to call on this occasion. And both players flop 2-pair nut kick up. Joe happy to continue on this one for 75k, and Wadey not going anywhere. Joe does have the old 4% free roll.
And there it is.
Not anymore. King 7 of hearts. Diamond on the turn. So definitely a card Joe's going to have high frequency check on. Wadey can plausibly have some flush draws on the flop, like calling range is going to be ace x, 7x, and some diamond draws. But Joe here actually going to double barrel this spot. Surprised to see this from him, and may actually fold Wadey off of a chop here. Let's get him off the chop.
Yeah, yes, him off it. Not sure you'll get into. Oh, you will be getting. You get until 9 o'clock, aren't you? For your old password GKPT. Cov, good luck if you're playing. And the bearded sprinter says, out of interest, when did this tourney start? The main event started on Thursday. Buying days on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning for the start of day 2. Day 2 had 129 players. We got down to 15. And 15 started at 12 o'clock today, and we're down to 5.
Okay, you have a look, Tommy.
These kids.
Listen, you have a look at this.
You kept to this one, I tell you.
Would you raise with this hand? Richard, would you raise with this hand on the bottom?
King 9 on diamonds.
Oh, Hendrick bagged as well. Hendrick Getchy. He's in
Is
day,
he?
day 2 of that as
Go
well.
on, son. Go on, the Getchy.
Having a look at some of the Brits that are in. Robert Cowan, Jack Hartcrossall, and Hendrick Getchy. Good luck to the three.
Excellent.
You've been speech playing me about this.
I've been playing with him
About
for a
this
long time.
old
He
guy
knows me.
for 2 days now.
He knows me. He knows me. I've been playing with him for a while.
I've been playing with him for 2 days now.
No, I've been playing with him for a long time. He'll tell you. All over. This one here. He's at it. I want to do.
Raise to 110k. Fold. Fold.
You're all right there, Mr. Bill. He's concentrated on you. He's leaving us alone.
Oh, the final's not that stale, Gary. I worked at a cardboard factory. It folded soon after. Oh my God. It's not that bad of a final, I am sure. Got him with a 9-8.
See that? Good walk, man. Yeah? Is that too much for you?
So 44 bigs, 43, 37, 22 and 17 for Jake.
We are now playing 30k, 60k, 30k.
They're all coming out now. They're all coming out.
Is there a book on dad jokes or something? Is that what it is? Do we all get the same book at Christmas? Good luck if you're in the free roll. Blind's just gone up to 30-60. 30 ante.
Joe going to be continuing here. Both options available. Looks like he's taken the call option. Completes in the small, and Wadey checks the Queen for her hearts.
Jack, King, 8.
Need you on here, Gary. Liven something up. Need some check, raise, bet. Bet. That's what we need. We need some, like, 3 barrels.
See you again soon, Gary. Probably Manchester for the next GUKPT. Main events are 12:50.
And the Queen 3, River in the best of it.
250k.
So with deuces on this board, just never ever call him.
Manchester on its way, and here it is, starting on Thursday, the 17th of March. Oh, St Patrick's Day. Ooh. Paddy's Day. It's Thursday, 17th of March. The G400s, the mini main starting on the Sunday. Cash stream will be on the Wednesday, the 5-5-10. No limit game on the Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday we'll be concentrating on the main, but there's plenty of sides right there. Check them all out, have a look, see what you fancy, and we'll see you at Berry New Road in Manchester from 17th until the 27th of March. Yeah, that is us, Lewis. That is us. We're in Leeds next. Leeds. We're in Manchester next. show you the plan for the team. All hearts, Queen 10 2. Both go redraw. Jay will be back in a couple of minutes. He's just gone for a quick cup of tea. I think he's fetching one back as well, which has been nice.
250k.
He didn't play any poker in Poland. If that's what you meant, he went on holiday to meet the in-laws. Better 250 from Wadey. Jake Coles. This is Wadey losing a few. Don't mind a check. Wadey has checked. Well, we're coming in for a bit of value. Let's see if Wadey is going to be calling. Yeah, it says check. This is the schedule for us for the next few weeks. Just gone for a cup of tea. Bringing the teas back.
Scared me. You told me you were going to
We'll be at Berry New Road for the GUKPT. We'll be at Edinburgh for the GUKPT as well. And then we're down in Luton. There is an event at the Vic that we'll be doing as Cardroom Direct at the end of April. Just after the Irish Open, everybody's going to the Irish Open, so keep your eyes on that. We'll be there down in London for that. But all the blue ones are the GUKPTs, which we will definitely be at, and right down at the bottom, right there, there it is, there. The big one, the huge, enormous, £1 million estimated prize pool. Goliath, on its way. Do you think we'll ever get a four-way all-in on this table? Really? I actually think somebody would fold. I mean, here we go again. Oh, he's mastered it now.
I've learned what you do. You fill the cup up with a hot water and then you press the hot water button
again. We've only been here 4 days. You've been here 10. Alan Budge cannot wait. Cemented to his seat until they budge him out of the way. The 1250 is the same as the London leg, the Blackpool leg later in the year. And just different prize structures. The 1250 is in Luton as well later in the year. Luton, London, Blackpool, Manchester and London to start the year.
What a flop for Wadey. He's just praying, Gary's got now. He's praying. Oh, well, he might actually get paid playing it. Checking twice might actually get him a call here. Hope Gary don't put the triangle in with a 10 like he did last time, Tower.
Yeah, that's 200,000. This could well be Wadey's triangle. It's a race to 8. Literally puts Gary all in. Gary Whitehead now in the tank because it checked the flop and they both checked the turn. Are we always checking?
I don't think Wadey ever bluffs this spot.
Me neither.
So I think Gary will find the right fold. Gary finds the call here. Wow.
Nice shows, and open folds a 10. And Wadey nods as if he'd say it's a good fold. Put the cards in. Oh, he shows him. He shows him the full house flopped. The flopped house. On 5, Mitch Ingham last out. Stephen Keogh played a great game. Cal Morial also playing a good game as well. And Andy back first, GUKPT final for him. Well done to Spand, who jumped straight into the bounty. And it's probably got 8 bounties or something like that.
Oh, congratulations, Gary. I'm just reading back the chat when I got the tea. Congratulations. Twins, eh? Keep you busy. Super King, I haven't really been playing, just the usual cash. Should be a mixed game cash every now and again. Obviously, when I was away, I didn't play poker. And Where's Walks is out of the old free roll. And cheers, Lewis. Much appreciated. We do try Tower night.
Yep.
Keep you all entertained. And
Barzo says, what about Glasgow 8 till the 11th of April? It's been postponed because the club's having a refurb. Glasgow have informed everybody that they're having a refurb, so they can't have the 25-25 in April, and it'll be on later in the year. So if you are local to Glasgow, the club is having a refurb and they couldn't hold the 25-25.
the first free bet, we've seen in a while. Richard making it 375 over at the Wadey Open, and Gary's flat on the button here with a 6-5 suited. Surprised to see Gary flat this one tower off of what's like 12 bigs at this stage. Can just let it go. Like our play now as Gary should just be all in or fold. We shouldn't really have any flats unless it's aces specifically. And now just has to get out of the way.
Yeah. Sean, I think the only way to get rid of the live over the cards is to hold your phone the other way up on Facebook, and then it goes into the middle apparently. That's the only way we can change it, and that's Facebook, not us. I'm pretty sure I got told that the 25-25 had been postponed, and Dave says get them to extend the card room while they're at it. Yeah, very good if they can. Yeah, Gary down to 625,000 now with a big blind at 60. So 10 bigs for Gary Whitehead. Yeah, more dealers, and I know it's been a problem since we come out of the pandemic on local staff. And local staffing in every casino in the country. They're all crying out for staff. They've been on a recruiting push ever since we come out of lockdown, but the jobs are still there. It'll sort itself out eventually, but a lot of people want poker now.
Gary, first time we've seen a player 10 bigs in a while on this FT. In the danger zone, going to be looking for a spot to get it in. So complete from Wadey in the small blind completes for 30k more. Jake checking his option with the old Jack Deuce. Heads up.
Ace 3-3. Not a bad flop for Wadey. Who's going to check? Yeah, Jake checks as well. Then he break like a 6 or a 7, and then that'll be it. 7 of hearts. Yeah, that'll do. On to the next. Five players left in order when they went out, going across the bottom of the screen. Last that was Mitch.
So Wadey on the button here with the 9-4 of spades. Probably going to just let this one go, and then it's going to be blind on blind action. And 10 bigs effective here.
Yeah.
Jake could potentially put this in here with a king. 10 bigs blind on blind. And there it is. Oh no, maybe not. 10 bigs here, blind on blind, effective. We've got a king. Surely we've got a shove.
Yeah, the lot's in.
There's the all in from Jake.
There's all in. You've got your triangle in front of you. Oh, thanks.
Gary with the Queen Jack here.
Ooh, interesting spot. 9 bigs. 9 big blinds for Gary Whitehead, Jack Queen.
Yeah, I'm calling tower, especially if it's against a competent player. Like, if Jake's shoving King 6 suited here, he's probably going to shove all suited Queen X, like Queen Deuce, all the way through to Queen.
They're in.
There's the call.
We've got a first roll in the call for quite a while.
And basically a coin flip this one. King 6 for Jake, Queen Jack for Gary. Gary needs to hit to stay alive.
Gary Whitehead needs to hit a jack or a queen, a king or a 10 for a bit of extra.
King's bad tower only gives him 4 outs. Yeah. And 9 of hearts on the turn, so just the queen or a jack.
A jack or a queen, and we lose one. And we've lost Gary Whitehead.
5th place. Good effort from Gary.
Shakes the hand of everybody at the table.
£16,550.
Good effort, sir. Good effort. £16,550.
Some achievement still coming 5th in this field. Very, very good effort from him, and now the lads are 4-handed.
We're down to 4. Well, lucky Gary, and well done indeed, sir. I will try and get definite for Glasgow, but I'm pretty sure it's been taken out of the link because it has been postponed to later on in the year. That's what I've been told. We'll try and get confirmation before we close the live stream, but I'm pretty sure.
Wadey opening cut off. Is this right? Joe under the gun? Okay, yeah, well I guess we're four-handed. That's Joe obviously winding up now that we're four-handed. Jack Deuce chose to open, Wadey flatted. Flop middle pair, check, check, flop, and then Wadey firing on the King of Clubs turn. Look how level this is, Tal. This could go to anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is what they got locked up for those asking. £25,000. 14k ladder. Lewis, you can get your money how you want. You can leave some on deposit. You can take it cash. You can have it transferred straight into your bank account. Very flexible here at the casino.
Absolutely. They are indeed. Yeah, I've just had it confirmed that the 25-25 has been postponed due to a club refurb. That has been confirmed. So if you go into the Glasgow club, the 25-25 has been postponed till later in the year.
Okay, cheers Dave. Joe defended Big Blind. He said he was under the gun, that was the only thing. That's what confused me.
Oh.
It was a dead button, wasn't it? Gary busted. Come up under the gun still on the system, but obviously because it was a dead button. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Thank you. Ace 10 for Joe. Blind on blind here with Wadey. Just choosing to complete. Check from Wadey with the Queen 5. Flop 9-7-6 rainbow. Check from Joe, check from Wadey. 8 would be a bit of an action card.
4 diamonds it is.
Now improves to an up and down. Wadey with his Queen 5. 1 to the dummy end of the straight, but no sign of aggression from either player. Just a lot of checking. Queen of diamonds though does give Wadey top pair, so he's going to value bet this. And Joe with just ace high, 10 of diamonds here. Hasn't really paid much off too lightly, Joe, but might be thinking here that Wadey probably repping Queen and only a Queen the way this hand's played. Like some players will be good enough to value bet a 7 in this spot. But if Joe thinks Wadey's not going to have any value with 7, maybe thinking that his ace high is going to be good enough at the time. And he does make the call, and Wadey gets the value from the Queen and takes that 1.
I've had a pump as well, you know. I've had a pump as well.
Yeah, do they not have a problem with it?
What?
With Bentley set for this stuff?
Where's Wadey from? I'm sure he's from the Nottingham area. He plays a lot at DTD and he's played around there. I'm sure he's from the Nottingham area.
I haven't said it on the Grosvenor side. I've had it with my couple of my friends who were bookies in it.
He's from Brum, says Penny.
Oh, he's from Birmingham.
Under the gun, Rich. A7 of clubs raises to 1-2-5. Wadey kills with a suited connector in the small. And Jake not defending his option with the Queen 3 off. Heads up.
Heads up to the flop. 6 ace 2. 2 spades.
Top pair here for Richard. Definitely one we can incorporate into a check range some of the time, but betting perfectly fine too. I'm going to get action straight away because Wadey, after catching a piece, can't fold just yet. Has to call once here tower and take a turn. Little backdoor straight draw in there as well. Wow, just gets out the way. Very surprised to see that. He says he has a 6. And good read there from Wadey, I guess.
The final 4, here they come. Well done to Gary Whitehead, who has just been eliminated. Evening, Alex, watching on Twitch.
So King 10 for Joe. Definitely in that open, this one four-handed. Makes it 120.
Blinds 30,000, 60,000. When's the next tournament on? Show you the NPL tournaments very shortly after this hand. Queen high flop, Queen 2, 3.
So Jake here, probably going to continue to tell. I'll wrap around that queen. Going to have the stronger queen X here, being the opener. And Joe obviously going to be defending very wide in the big blind. Just going to get a lot of folds from part of his range, and continues and takes it.
If you're getting in the free roll, you've got a minute apparently. It says Mick the Mod. Good luck.
Like Jake there, like Queen 9 four-handed, can definitely open, but decides to take the tighter approach. And Richard with the ace deuce, going to take initiative on the button, raise and take for him. Him and Wadey very similar stack sizes now.
You're saying it's so old school to show your cards, that's what they'll be saying in the Coventry.
Well, we are old school, are we?
Never seen these guys.
Not so sure you can still get in the free roll, but if you do, good luck.
Nah, it's closed 8 minutes ago, Tower.
People still asking. Even the C4 wants a game. While he's in Prague. Why are you walking around the square? Getting a nice little bit of schnitzel. And a bit of sauerkraut. And a hot dog. It's cold.
Good enough answer.
Good enough answer. It's gold. It is Prague. It is just coming out of winter. But it is amazing.
Jake, I haven't seen a
Oi,
premium
oi.
in a while.
First premium man for a long time.
We've got Wadey raising it up, and to us, Wadey's size here, way too small tower, blind on blind, out of position. Definitely want to choose a larger size, although we are going to save some chips this way on this occasion, because I just expect Jake to be free betting the kings here, and Wadey will have to get out of the way. Literally every, other than start of the final table and we're full ring, like every free bet has been value. Every single free bet has been for value. Look how close this is. Yep. Skullman, how are we doing? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Skullman. Hope you are well.
Julius Cheeser, do you guys have a favourite hand that looks that's not an obvious choice? Do you like a hand tower?
I like 10 jack of clubs.
Yeah, I'm the obvious choice. I like the aces. But yeah, not really one for favourite hands or superstition with a hand.
I like 10 jack of clubs.
But once again, we see a free bet, and it is for value.
Yeah, got to get him knocked out. I'm sure we'll see Skullman in Manchester if he's not flying off anywhere else. Sam Grafton's won a 10k bounty in Prague. Brilliant. Does that mean he knocked somebody out and won a bounty, and then the bounty was €10,000?
I'm not sure, Tower. I'm not sure. I doubt there's a bounty tournament where it's 10k per knockout. I don't think they have a mystery bounty unless they're incorporating it for the first time this year on the EPT since it's back. I think it's probably 10k buy-in bounty event. Okay. 5 and 5.
Are we going to the Battle of Malta? No, we'll can't get to the Battle of Malta, unfortunately. It falls on the same weekend as us working in London.
Bro, I said to you I'm going to give you a walk. I've got pocket fives, yeah? I've got an ace. What do you want me to do?
Still thinking about Ireland and the Irish Open. We'll have to see what happens. Hoping to get over. We'll see. But I will be in Manchester, as will. That's Manchester's schedule that's going on. As the cards come out, show you more of that. That's Manchester schedule. GUKPT is there.
We've got 8 minutes left on this level, and then we do go into the 40k, 80k level, which means 100 big blinds in play. And that's usually the level we usually finish up at, but the way this final table's gone, I don't think that's ever going to be the case. It's just been a one of those where the players are just happy to wait for their hands, wait to hit some boards, and then start betting. There's not really been too much aggression going on other than just the C bet, and then it's usually shut down. We'll draw here for Wadey. 2 overs to the board for Joe. Blind on blind here, both players with an ace.
That's 130. Oh.
Joe doesn't choose to see bet. Double gut shot now for Wadey with his ace 5. Like, if this is check to us for Wadey, you'd have to bet here, Tower. It's just a really nice spot to just go bet. Once Joe's checked twice here, it's just such a nice spot. We've got double gut shot here. We can fold out some better ace highs and chooses not to. And now Joe makes the best hand. Perhaps missed a bet on the turn there as Wadey after picking up that amount of equity. But now it should just be value bet from Joe, fold from Wadey.
used to like this one. I had a double gut around the fish wall, not fish wall, the two. Each five, I don't know. No, each five is speak. So I need a 4-3. I need a 3 or a 6 or a speak.
Slinky, do it, do it, do it. You're already going to. When are you off to the Irish Open, Sylvia? When are you going? Let us know. I'll have to have a think about it. Can't do Battle Malta because we're working down in London and the Vic.
Check.
Sylvia's on her way to the Irish Open. Ryan Mandora's already in Malta, isn't he? Coventry local, who was on the cash game on Wednesday night.
Yeah, Ryan flew out today with his missus.
Michael Mann wants to know what happens if the game doesn't find a winner and it's 2 AM. We carry on until we crown a champion. We always find a champion at whatever time it may be. The latest the GUKPT has finished is 5:15 in the morning. Just thought I'd let you know. And that was in Newcastle, about 2009. And that was the days when the casinos were closing at 6 AM as well.
Pass. Raise 125,000. Pass. Oh.
7-3, Rainbow, top pair for Wadey, decent kicker. I'm going to get some action as well because Rich here with the Jack 3 of diamonds, middle pair, facing this half pot bet from Wadey. Not going anywhere. Two hearts on the turn. Check, check. 5 hearts on the river.
Check. Bet 200,000.
Now Wadey has to value that.
200,000.
Glad to see. If he didn't value bet this spot tower, I wouldn't have been happy. So in a bit of a spot here now, Richard, with his Jack 3. Obviously, backdoor hearts, we're not really too worried about that. Probably expect Wadey to start barring. That's a good fold there from Richard, four-handed. Button versus big blind. Makes the correct decision.
Indeed, indeed. The seniors is down to 10 players out of the 112 that have played. And the bounty is down to 21 players from the 102 that played. Great numbers for the two-side events here on Sunday. We're on 4 players from the 15 that started. Slink's going to Dublin on the 9th for 8 days. Yeah, we'll see what we can do, Sylvia. We'll see what we can do. And I'll let you know. Is Coventry 24 hours? I don't actually know. I think it is, isn't it?
Yes.
During GUKPT week
During
especially.
a GUKPT week, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, we might just catch the rush hour traffic in the morning, Dennis.
Ace A7 board is checked. 8 of clubs on the turn. Well timed check here from Jake, but I'm surprised he hasn't continued this board. Just like bet on big blind. Just going to fold out so many hands of Joe. It wouldn't have worked on this occasion. We saved ourselves that big, but playing for a lot of money. Every time you see a bet at the moment, tower, someone's got it. Like that's the we see C bets obviously, but once we go post the flop, like if someone double barrels, it's just always value at the moment.
Yep.
Just seeing no bluffing at all. It's just waiting for a hand, betting it, waiting for a hand, betting for it. So it could be the situation of whoever runs best is going to win this one. Maybe waiting, obviously, for 2 of the other players to get involved against each other. That could be the case, hoping that others collide and we can get that ladder. The ladders are very significant, obviously something to take into account. So blind's going to be going up after this level to 40k, 80k. That means 40 minutes until the next break. Jake opening and continuing on the 977 rainbow board. Wadey happy to call once with ace high. Good to see this. No, it's not correct on this occasion, but a variety of hands that are going to continue on this board. Ace high can still be the best of it. You have to call once. And Jake now on this 7 turn. Obviously never folding out a 9, more a 7 here. Pocket pairs are going to call once more. Might start checking now. Happy to get to showdown. Can we ever get value from worse? Probably not. 8 of hearts on the river here. Now has Wadey got a lead in him here? Yes, Wadey. Finally.
Oi, oi. That's 250.
Yeah, love this. It's just should work as well, Tower, because he's called on the 977 flop, and like hands that are going to call here a lot of the time, it's basically 9x, 7x, and then hands like 10-8, Jack 10, 10-6, 6-5, and all these hands now either make a boat or a straight. So it puts like better ace highs in a really gross spot like Jake has in this occasion, and like the only hand Jake beats here is literally ace high, and we're not always going to bet that because of the showdown, but love this from Wadey here on the river, and be surprised if Jake called this off. Yeah, it has to fold, Jake. It's just we lose to too much the way this hand's played. We only literally beat ace highs that called flop and then decided to bluff river. It's probably only going to be like the ace 6 through ace deuce. So fair play, Wadey finally amping up the aggression. Chip lead up to 2.8 million.
Evening, Debbie. Your man doing well. Richard playing very, very well. And good night to the Chufty kids.
Good night.
They've all been watching Dad playing a bit of poker. Good to have you on board, Debbie. Good to see Richard back at a final table. It's been a while. He's playing well.
Raise 160,000. All.
Three-way to a flop. Oh no, heads up. First three-way. Ace, 8, 4.
Check.
So Joe with the goods. Wadey has to call here. Oh, and a 5 of spades on the turn, so we're actually going to see decent sized pot here, Tower. Joe, I'm hoping he's going to come in for a second street of value here with the ace 10. And Wadey's obviously going to have to call.
$360 is that? It is, and a snap call. 360 and a snap.
Wow. And this is a river that Joe might get paid on, Tower. Because it makes it so much less likely that Joe has an ace now once this river rolls off. Is he going to block bet? Going to come in for a donk? And no, he's just playing with his chips. He's already checked. And action now on Joe Hendry. What size are we making this? Doubt we're going for the lot here because we do want to try and get called by some 8x as well as obviously the worst ace x. Ace 2, ace 3, ace 6, ace 7, ace 9, as well as some the stronger 8x that Wadey can have. And
that's about half a mil.
Yeah, I like that size from Joe. Really nice sizing choice here. Just obviously an ace is never folding, but once we start opting for this size, Tower, we puts 8x like Wadey has in this scenario in a really tough spot, and he can have plausibly a lot of 8x that call 2 streaks, 8-6, 8-7 suited. Going to call once picking up a gut shot, as well as the 8x of spades in there as well. So I'm really big fan of this sizing choice from Joe Hendry on the river. And let's see if Wadey can make the correct laydown. It's a tough spot, especially in a four-handed situation, and Joe has open button. And not giving anything away, just staring at the board, not even looking at Wadey, not even letting him get an inkling of where he's at in this hand. Poker face at its finest for Joe Hendry there, not even reacting.
Does he think I'm bluffing? I had a pair and a flush draw. I had a pair and a flush draw. Do you think I'm bluffing?
This is the first bit of action we've seen in a while. 1.9 million in the middle will be a 2.4 million chip pot if Wadey makes the call here. The thing is though, Tal, no one's really run it on this final table. And if I'm sitting there in Wadey's shoes, because no one's run it and everyone's just had it every time someone's gone bet or bet and then check, they've turned up with top pair on the end. And for that reason, I'd probably fold as Wadey. And as well, we can plausibly have some ace-x in our range as Wadey.
Oh, he's made the call.
And
he snap folds.
Yeah, and Joe now well over a third of the chips in play and going to be favourite to win this one. That is a massive pot, massive turning point in the final table. And Joe Hendry going for back-to-backers on the live stream.
Absolutely. Joe Hendry making a big one. Biggest pot of the final table.
That's what I mean. That's really common.
He had the 8s, he had the flush draw. Joe Hendry would be favourite right now. If you're on Joe Hendry this morning, then good luck.
Pass. Pass.
Half an hour to go at 40-80. Aces for Jake. He wakes up and he makes it. 80, is that 180 he's made it? He hadn't just limped. No way has he just limped? No way has he just limped. He might have, you know. There's not many blues in there. So he could just limp the aces here.
I've just come back. I'm guessing he's completed in the small
Yeah,
tower.
yes.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Aces in the small blind, you're not always going to raise them up. The thing is, you need to complete some really strong hands, because then what that does, that means we can complete wider. Because if our opponent's aware we've got some strong hands in our complete range, then they're less likely to start raising it up as wide. So that's all this is. Perfectly fine from Jake. It may seem not good shootout, but it's perfectly fine. So Richard flopping double gut shot here, so we have got action. King of spades on the turn, and Jake just wants to continue the trap here and checks it over once more. And like here, like Richard not choosing to double barrel here, definitely a good double barrel spot. Wouldn't have worked on this occasion, but it's just what we've seen in this final table. One bet, give up. No one's been willing to run it, but there is a lot of money at stake. I guess that's a key factor. And Jake's never going to check here, but obviously check would be the right play. I like the decision to fire, but
it's on Jake.
Yeah, got to think what we're trying to get called by, and what hands are going to bet flop, check back turn, and then what size choice to try and target those. Maybe some 9x, even though 9x probably going to continue betting, because once we call flop, only king x we should have are like some king x of clubs, and then maybe some king 7, king 3. And Jake fires for 400. Just going to get out of the way here with a 5-6.
Yep.
But he's got maximum playing it this way. He has got the absolute max. If he just raised it up, Rich probably would have folded.
Pairs scrolling across the bottom of the string. So 4 left, Joe Hindley, Wadey, Jake Stone and Richard Ashby. Here we go. Anything going to be happening on this level before we go to a break in half an hour?
Yeah, got 30 minutes left of this level, guys. Thanks for everyone staying tuned. Still got plenty of you watching, even though the action has been very slow. Understand why, the amount of money these lot are playing for. 93 grand can be life changing. I'm surprised that we'll see now he's got the chip lead, but I'd love to see Joe just take control now. Tower, start opening more, start running it a bit more, just applying pressure in the right spots, not just recklessly going open, bet, but choosing good spots to do it with as well. Richard here, huge hand, four-handed on the button, ace queen. Going to happily open this one.
With the ace queen, betting, opening to 175.
And waited. Nice one to defend, Jack 10. And both players catch a piece. Wadey out flopping the ace queen of Rich. But Rich not choosing to continue here on the king high board. You're going to choose to check this one. And check once more. 9 of diamonds on the river. And where you value bets 200k, so half pot value bet here from Wadey. And Rich makes the call with ace high. The same as before, like Rich there, like calling it off with ace high. I don't mind the call at all, but the way this final table's been played, no one's had a river bluff in them. So when we got marginal decision and we don't beat anything other than a bluff, I'm just going to be folding every single hand. It's as simple as that. No one's got a river bluff in them today, Tower.
Nope.
Not a single person. So every time, it's been probably a couple out of probably about 30 plus river spots, but I'd just basically be folding all my marginal decisions. Because just so infrequently we're seeing river bets being bluffs. Just seem always the value heavy side of it.
Were they all required to wear black? Because that's what they were all wearing. All 9 were. All 9 finalists were all in black.
Pocket 7s for Richard. Nice one to open four-handed.
The table needs an Ian. You're not wrong. Well, they're on break in 25 minutes. I'm pretty sure we'll get to the break without it finishing. We're on 4.
Yeah, 100 big blinds in play now. This is usually a level that it does finish, Tower.
Yeah.
Well, not the level, but the 100 big blind remit.
Yeah, it's 5100 next, so 5100
80 bigs
chips in play, 8.3 mil, so 80 bigs in play. See what happens. Thanks to everybody for sticking with us.
Yeah, massive thank you to
Absolutely.
everyone.
It has been another great week in Coventry, and we're on the way to Manchester in 10 days' time.
10 days?
That'll be the Wednesday live stream cash game.
No chance. No chance.
Is that
No.
2 weeks?
17 days. 17 days.
What am I doing in 10 days then?
Well, I'm doing something, that's why I panicked.
What am I doing in 10 days?
I don't know, what are you up to?
I have no idea, I can't remember.
Queen 8 of hearts of Joe raises it up, and Jake just ripping it here with the ace queen for sub 20 bigs.
What am I doing in 10 days'
I
time?
don't know, you tell me. Well, this is what we're doing in 17 days' time.
Go on then.
Is it that one?
Oh yeah, 17th of March. Oh yeah, St Patrick's. What?
I guess in 10 days' time we've got the satellite on the Wednesday night in the club for the Manchester G400. So maybe that's what you might have thought.
The festival starts
the festival
in 10
starts,
days'
yeah?
time.
Yeah, the actual festival.
See, I
There we
knew
go.
there was something. I knew there was something on. Aidan says at this stage, if you're the chip leader, would you advise putting the pressure on a lot more than usual?
I think the way the table's playing, yes. At this particular table, yes. It comes down to how the rest of the players are playing. Like, you wouldn't just start doing it if they were playing aggro as well, and there are a lot of free bets flying about, although now we're not as deep as we were a couple of hours ago. It's a bit different. But yeah, I'll definitely, especially with Joe's stack, be applying it a lot more, like here versus Richard. Well, good timing, very good timing, because Wadey had the kings, and Wadey tiny free bet as well. Tower, this is just over a 2x free bet out of position.
This is call me, Jim.
Yeah,
call me, baby.
This is I want action. And Rich will sniff this out, I'm sure.
Indeed, indeed. So, what are you at Cheltenham? I'm there Wednesday and Thursday, bring on the bookie bashing. I've never, ever been to Cheltenham. Ever. The TV coverage is fantastic. I've never thought about going to Cheltenham. I used to love my racing, but not as much now. I used to love it. It's supposed to be a great day out. Apparently it's over subscribed now and it's too busy. But no, I've never been. Never ever been to Cheltenham. And the biggest festival in jump racing. Just send over the tips, Nick.
Spring thinks Joe's got back-to-back in his head. Well, Joe's a good player, like general rule of thumb. If players are playing too tight, you need to play more aggressively. If players are playing too aggressively, you need to play more like tight. It's like there's chips to be made. Joe flopping top pair. Happy to fire.
That's a good shout.
What's that, Tower?
Got to get there to Cheltenham as soon as you can. Stay in Birmingham, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper, and it's 40 minutes on the train each morning, and then 40 minutes back, obviously.
On the way back, you don't even realise it because you sleep. You're always plastered with alcohol.
Like it. That's it. The kids are in bed. Debbie's on her own now. Debbie's back. Come on, Richard. Richard. Aye. Kids are in bed, all tucked up. Queen 9 flop, Queen 3-2.
Got 15 minutes left of the session, guys, and then
we're on a break.
Quick 15-minute break.
Right.
Only lost one these 2 hours. That's Gary hit the rail. Gary Whitehead, great effort from him, 5th place. He'll be happy with the £16,000 payday. And Jake here, King Forest, just spades on the button. Folds.
Really surprised to see that.
Fancy it now. You always defend it. Such smart, brother. All right.
So pocket sevens for Richard. Now with 10 big blinds, he's all in, gets it through. Good luck, Mad Madge. Says 23 left in the free roll, sitting in 12th. Very best of luck to you. And good luck to anyone else playing a live stream free roll if you are still tuned in. Next hand.
Anybody folded when they shouldn't have done?
I don't know. Suited king on the button, four-handed. Probably always going to be opening that myself, but maybe might have thought because of Rich's 10 big blind stack, just didn't fancy it. And now Rich going to open here off of his 12 big blind stack with the ace-3 under the gun, trying to get this little steal through. Just picking up blinds and ante now is massive, and does get it through just like that, up to 1.2 million, back up to 15 bigs. And Mark McMaster's currently chip leader in the free roll. Good luck. Was, just as he put that, was. So 10 deuce of clubs for Joe. Happy to open. That's more like it. That's what I wanted to see.
Yes, go on, Joe.
The old Doyle.
Take control, Joe.
Not when the table's free bet frequency is at 1%, old rat bag. When everyone's playing as tight as they are, certainly not. Probably not that though, but a bit of an exaggeration, but no one's playing back.
Queen 9 Jack. $45 bigs for Joe, 3.7 mil. He is taking control. Heading to a break in about 15 minutes' time. penalty sticker crawling across. They've locked up 25,300.
God, it seems like a lifetime ago when Mitch busted.
It was. Yeah. We'll update 5th because that was Gary Whitehead. Well done, Gary.
A bit like Michael and Mark in the free roll. So Queen 7 here for Joe. And just chooses to call on this occasion. And Wadey just checking his option here with a 7-8.
King high flop, King 6-2.
There's neither player catching this board. Goes check, check. So Wadey does pick up a gut shot now, and I'd like to see him fire now tower off. We pick up this bit of equity on the turn, and can fold out lots of hands that are ahead of us, like the Queen 7 in this occasion. Joe getting out of the way, nice pick up from Wadey without the goods. Alright then, Binky Winks.
How's it going? Shabba! Yeah, we're going alright.
Every time.
We started with 15, we're down to 4, 10 hours later. But it has been an interesting day. Anybody remember the first out today? That long ago, anybody remember?
James.
Yes, James Parker, first man out. Then Tai Huang went out. GD.
I thought we was going to play a game then. I thought was guess everyone that went out today.
Oh, you probably could. Jay Yerbit in 12th. In 11th was the Mad Turk. There were no more dancing for him. You can dance! Simon Taberham went out on the final table bubble, and then we lost Andy Back, Cal Morial, Stephen Keogh, Mitch Hynham, and out about an hour and a half ago was Gary Whitehead. So we're on 4, heading towards the break.
So Wadey not choosing to open the 10-9 here. And Jake 9-8 in the small blind. Just going to give the 12 big blind stack of Rich a walk.
The Mad Turk plate. What? The Mad Turk tells you that he's going to call you before you.
Yeah, that felt like that.
Are the blinds.
Joe Field, how are we doing, Joe?
Evening, Joe.
Joe Hindry, never in doubt.
Payouts running across the bottom of the screen. Did Joe win the main 888 in London? Yes, he did. We were live streaming it. We were there.
So Rich on the button, lets it go. Nearly half the chips in play now for Joe. Definitely on his way to back on this live stream. Completes Queen 5-3 rainbow board. Lovely flop here for Wadey, flopping bottom 2 pair. I'm just going to come out firing. A quick fold there from Joe Hendry. No action for Wadey with the 5-3 of spades.
$374,000 in the prize pool, 93,460 for first, 416 runners, and we're down to 4.
Joe raising to 160 with the King 6, and Jacob in the big blind. Just letting it go. 4 minutes left on the clock before we're going to head out on a quick 15, and then we will be back.
We will. Will it be the next session when we crown a champion?
Well, at the end of the next session, Tower, we would be 100, 160. We'd be coming back at the 100k, 200k level after that break. So that would mean there'd be 40 bigs in play, which is unheard of.
The optimum. That's the last level you'd ever think you'd ever finish, don't you?
Especially, you remember we've had such a small field for, like,
15 players.
What we're used to. Like
15 players we came back with.
On a day 3.
Yeah.
We had like 36 or something in London, for leg 1 of the year. So Joe just asking Rich here for a quick stat count. Finally, oh, we've seen a light shove, and it's going to work. All played Rich. It's first light shove I've seen all.
Short for this.
All comp Tower. Not all comp, but all FT. First light shove we have seen, and it's for Richard with the King 4. Nicely done.
Every time I've had nothing, like 3-7 off. Every
So we're on 4, heading towards the break. A couple of minutes left at this session, and then we'll show you what is happening at Manchester next, what's going on for the first 6 months of the year, and where we will be. Coventry is nearly in the books. 416 runners.
So Jake now, I think Jake's actually now the short stack Tower. Well, him and Rich both got 1.2 million. I'm not sure. Who's got less? Ah, okay, Richard's got slightly less, one big blind less. Ace 5 suited here, just got to shove surely tower. If you don't shove this, I'll be amazed. Can't see how we can't not shove this hand. It's like such a nice one to shove for this amount of big blinds. There we go. There's a triangle. And Wadey with King Queen. Gonna get called, I think. Wadey's asking for a count. Richard shoves some King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited. There's plenty of hands we dominate as Wadey here. It's there. It's a 13 big blind shove on the button, 13, 14 big shove on the button here, and we've got King Queen. This problem is Wadey's got, if he loses this one, we are then going to be the short stack, and coming back after the break, we're going to have sub 10 big. So that's obviously what we've got to take into account. And Wadey here in a bit of a spot. He does make the call tower, and last hand before the break, we're going to have an all-in and a call.
Oi, 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 oi.
And Richard is the player at risk. He does have the best of it. Wadey needs to hit with the King Queen. But we got a little bit of action for you guys.
A little bit, just a little bit. Are you watching, Debbie? Your man's either on his way home or he's doubling up and sitting back down again. Your man's in. 5, 7, deuce.
Clean, just fading backdoor clubs, or King or Queen on turn on river. That's a great turn for us here as Richard just needing to fade the King or the Queen. And it's the 3 of clubs, so we have a double up. Rich Ashby doubling up. Last hand before the break.
Doubling up, sitting back down. He's not coming home, Debbie. He's not coming home.
So we're going to be back at 10:15, guys, with the remainder of the final table. Make sure you stay tuned. We will see you then.
15 minutes.
On the way back, I'm like, you know what? You're not going to, whatever. I did see if he was, I did ask if he was at Javier, so I did look for him twice because I thought it would happen. And I said, you know what, screw this. Just take the fast way back up the escalator. You're not going to run into many people. You won't have to sign a lot of autographs and take a lot of pictures. Let's just get out of here quickly. So my food arrives. I take the escalator up at the Aria, and now I'm at the top of the escalator, and who turns the corner? Boom, it's Michael Jordan. And he's walking with this guy named Pops, who's like in his 70s, and they're walking 1 mile per hour step. Step. And I fly in the casinos. And I come flying up behind MJ with a bag of food in my hand, and 5 feet away from him, like, don't bother him. So I slam my glasses on, and I just decide to blow by him and ignore him because, Michael Jordan, everybody in the world stops him, give him some space. Because I know what it's like. I'm being stopped every day for, a couple weeks by that point. And I look over, I look to my right, and I'm like, hey, MJ, good to see you. He'd already seen me on Friday and said hello. And he nods, and I'm walking 90 miles an hour. Boom, I take the left turn, towards the steakhouse, but there's the private VIP doors there. I open the door, and I instinctively look behind me because I'm raised in Wisconsin. You want to be polite and open the door for people. So as I open the door, I noticed MJ's running. I mean, he's with Pops. They're like running. He should just be turning the corner. And I'm supposed to pop in the elevator and be gone. But he's run. And now he's like only 10 feet behind me. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I knew what to say. I'm like, hey, congratulations on your marriage. He's like, thanks, Phil. How's it going? What are you doing? I'm like, holy shit. MJ ran to catch up with me and wants to stay. And, we'd hung out a couple times and starts asking me all these questions. We take the elevator up together. We talked the whole time. It was just really nice. And then, fifth place in this tournament, in the heads up tournament, Michael Jordan running to catch up with me. I just hosted Tiger's event, and I wake up the next day, and my friend says, hey, President Obama, he was still president, President Obama was at my house drinking wine and was asking how you're doing in the World Series of Poker. I'm like, President Obama knows me? Oh my God. Michael Jordan ran to catch up with me, and I was a complete asshole for the next 2 weeks. All I wanted to do was tell everybody about how Obama emailed, Obama was asking about me, how MJ ran to catch up to me, about how I was hosting Tiger Jam. I think I had 99 caches at that point, and I only needed one more, so the whole world was getting ready to announce Phil's going to be the first to 100 caches, and I'm just in the center vortex of, of press and great things happening, and I got so cocky I didn't even cache for the next 2 weeks. I don't even think I had 100 caches the rest of the series. And I was just like, oh my God, Phil, what is wrong with you? You couldn't handle your head blowing up. It's like my head exploded. Obama, Jordan, Tiger, the vortex. People come up to me 100 times a day during the series, pictures, autographs. They want to tell me how great I am. They want to tell me that I'm their all-time idol who they aspire to be. And my head blew up. And I played like I lost focus. And the next time that happened to me is when Elon Musk came to my book launch party. But at least I started work. I had to work 5 hours a day the next 4 or 5 days. Yeah. And my head didn't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And so you get better at dealing with stuff and better at dealing with stuff. But yeah, the ego can seep in negative ways, and you have to try to avoid it.
Yeah, you touched on the online World Series and that you're stopping at the Aria and playing most of the series there. Are these going to be real bracelets? If Phil Hellmuth wins an online tournament, he's number 16 and then maybe 17. What do you think about the online series?
For sure, it's real bracelet, for 100%. And you're going to see Negreanu playing in every tournament. You're going to see me playing in every tournament. You're going to see all the guys that want to win bracelets, that really care about winning bracelets, are going to be playing in these tournaments. Now, the sacrifice is that we have to go, to Nevada, in the summertime. But that's not much of a sacrifice. I'll be staying at the Aria Hotel, baby. I mean, come on. All these world-class restaurants there, and the high limit. I'm sure I'll go down there for some socially distanced drinks and cigars, and so for me, this month of chasing bracelets. Plus, I like the fact there's only one a day. You play your event at 3, maybe hop in an hour or two late, and if you bust out, you have the rest of the day to yourself. So I'll definitely be working out at the Aria. I'll be, and I know the Aria is taking the most precautions of any casino except the Wynn. So MGM and the Wynn are taking the most precautions for COVID. Yeah. So I'll go in the gym to work out, but if I don't, I'll walk. But I'm going to try to find a way to hit the exercise bike where I feel safe every day. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe I'll just have to wipe down the stuff I will be touching before I hit the exercise bike. But I can even play a World Series of Poker tournament on the exercise bike, yeah. And so, I think these bracelets will count. I know I'll be, if I want to tell everybody I just won, I had the whole world stopped. I had the whole poker world stopped. I mean, the people that are paying attention, the insiders, when I owned the bracelet in early June in 19, I made the final table 10-handed. I had the chip lead. I think we had 3,000 players in that event, and it was the online tournament.
One thing we will miss, because it's a World Series online festival, is we'll miss a Phil Hellmuth entrance. There's been plenty. I've been there myself. The 4 years it was in London, I was there myself. You had the Lady Gaga's one year. You had the Caesar. What's been your favourite?
Caesar. I just got asked this question, so I know the answer. They just asked me. Caesar, man. I thought, listen, first of all, for Caesar, I was in the best shape of my life. Mm-hmm. So You know, you can see the muscle definition. I mean, I'm not some bodybuilder or anything, but you can see that. I mean, Norman Chad commented on ESPN that I looked really good in the Caesar thing, and commented on my muscles. And that guy, Norman, who I actually love, and he loves me, but is the most critical of me of anybody in the poker world, complimenting me on my outfit. And it was really fun. 4 guys carrying me in to the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And in London, we had an actual, chariot with a horse bring me in. But go back to the Vegas one, and I know that they paid. I know that just renting the costume cost $20,000 that I had on. I had a costume that had been used in the movies, and so and I just saw pictures of the other day, and then they had all of the the women, who then greeted me at the curb dressed in those white, beautiful dresses and walking. I mean, that was cool. And the first 2 or 3 entrances, I was really embarrassed. And then I just embraced it because I think it's great for poker. I think it brings eyeballs to poker. It's undeniably great for poker because we're doing fun stuff. Now, of course, the Thor entrance was cool because they showed it for 11 minutes straight on ESPN2. I mean, 11 minutes straight. What are those commentators talking about after a while,
Brilliant. If we had a poker Mount Rushmore with Phil Hellmuth being the first person, the face there, you've got 3 more to join you. Would you be able to put 3 there?
Yeah, it has to be Phil Ivey, Doyle Brunson, and Johnny Chan. The big bracelet winners.
Absolutely.
Well, who did I say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ivy.
Those guys are all tied at 10 bracelets, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And all have been, Johnny Chan, people don't know how great he is. Like, he's been playing in the biggest games in the world almost every day since the 1980s. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's only when the young generation gets a chance to play with him, in the biggest poker games in the world, that they say, wow, because they don't know how great he is. And Doyle, up until the age of 83, 84, was playing in the biggest games in the world and winning every single month. And Phil Ivey, great at everything. And so right now, that's the Mount Rushmore of poker. It could look differently in the future. Negreanu is, going to clamor for one of those spots and may well get there. Eric Seidel, another great player who's performed well all over. He's won a fortune in the cash games, Seidel has. He's won a bunch of bracelets. He's won high rollers. Eric is another great player. He's right there. So Negreanu and Seidel are right there. And there's some other guys too, but I think that's enough to mention for now.
Touching back to your bracelets, you've got 2 in Raz. Was that always your second favorite game?
It seems to me like Raz, I bought into all the hype of everybody saying, oh, we hate Raz. There's only, because everybody hates Raz because there's so much luck involved. They perceived it to be all luck. And then for me, the light went off one year. And I won my first Raz bracelet. And what people miss is it's a great game for reading abilities. Because if someone raises and you raise it, say with, 7-5 deuce, you have to pay attention to all the cards on the board. And the guy behind you re-raised with ace 3-4. And he hits a 3 and a 4. Most people just fold. Yeah. You hit an 8 and a 9. You have a 9 made. Most people are just folding right there because he re-raised you. And all you can see is his ace up. Unbeknownst to you, he actually has 2 pair, but it looks like he has a 6 low or a wheel. So that's where the skill in Raz comes in. Knowing when someone paired and when someone didn't pair. Yeah. And then representing a hand when you don't actually have it. And so there's all this.
What is it now? 50 or 100?
Yep, 50k 100.
We can't pay him that 520.
Right, it was a tough one, man. Nearly folded. Hey?
He can worry you've got an ace, that's the problem.
We are back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Rich just doubled. So the last hand before the sesh finished. Oh man. Who we got? What we got? How many chips we got?
We got Wadey, we got Joe Hendry, we got Rich Ashby, and we got Jacob Stone.
Not sure if the chip can. Oh no, Gary White.
Gary's still there.
Unlucky, unlucky. Here we go. We're down to 4.
Yeah.
We are on 4. They're all coming in. Back to it. I know you guys don't like the breaks and you all mill around, but 15 minutes is 15 minutes. We've had a coffee, we've had a drink, we've had a bit of energy, we've had a bit of dancing, and now we're ready. Ready to do it again. Let's do it. Well done, everybody. Who's cashed? We'll run the prizes on the bottom. We are ready to rock and roll.
The guy in the Coventry said it's
Oh, it's gonna, the tournament's gonna end up on a flip. It's got it. You know? 90% of the time it's gonna end up on a flip anyway.
and you're still alive, so yeah. It's a fucking, that's awful.
So this is grinding that. Now you definitely need to kids what you're ready to.
Okay, guys, 50,000, 100,000.
Now then, young man. Seat 2, Joe Hendry. Seat 4, Wadey Ashraf. Seat 6, Jake Stone. And seat 9, Richard Ashby. Is he just moving across? No, sticking it there. Let's do it, ladies and gents. Here we go.
It's been a long FT this.
It has. It was
half two.
Was it?
Yeah.
2:30.
Half two,
Well,
right.
and it was 4 o'clock when first play went out.
Yeah. Well,
It was
yeah,
4 o'clock
half.
when Andy Beck went out.
Nearly coming up to 8 hours. Obviously, we've had breaks in between that, but it's been a fairly long FT
That
this
is
one.
a long slog.
But we're back and we are here until conclusion.
Yeah, we had 2, 4, 6. Pass.
So Wadey all in blind on blind with the ace king. Jake obviously not calling the 9-7. Very similar stack sizes between Wadey and Jake.
Indeed.
That'd be awesome if Spam won the bounty before this finished. Is he still in? The old
Is he
bounty.
still in the bounty? Is he really?
So look, I'm going to have a look on the poker live app.
Brilliant.
Bounty.
Brilliant. Jumps into the bounty and just crushes that as well. So we're on 4.
Spam's not in the bounty.
Uh-oh.
He's not in.
Oh, man.
King Queen for Joe. Chip lead up. Happy to open.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Raise and take for Joe Hendry.
300, what's going on? It's changed his. Hey, no, boys. No longer double. We've got
I watched him
three.
in the video. 888. I know that.
Like Joe can go to town on Rich as well, right here. With these two sub 10 big blind stacks and the ladders what they are, like Joe should just be going to town on Rich. Like if Rich opens, Joe can 3-bet very wide.
Yeah.
Because Rich should be aware that with these two sub 10 big blind stacks, he just wants to do a lot of folding until they get it in and see whether they double or bust. Because the ladders are very significant in terms of buy-ins.
Pass. Call.
Rich, 2.2 mil in seat number 8. Richard Ashby.
Yep,
Like, there we go, 10 deuce. Joe just raises over the complete. He just knows that's what he's got to be doing against Richard. Richard being second in chips. And to be honest, if I'm Rich there, I'm only really going to complete very strong now in the small blind, because Joe should attack every single one of our completes. I'm also going to be cautious about the hands I'm opening when we're in the cut-off effective under the gun, because Joe once again can 3-bet very wide on the button. It should be a lot of play revolving around Wadey and Jake here, just because of their stack sizes. Like, it wouldn't be good for us as Rich to bust before Wadey or Jake get their chips in the middle with the stack size that they're working with.
It's 250,000.
So Richard on the button raises to 250, 2.5x. Joe just lets the 9 deuce of hearts go, and Wadey's out of the way as well with a 7-5. Mad Madge out the free roll in 10th.
Oh no, well done, Mad Madge. Did we get any prizes, or is that the bubble kind of thing? I'm saying well done, could have bubbled. What a tune in the background. Oh, what a tune in the background. A little bit of, the Jersey Boys. Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons, baby. So Joe with the 8-9, coming in for the raise on the button.
No, just shoves tower for effective 10 bigs. This is perfectly fine, and gets it through. Not going to have any raises on the button here with these 2 stacks behind us. It's going to be all in and fold for Joe Hindry because of the effective stack size in question. And look at Jake and Wadey now. And Rich just shouldn't really be getting involved too much unless he is dealt a premium holding tail now, just because of these 2 stack sizes on his right, and Joe having us covered, way covered on our left. So ace-5 of diamonds here for Joe. Bit different this time because we have Rich to worry about in the big blind, so just going to open this one.
Raise 300,000. Pass.
There's 300,000.
Yeah, it's a change in open size here, basically because what we spoke about, Rich isn't going to be able to defend because he just can't at this moment in time. It all revolves around waiting for Wadey and Jake to get their chips in the middle.
Yeah.
Those ladders so significant right now. It's a 14k pay jump first from 4th to 3rd.
It is, and pay jumps happen in every poker tournament. What happens? Yep, this is going to be juicy. All in from Wadey. Oh, just the boots.
Must be nice.
Just the boots. Wake up at the right time with the boots, ladies and gentlemen.
Gets it through.
No deals, none at all. Not any. Nada.
Jake's going to be all in here though, toe up. Pocket 9s.
All in.
His turn to shove. Will he get any action? Not from Rich. Not from Joe.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, I'll text you tomorrow, pal. I'll text you tomorrow. Good day streaming. Absolutely amazing event. And I know it's gone a little bit slow, but they're playing for chunks. Wadey's pushed with 9 deuce. Jake could call this with ace 8.
How's he not called yet, Tower? How's Jake not called? How has Jake not called yet? Why are the chips not in the middle? Blind on blind. There it is. There's the call. 9 deuce for Wadey and Jake with ace 8. So Jake with the best of it here. Wadey, the player at risk. This is massive for both players. It's such a swing, and what a flop for Wadey, flopping a flush draw and a pair. Just fade in an ace or an 8, and it can't be the ace of hearts. Great turn card. River, and it's a 4, so Wadey is going to double, and Jake is going to be left on fumes. So just clarifying the stacks. So Jake now just super short and Wadey back in it. The old Montana banana gets the job done. So Jake's probably forced all in this hand, so I doubt Joe's going to open this one. Puts his last 30k in, ace 5 of diamonds, Rich with the 9-6 of clubs, so does have the best of it.
Yes, maybe a spin. Maybe a spin.
So, to the flop. 7-4 deuce. Rainbow, clean. 5 of clubs on the turn. What about that for a sweat? Fading 8s, 3s, clubs, 6, 9, and it's a 6 of hearts. Had the half the deck to fade there. He only had a big blind. Great run there from Jacob Stone. He's going to take home £25,300, and we are down to 3 players. Great run from Jacob. I know he's really impressed Tower over the last few days. I'm sure he'll be happy with that payday, but everyone's now locked up just shy of 40,000, and Wadey's back amongst it now. And very next hand, Wadey all in 17 big blinds here with 6s. And Joe's got 9s! Could be back-to-back bust outs! Oh my word. Joe's not ever folding nines here. Surely not. How's he not called already? We're free-handed here. I know it's a huge swing if we lose this. Wadey would turn into chip leader, but pocket nines here. Wow. I'm surprised Joe hasn't put the money in here, guys. I am really, really shocked that Joe hasn't called yet. If Joe folds here, free-handed, 17 big blinds, pocket nines versus Wadey of all people. Oh, he's going to fold. I think once he takes this long, he might let it go. What this might be from Joe, he might think he's going to have a significant enough edge, three-handed, to not take what could potentially be a flip in this spot. That's exactly what this could be. It could come down to that if he thinks we're still fairly deep. Oh, he has called. He has made the call. And Wadey is like, what are you thinking for so long? And the sixes are going to need to find a two-outer here. Otherwise, just like that, we're going to be heads up between Joe and Rich.
He knows he's got a skill edge, so he's got to gamble.
I know. Sixes for the slow roll, bro.
And just quads! Just quads! Oh, do you know what?
Do you know what?
We've just lost Jacob, and the very next hand this happens, Wadey was all in for 17 big blinds, and Joe flops in dead with quad nine.
Lose in style.
Go get another drink. Go get another drink. Go get another drink now. We'll be done. Go and get them.
Hey, you come back. Get a drink, Tom. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Oh my days! Oh, just go and get a drink, will you? We'll be all right. Go another half an hour. What's happening? Wadey. £39,600 for 30 fist pumps, absolutely everybody. Amazing. There will be a small break. I'm going to stay live. Do you want a quick run?
Yeah, I'll have a quick run.
Go on then.
I'll have a quick run.
Quick run, 5 minutes, and then we'll be back for the heads up battle. Wow. Wowzers. Woo! Jacob. Well done, Jake. Absolutely brilliant. What a good effort. Jake. With £25,300. Oh my days. And now Wadey, death by quads, 39,600. Well done to him. And your man, Debbie, your man is heads up. Woo woo! He might be coming home in a limousine. And don't forget, I know you put the kids to bed. Chuffed it, kids chuffed it. We're on the way to bed. Don't forget, you can re-watch this tomorrow. You can rewind it on YouTube and rewind it on Twitch if you want to show the kids in the morning before they go to school. So absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It has been an amazing 5 days for us. We started the live stream, and we haven't finished yet, but the 5 days of live streaming with the cash, and then now we're heads up. Richard Ashby and the young whippersnapper, Mr. Joe Hindry. I tell you what, it's this could be one hell of a battle, because anything can happen. One double up, we're back into the mix of things, and then it's just great. Rich, as we know, has not played too many Oldham events outside of London, but he's turned up with Coventry, and he's got a chance of finishing first in the main event. Absolutely brilliant. Sydney, you've been an absolute superstar, and if you don't make it into Coventry, like you said, you might have a chance of doing. We've got the Goliath. We'll quickly show you the Goliath dates as we're there. Goliath dates for the GUKPT main event will be on. We'll be streaming that. We've then got the ladies event that Katie will be commentating on if she's not on the final table. We're then going to the GUKPT Flight B. We've then got the day 3 as well on this Sunday. So there's plenty going on. Goliath. And on the Wednesday, right there, right there. Joker's Wild. Somebody might be dressed up, but there'll be a lot of music played. If you like playing poker a little bit differently, there's a joker in the pack, and it changes the whole complex of the game. Not only that, there's a DJ playing tunes, and we have a senior dance and a jump about, and we dance on the tables, and we do all sorts, and it's literally a party. We did it for the first time in 2019, and we're doing it again for Goliath. So we will be there for Joker's Wild. That will be on the Wednesday. Obviously, I'll be taking the evening off the comms, but we've got plenty of replacements lined up. And then obviously Friday, Saturday and Sunday we'll be concentrating on the main event as well. Plenty going on at Goliath. Sydney, if you don't make it over to Coventry for the biggest event in Britain, then I'm sure we'll see you all over the chat box when we do a live stream again, because the next live stream for us is this. We are on our way to Berry New Road in Manchester. There it is, Berry New Road, Manchester. 17th of March is the start of the G400. 4 days for the G400, and then the mini, and then the cash game on the Wednesday, and then we're live streaming the Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Sydney Farber on Hendon Bob. We'll have a follow. I'll certainly follow you. We'll give you the follow. If you're on Twitter as well, we'll give you the follow, and we'll send you a message to make sure that Coventry might be in the plans for you. We'll see what we do. How many jokers in the pack? Well, there's two jokers. There's only one in each deck on everybody's table. That's what I meant. Is that what I meant? Yeah, that's what I meant. So yes, the Joker's Wild should be pretty good fun. They told me at the last Joker's Wild, I don't know if you've got any pictures of the last Joker's Wild, I'm sure they'll fire them up the closer we get to Goliath. But the last one they told me, Tower stick this on 20 minutes before we went on stage. 20 minutes! 20! And then walked out, and there you went. I'm not sure if we've got the footage. Too late to get the footage now because we're obviously heads up. But we'll show you the footage in Manchester of what Sunday looked like when they walked on stage for Joker's Wild in 2019. And then we have to work out whether 5 of a kind is any good.
5 of a kind? What is that? Not having it. I'm not having it. Show what? If I turn over a royal or pure royal and somehow lose the hand, the table's going up.
We're heads up. We are heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Chufty, Richard Ashby on the right, Joe Hindry on the left. Just asking. We've got 5.5 against 3.5. We are heads up. Heads up in the free roll. We should have streamed that.
That's the Dinga Donga, isn't it?
The Dinga Donga is heads up in the free roll. Amazing. We'll show you the price ticker across the bottom as it stands right now. Oh, Neil, you're not wrong. Neil has done it all. Winner of a bracelet, second in a bracelet event, third in a bracelet event, fourth in a bracelet event, 6th, 8th and 9th.
Not bad. Not bad at all, Tower.
Not bad at all.
So Joe with a 3-1 chip lead here, 20 bigs effective. This could go either way. If Rich gets the double, they're going to be fairly deep.
Yeah. So just like that, Zaccavello got Rich at 14s. Ooh, this is a sweat. There we go, bottom of the screen, Sydney, bottom of the screen, myself and Jay, who sat to my left.
Yeah, and for Grosvenor Poker, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch.
But thanks for staying with us this late hour Sunday night. I'm sure a lot of you got work tomorrow, but we are here until finish. If we're still heads up in 2 hours' time, we'll send Tower on another tea run.
if we go, if we. If we're still heads up at the next break, I'm going for the sleeping bags. All right. Have they done the deal heads up? Nope, no deals whatsoever. The next out, the person that plays the last hand and loses will get 65,350, and the winner will get 93,450 and their trophy.
So one pair here for Rich. Oh, two, and that could be it, Tower. That would be it if a two rolled off. Queen of Spades on the turn.
Check.
And Joe checking. Rich checking behind here, middle pair. 2-1 time. 3 of spades next door. So Joe just sitting here with 5 height. Shouldn't really have any Queen X here. If he bets this river, repping a 3. I guess some 9X can go thin here as well in heads up. So he could probably go as thin as a 9 here. But Rich looks like he's counting out chips. Plenty of things missed, all the gut shots, all the straight draws have bricked out, and Joe shows him the 5 height. And the 6 deuce of Rich is good, and that's going to get Rich back in it a little bit, back up to 32 bigs now.
Back 3 players this morning, all 3 final tabled, and the 2 are left.
So you want Rich to win? He'd be your biggest winner.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
guessing.
Joe was about 5s, wasn't he?
Yeah, Joe was pretty good, pretty odds on.
Cheers, Sydney. I think we've followed back as well, so nice one. What a tune in the background, ladies and gentlemen. You better knock on wood.
I don't get it.
That's the name of the song.
Oh, okay.
That's the name of the song. And what have I just done?
You've knocked on wood.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it after that bit. I get when you told me that was the name of the song, then it clicked, then the penny dropped.
Craig Ballett says Rich with the win, 14-1.
Won't be no deal between these two. No. There ain't no deal. Playing for basically a 30k heads up battle. £65,000 and 93. Just shy of a 30k heads up battle between these two. Joe's on form as well, after winning a couple of weeks ago at 888, and Richard here with the ace-10 of hearts.
And do you know the first time Joe Indry walked into a casino? Ever?
No.
9 years ago this year. Down the escalators for Goliath.
Really?
He was just 18.
Ah.
That was his first ever trip into any casino.
Wow, Tower. This could be it as well.
Oh my days.
This could be it as well.
Check, check. Nobody wants to win. Queen of Diamonds on the turn.
It's gone bet call on the turn. Joe with the best of it here. Is that a red?
Oh, there we go.
And that is it, guys. Wow. That is. Well, Rich is going to double up here.
Yeah.
Rich is going to double up.
Rich is going to double up, and the chips are going to just change around.
It's just a caller. Not much we can do about it. It's just a real cold deck. In a heads-up situation, flush over flush, it's as cold as it comes.
Absolutely.
And Joe firing for 450.
This is enormous.
What size does Rich make it? Does he just go for the lot here?
If he goes for the lot, he gets snapped.
Yeah, of course. If he goes for the lot, it's over. If he raises, Joe's obviously just calling.
Raised to 1.1 million.
Okay, so Joe has to call.
Oh, yeah, snap call.
So this could have been a lot larger pot than what it was.
Oh,
that could have
look
been.
at that.
That could
flush
have been
over flush.
That could have been a much bigger pot, guys. That could have been huge.
Wow.
That's just cold.
Wow, wow, wow. Richard Ashby. And we know it's a paired board, but Joe has to call, doesn't he?
Yeah, Joe has in heads up tower. Yeah, he's just not folding there ever with a flush. Like, might even thin raise value a queen there with a heart in our hand as Rich. So Joe can't ever fold that spot. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
And that gives us a new chip leader.
Richard Ashby. Yeah, the first time Joe Hendry walked into a casino was down these escalators 9 years ago for Goliath.
Wow.
He had just turned 18. They came in with his dad. Then he got ID'd 4 times. He got ID'd 4 times. Oh. Go on then, who won the free roll? Richard Ashby. What a star.
Queen, Jack, 4 flop, 2 spades. So top pair for Joe just comes out firing. And Richard's going to float here with the old whip. Must have a little plan in mind, but whatever that plan is, Tower, with Joe sitting there with top pair, it's not going to work. So floating with the 7 deuce. Now second barrel from Joe, and now he does just get out of the way. Might have been thinking about leading river the times that Joe checked back turn.
So Richard Ashby, now chip leader, GUKPT, 2 left. Great to see him playing 2 cards because he is a mixed game specialist.
Those 7 deuce of clubs for Rich, making it 200, and Joe here with the ace queen. Probably going to see first 3 bet here. So ace queen just gets it through. Waynio's got Rick at 14-1.
Mark Master free roll winner but can't play tomorrow. But don't worry about it, it'll still be in your account. I don't think it's just for tomorrow, is it? It's if you don't play tomorrow, well, you can play the closer the next time we're on. The GUKPT closer will be on when we've done Manchester. So it will still be in your account, don't worry about that. And then when you win the next one, you've got a re-entry ticket. So we are heads up. Joe Hendry, the last time we live streamed for cardroomdirect.com, he was the winner. And now he is heads up for the title at this moment in time.
175k.
Just means voluntary put in pot, Gary.
Yeah.
VPIP. So every time you come into a pot where you put money in the pot where you don't need to, that's basically it. So if you play 10 hands and you
Terry Jordan
out of 20, if you get involved in 10 hands out of 20, your VPIP's going to be 50. But say if someone opens and you fold the big blind, that won't go towards your VPIP because it's a forced bet.
Yeah.
Whereas if you complete in the small, that will go towards your VPIP because you're putting money in the pot that you don't have to.
So Mark, my master, now realises if he can't play tomorrow, he can play on the next one. Heads up. Oh, what a flop! Oh my days!
2 pair beat 2 pair.
Oh my days!
And this could be a double up for Joe Hindley, and that would leave Rich on fumes.
Oh wow!
Joe just choosing to call here. So maybe if a 5 or a 6 rolls off, well, it's the ace of spades, and this is just going to get big tower. 350 now from Rich and Joe.
Wow.
Obviously, both options open. If we think Rich is going to be bluff heavy, we can keep calling. But if we think he's going to have some value here, might choose to start raising here. But Joe just happy to keep calling here with his 2 pair.
Unbelievable. This comes an absolute brick. Well, it really is, to be fair.
It's pretty much a brick tower. This Queen of Diamonds. And wow, Rich has checked here. So I'm assuming he's checking to call.
Yeah.
Unless Joe opts for a really small size, like Joe can probably have some like ace 5, ace 6 here that call flop. But dependent on size here, Rich is probably going to lose the minimum, just like Joe lost the minimum with the flush. We've had 2 hands where it could have all gone in.
Yeah.
Literally, both of these hands, it could have all gone in. And
wow, so a bet and then a snap call. Could not wait to call. And Rich, look at that. That's just sick. Oh, 850,000 was the bet. And a call. Wow. 2 pair over 2 pair, heads up. Flush over flush, heads up. Oh my days. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Heads up. Just flush over flush. 2 pair over 2 pair. We've waited till heads up, and it's all fireworks.
go 10-5 for Richard.
Here we go. 10-5 for Rich, ace-5 for Joe.
Yeah, decides to raise this one on the button here, tower. So just trying to pick up the big blind of Joe, but Joe with an ace can't go anywhere here. Happy to just call, might mix in a free bet at a small frequency, but this is what you just expect to see.
Yep, absolutely.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my days, what's happening here?
2 pair over 2 pair again, we're heads up.
There's no way we can get out of this. This is a setup.
It is a setup. Dom wants to get home. Twice 2 pair over 2 pair.
Jeez.
And it's just gone.
Live poker's ridiculous.
It just goes check call again, tower, and now Rich firing again. Oh, this is grim for Rich. Twice Rich has had this. Bottom 2 versus top. Well, it was top and bottom last time, but
3 hands were flush over flush. 2 pair over 2 pair.
Top and bottom versus bottom 2. 2 flops in a row, heads up. Wow. It is ill, tower. It's actually just, the chances of that happening are astronomical. Honestly, in a heads up situation, back-to-back hands, top 2 versus top and bottom. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Just wow. Oh my days, man. The tank, Joe's 400 to call.
It's both options available here, with it being ace high and Rich being the raiser pre-flop. He can plausibly have some strong ace X. So Joe could raise potentially now tower, but he's flat in here to keep some bluffs in of Richard.
Oh, my ticker.
The king of clubs on the river.
How does this not go in?
Well, last time it didn't. Well, Joe's checked. If Joe might just check call again, tower.
These triangles in. This is it. We have to call. We have to call. He's not scared of the queen king, the jack queen, the ace king. He's got to be calling this. Whoa, Joe. That's for a count.
Yeah, it is a huge shove, but tanking, really?
If he calls, we're in. We have a champion. If he calls,
it is a huge shove, tower. It's like 1.775x, isn't it? It's a massive shove.
Wow.
But still, we've got aces and fives, and we've played it in this manner, so surely we have to just snap it off. Like the fact when we just play it a bit trappy and just go cool, surely this just has to be a call. If he folds this is crazy.
Absolutely. I don't think he's ever folding.
Like the problem is now, Richard thinks he's got the best hand, tower.
Yeah.
Rich thinks he's got the best hand now. Rich is begging for a call here with a 10-5. Once Joe takes this long, I'm sitting there with a 10-5 and I'm just praying for that chip to go in the middle.
Yeah.
And Joe, we saw this with the 9s free-handed as well. Mulling this over, but is this a tank?
He got a call.
In a heads-up situation?
He got a call.
Obviously.
He got a call.
Ace King gets there, I guess.
Flicking the he's made the call. We've got a champion.
On your way. You've got to go.
I'm stuck to my chair. Oh, what a finish. I'm off.
Well, guys, thanks for tuning in. That is that. Big thank you to the chat box. I know you stayed with us throughout the tournament, and it has been a great tournament. Final table was pretty slow. Eventual winner, Joe Hindry. Tower is going over to Rich Ashby as we speak, and we're going to have the roundup interviews with both Rich and Joe.
The last two hands, absolutely insane.
Insane. I mean, like, it's just like such a cold deck. It's like,
absolutely.
Honestly, it's a joke, but yeah.
It is. 2007.
Yeah.
You fight the first ever season of a GUKPT. You final tabled it.
Yeah.
Can you remember who won it?
Barry?
The late, great Dave Coulter.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now, yeah.
Yeah, Dave Coulter.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
And 15 seasons later, you're on another final table.
Yeah, I haven't played many in between, actually, but...
A lot of guys out there don't know who we are.
Yeah.
We've known each other a long time.
That's it.
You've got a bracelet. You've come second in the bracelet, third in the bracelet event, fourth. You can play the game, but 2 cards is not normally a game,
I never play Hold'em, but started playing a little bit more lately. But
yeah. You've had the wife watching.
Yeah.
You've had the kids watching before they went to bed.
Yeah.
Tell them they can re-watch it tomorrow morning when they get up
I
in
don't
the
want to watch
morning.
that bit.
That is sick. That is
twice, 2 hands in a row though. 4-8, 4-7.
Yeah.
10-5, ace 5.
I can see you're a little bit gutted at the minute, but second out of.
I had the chip lead as well, like quite a lot there, and he like doubled up twice. Basically.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah.
Second out of 460.
Yeah.
It's a great effort. I know you're deflated at the minute because them last 2 hands. Richard Ashby, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you again.
Yeah, no worries.
Loved it.
Okay.
Brilliant. Richard Ashby is just leaving us because he just finished second in the GUKPT out of 416. The last time we live streamed, you had every chip in the building. The next time we live streamed, you've got every chip in the building. And you've not played since.
No, I haven't. It's pretty unreal, mate.
That's pretty insane.
2 on the trot.
That's pretty insane. Steady final, but eventually, just spoke to Rich. Those last 2 hands were just like, oh my days.
Yeah. 2 pair over 2 pairs twice.
Yeah. It takes some doing. We know it was a steady final, and we know it was one of those things. Once you got the chip lead, do you think that was it? I'm just going to have to start changing gears a little.
Yeah, once I got some chips together, I could start going for it a bit more. Had Wadey on my left the entire day, so
not easy.
Yeah, had to be sensible.
Not easy. It was a good final day, and it was a good day to be fair. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, very good.
But first, I'm becoming a lucky mascot. Where are you going next? because I might come with you. I might come with you. We're going to hand over the trophy, so I'm just going to nip out this way. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause, please. Winner in Coventry, Mr. Joe Hendry. Absolutely outstanding. Yes, you're going to finish off with me. 3 weeks' time, we're off to Manchester. Fingers crossed you'll be there. That was an absolutely amazing final. And Richard, yes, he was upset and a little bit dejected because them last 2 hands were just absolutely insane. Yeah. Getting a few pictures with this lad. But Jay, please finish us off. Getting a few pictures with this lad.
That's it, guys. We are finished, all done here in Coventry. What an event it was. Turnout was good. Over 400 players. We had 15 coming back today. Final table was a long one, 8-9 hours, but eventually we got there, and Joe Hendry doing the back-to-back. Wow. Tower still chatting with Joe afterwards. We will wait for him to come back to the booth to close off, but big thank you to everyone that tuned in throughout in the chat box. It's been a slog for us. We got there. We are back in Manchester in 3 weeks' time, kicking off with the cash game on the Wednesday as always, and then the main event.
Flipping heck, man! He kept me chatting and everything. He kept me chatting and all.
I bet it was him that kept you chatting, not the other way around. But that's it, guys. All done. Got anything to say, Tower?
That was amazing. Yes, we started the final table at 2:30. Yes, it took an hour and a half for the first man to get eliminated. And yes, we've just finished the final table at 11. But for the heads up to finish like that was just insane.
Yeah, it was really gross.
You got to feel for Rich, and it was nice for him to have a chat because you could just see he wanted to get out of the building. You just could see, but. Thanks to everybody who's been watching, and obviously Richard, Debbie who was watching. The kids can watch it back tomorrow. They can watch it. He's done great. Really enjoyed it, and back-to-back streams champion for the first time ever.
I don't think we'll ever see it again, Tower. Like mathematically, it's like so improbable for that to ever happen.
Absolutely unbelievable. The next event for us is Manchester in 2 weeks' time, 2 and a little bit weeks' time. We'll be down for the cash stream. But I'll just quickly show you at Manchester because we're going to be there. Not that one. Not there we go. Quickly on Manchester, 23rd of March. We will be in Manchester for the cash game stream. Hope you can come and join us for that. That has been great.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yes, it was a bit of a long day, and yes, sometimes it got a little bit stale. But they're playing for chunks, and in the end, you don't mind. And when you get an heads-up battle like that, you just don't mind at all. Thanks to the team, thanks to everybody in the chat who joins us, who comes in. We have a laugh, we get serious, we know when the final table is coming, and we know what's happening. So we have a really good time, and fingers crossed we'll see you lot in Manchester in a couple of weeks' time. Jay, I think we deserve another cup of tea.
Yeah, I think we do.
Top man from the Tower and the best team that's to my left. We'll see you in Manchester in 2.5 weeks' time, and well done, Mr. Joe Hendry.
Well done, Joe.
2 streams on the trot, 2 titles. It ain't bad. Thanks everybody in the chat, and we'll see you soon. Ta-ta.
See you soon, guys.